Great people, welcome to Nemtech. My name is Nehemiah Wekesa, and I'm very happy to have you on board. So today we are developing a full stack e-commerce web application built from scratch with Django and React is our main technologies, but we shall also use REST frameworks for APIs. And in the front end, we shall use Redux for state management. I think I'll show you in the start, and then in a subsequent I'll show you also how to use it in the same component, like the hooks. Remember these hooks, these are like the built-in functions in React. For example, the states. For example, whenever you have something like for example, a use state, these are hooks to handle these are the hooks to handle like the state of something, or maybe state of a function. And then the effects, the use effects, this to handle the something like for example, to fetch the backend and stuff. So basically I'll show you everything today, but first of all, let's see the site that we are going to develop. Now first of all, here at the top, this slider here, it is displaying the FlashSale product. Remember, this is just a dummy site, and I've just used dummy images for displaying purposes. But you can as well have your good graphic displaying the FlashSale product, including some title and description. But remember, this one is fetching dynamically, like when you are creating a product and then you list it, it's a flash sale. I'll show you in an example in a few. Once you check it as a flash sale, then it's going to be listed here. And I've limited it to display like 5 to 6 products here. And then also these categories are also working. When you click on this category, it's going to filter categories based on is going to filter products based on these categories. So these are the top selling products here. It is displaying the product image, description, price, and the stock, how many are remaining. And then also I've listed, because I wanted like the homepage to be a bit busy, the landing. So I displayed also some accessories on this section. So you can see we have the accessories here. Category, and then at the bottom I have also the computer categories, TV categories, and then the phones categories. Also, this search form is working. You can search a product. Let's say we want to search something like a phone. Let's say we want to search a product like a phone. When you click on the search, it's going to filter any product that has phone in it. So you can see it's going to return, for example, phone here, for anything that has phone in it. And then also these are categories are working, as I told you earlier. When you click on the accessories, it's going to fetch only the accessory products. You can see it's fetching the accessory products, and computer products is also fetching the computer products. Also on the TV is going to fetch also the TV products, and the other one is going also to fetch the fonts product. Now, for example, let's assume that you want to purchase this product, or first of all you want to add it to the cart. For example, this Nokia phone has interested you. You can click on the view details of the phone. So it's going to take you to this product detail page, where you can see the product image in details, and then you can see the product name, then a description, then the quantity. You can increase the number of quantity you want to purchase, but at the moment let me just go with one. Then you can add it to the cart. Also you can remove. And at the vendor, this part I'm going to complete. Remember, this is the first part of this video, because YouTube doesn't allow videos longer than 12 hours. And remember, the objective is to make you understand every code that I'm using. I don't want to make a short video, for example 20 minutes, and lie to you that I create a Fullstack e-commerce web application in 20 minutes, because that's not realistic. I want to make you understand every code, even if it will take you months to complete this project. But you understand what you are doing is better than for me hiding the codes in some parts, and align to you that you can make you can create a full stack e-commerce web application in 1 hour or something, because it's a very big system. I'll show you the models that I'll be using. They are very many. So I'll split this video into parts. So this is part 1, and then we're going to have part 2 where I will show you how to integrate the payment gateways and stuff, including the statistics, also the dashboard for users, the dashboard for vendors, and also the authentication system and stuff. So this is the first part of the video, and remember, you can add it to the cart, this product, and here you can increase the amount. You can see this thing is being fetched. For example, you want to increase the number of product you want to purchase. Here you can still increase. You can see the price will change. You can see it will be increased. You can reduce, and it calculates there automatically, dynamically. So, and then you can remove a product. Let's say you are not interested with this product, you can remove. You can see it reduces the price. Then also you can remove. Once you clear everything, then it will display your cart is empty, so you can proceed to the checkout. So let me get a product, and this flash sale also, you can click on them and direct you to the product detail. Like this one, let me click on it, and then it's going to take me to that product detail page. Sometimes it can take some time to load. It can take some time to load. Okay, let me try to refresh. If it will fail, then I can check on another product that will do quite easily. Let me find something. Let me find another product like this one. Yeah, so let me add it to the cart. Let me add it, yeah, let me refresh, and then so basically, once you are satisfied with your product, then you can proceed to the checkout. So in the checkout, you can fill in your name. You can fill in your name, Nehemiah Wekesa, and then email address. You can add it, email, or let me say info at example.com. And then so for phone number here, I used the React phone input field, where you can select country, for example Kenya, because the reason I did this to use the React form, because for example I want, like for example, people in Kenya want to use the Mpesa to display the full contact details, they can type in their contact one, their country code, then the phone number, then it's going to initiate the payment, and then they can add in their number. So let me just add in whichever number here it is. Then a country, I can say, for example, Kenya state. Kenya, they are not states, but here you can implement, you can select the payment gateway you want to use. For example, if it's Mpesa, and then you can initiate. Remember, at the moment, I haven't implemented this one in this first video because I didn't want to make it a bit long. So in my next video, I'm going to complete from this part onward, so that you can see how it's going to work. I forgot to show you also, this cart is working. So like you can see, you can go to the cart, and for example, once you increase the number of products, once you increase the number of carts in that once you add several products to the cart, it will be listed there. So let me try to find another product, like let's say this Nokia phone. I want to include it in the cart, so let me add, and then you'll see that here at the top it will count automatically. You can see everything is working. Now before we begin, the other thing I told you is that these products are being fetched dynamically from the backend, and I remember we shall be using Postman to test our APIs. But at the moment, let me show you, for example, the features that this system is going to have. So let me go to Django 127, then admin. I'll show you everything, including how to access these admin and stuff. So you can see it's going to have the analytics. It will have also the blogs. It will have the coupons configuration and stuff, notifications, payment gateway credentials. Remember, everything is being fetched dynamically from the backend. Reviews, which will have also the reviews, subscription, shipment, taxes, wish lists, and many other features. Now, for example, let's try to add in something like, let me add in a product. Let me add in a product. Where is the product? Where is it here? Product. So let me try to add in a new product. Let me call it, this vendor is going to be Wekesa, and the product is going to be under what? Let me put it under the fonts. And then let me call it 1 plus, and then a slug, let me use 1 plus, and then a description 1 plus phone, smartphone, or let me just say smartphone. And then the price I can give it $1 just for testing, and then a stock I can say, for example, they are 10. Then you can choose the image of this product. So let me just go to where my images are, photos, and then I can have whichever image here, like even this one, just for demonstration, and then I want to include it in the flash sale. So when I click here, then it's going to be listed in the flash sale. So let me go to the React application, and then let me refresh. Let me just refresh it. I added to the accessories. Remember, it's going to like display only the first 6 accessories. So let me first of all go to fonts. You'll find out that it will be displayed there. So you can see now I have this 1 plus. It's being added from the backend. And then you can as well do what you can as well add it to the cart and do other things. So everything is done dynamically. So basically, this is a system that we want to develop, me and you, from the very scratch. This is the first part of the video. Remember, the full, like I haven't, remember it has a lot of features here, and to do everything in this single video is going to be very long, and YouTube doesn't allow video more than 12 hours. Remember, objective I told you earlier, it's not like to show you how pro I am to complete this project in few minutes, and perhaps you don't understand the code that I've used. So I've gone slowly and I've explained all the codes so that you may understand, and on that reason the video was very long, so I've decided to split. But remember, I have all the video, the footages here, the videos, the parts that I've recorded, they are all here. Just a matter of editing, then I'll upload the next one in a few. So what you can do is just to click on the notification. You subscribe first of all, but to subscribe it is to support me as well. Please consider subscribing, that support me and also support this channel. So guys, basically this is what we want to develop, me and you. And straight away, let's begin. So guys, we are beginning with the backend, and we are going to use Django. Django is a Python web framework, and so for it to work well, you need to have Python in your system. And as always, I'm going to show you how you can check Python in your system, and if it's not there, I'm going to show you how you can install. So to check Python, just go to the command line interface, and then I type there Python dash version, and then mine is by the time I'm recording the video is 3.12.2, and if you wish to install the latest one, go to your browser, and then just at the search bar just type there python python.org, and then go to the download, and you can see the version is 3.12.2. By the time I'm recording the video, this is the latest one. So you can download it for your operating system. Because I already have it, I don't have to install it. So Python will come with the PIP, which is a very useful Python package that you can use to install Python packages like Django, like Pandas, or any other Python modules. So once you have it, then the second thing, we are going to create the project directory. When I talk about directory, I mean the folder. So in programming context, I'm using directory instead of the folder. So let me just call it Django. Let me call it which name can I give it? So let me give it Ecommerce web app. Ecommerce web app, I think it's fine. And I had written earlier I'll be writing here project breakdown. So let me add in this txt file in this project. I'll share this file in the GitHub. By the way, you can follow the GitHub, and then you'll have access to all the projects I'm going to upload there, those on video. And then now, once we have this project directory, then we can create the virtual environment to handle the backend. Because I'm using the local machine, we need to create up our local server to handle the the backend. So I'm going to open the command line here, command line interface on this directory, or rather, if you are not on Windows, let me show you how you can get it there. So open your command line like this one, and then so first of all, let me clear. So what you do, just cd to mine, it is at the desktop. Is it desktop? Yeah, desktop, and then a backslash, and then because there is a name, long name with spaces, I say Ecommerce. It should be like if it's a multi-word and with spaces, so that you may not have issues with those spaces, you can use the quotes, and then a multi e-commerce web app, this way, for you to be able to cd to that directory very well. So I'm now at this directory, e-commerce web application. So this is the root directory of all the projects, all the files that I'm going to include for this project. So I'm going to begin with creating the virtual environment. And to create a virtual environment in Django, just say Python, or rather in Python, and then venv. This is the command to create the virtual environment, and the environment name, I can give it env. So I'm going to give it some second so that it can install the virtual environment. And once it's done, you'll see that a new line will be created here, a new line where you can write another command. So that's when you'll know that it has completed creating the virtual environment. So I'm going to give it some seconds. As it does here, it has finished. So on this file, we have a very essential file that I used to activate the virtual environment, including the include, lib, script, and these other files for configuration. So in the scripts, we have other files that we can use to activate the virtual environment, and the first one is activate, the other one is activate.bat, of which this is the one that I'll be using to activate the virtual environment, and this other one, activate.bat, is the one that I'll be using to deactivate the virtual environment. Or alternatively, you can just click on Control plus C to break the server. It will still deactivate the virtual, not really to deactivate the virtual environment, we'll be using this one. So what I'm going to do next, once I have this virtual environment created, I'll return to my root directory. This is my root directory, and then so the next thing I'm going to do is to activate the virtual environment. So you remember the path, it is env, the folder, and then inside the folder I'm going to go to the scripts, and then after the scripts I'm going to activate the .bat. So this is the path. So here I'm the root, so I'm going to type here env targeting this folder, and then backslash, because there's also another folder inside that env called scripts, and then after that there's a file called activate.bat. So once you type this command, then your virtual environment will be activated. And I remember I've returned to the root directory, so it is active now. So the next thing, we are going to install Django inside this directory, inside this virtual environment, and this directory. So how do you install it? So just type there pip. I told you that when you install Python in the website, at the moment it will come with the pip, including also the documentation and other stuffs. So pip is the package that we can use to install Python packages. For instance, Django is a framework or a package. I'm going to use it. So pip install Django, install Django, and it's going to install Django in this directory. So I'm going to give it some moment so that you can install the Django in this system. And once it's done, and then we are going to create the project. after the project, we'll create the application, and then I will try to configure everything so that it may work very well. So it's going to be a very interesting journey, and you are going to learn many things as we go on. So the aim is not just creating the application, but also for you to understand how you can implement another system with the same skills. So basically Django, it has been installed, and then the other thing, inside Django we have some useful commands. But then if you have I wanted to tell you something, but it's not even important. But the commands inside Django that we can use, for instance, to create the project is within this command list. So just type there Django -admin. So when you type this command, it will list for you all the useful commands that you can use in your project. So like you can see, this is available commands here. So these are the available commands, and they have given you, in fact, the process on how you can like get the help about individual command and stuff like that. So these are the available commands: check, compile messages, create cache table, db shell, db settings, dump data, flash, inspect db, and many other things. If you want to get more information, you can just type Django admin help, then the command that you want to understand. So, and these are the commands that I'm going to use in this project, in this Django project. And for instance, to create a project is this command start project. To create an application, it is start up. So I'm going to create a project, and remember I'm still at the root directory here. So first of all, let me clear. So the shortcut to clear history, this is a command line, it is CLC if you are on a command prompt. But if you are on terminal or a git bash, you can use clear. Just type there clear, and then it's going to clear your history. So like to create a clean workspace for you to write your codes very well. So the next thing, I'm going to create the project. So it is still Django admin. By the way, if you want to retrieve the previous command, you can use the arrow key pointing upward to retrieve the previous command. So it was Django admin, and then Django admin, and then the command to create the project, it was start project, I guess, start project. Then the project name. For project name, let me just give it project. I told you I'm not that creative at the moment. Let me just use, because it's a demo for demonstration. So it is project, and then because this project, when you just run it this way, it's going to create the project folder, and then it's going to again to create another subfolder called project for the project file. So if you don't want to like have that case, just add in the period there at the end, then it's going to create the project at this root directory. So when you hit enter, it's going to create this project here, and then a manage.py. So the other thing that you want to make sure is that this manage.py is at the root of your project for it to work like without any other issues. So these are the files that we are going to use now. Because we can't code our project inside the command line, we usually use the code editors, and one of the good editor that for me I like, it is a Visual Studio Code. Alternatively, you can use another IDE. IDE is like the integrated development environment for a particular language or several languages. So Visual Studio Code, that's my favorite, but you can use another like a Sublime Text, Brackets, Atom. You can use Adobe Dreamweaver, you can use Notepad++, or whichever code editor you wish. So to get Visual Studio Code, if you want to follow along, go to your browser and then search for VS Code download, and then you are going to download for your operating system. Mine is Windows. You use this link, the one that has this logo, and then you can download it for your operating system. You can see it's supported on Windows, Linux, and Mac. Now I want to open Visual Studio Code. I'm assuming because for me I already have it here. So once you install, and then I want to download and install, and then you can use the code to open the Visual Studio Code. Alternatively, you can just click on the Visual Studio Code, double click, and then it's going to open. But because you are coders, you are programmers, I want to show you like with the code. So just type their code and then a period at the end. When you type the period at the end, it's going to open Visual Studio Code. It's going to open Visual Studio Code, but at this directory, it's going to open Visual Studio Code with this folder opened inside it. This Ecommerce web app is going to be like it's going to open Visual Studio Code, and then again it's going to open this folder when you type there the period there at the end. So let me give it some seconds so that it can open the VS Code, and there we have the VS Code. So inside Visual Studio Code, we have the embedded terminal or a command line interface, command line tool. So I'm not going to use this external command line like a command prompt because it's still embedded there. So when you go to this ellipse here at the top, and then a terminal, you can always click here and it will create for you the terminal, and you can always see the shortcut is Control Shift Backtick. I'll be using the shortcuts in future, so let me by this time use the long way. And then you can see by default it uses PowerShell. By default it uses a PowerShell, but you can change. You click on this drop down and then you can change. You can see initially it was PowerShell. There's also Git bash. Now because I started with the command prompt, let me proceed with the command prompt so that we may be on the same page. So I'll click on the command prompt. I'll delete the other one. So by default it automatically open the virtual environment. If it hasn't like activated the virtual environment, you know the process how to activate. If you're on this route, you just type env / and then at the other folder is scripts, then a / activate.bat, then it's going to activate. But for me it has done it for me, automatically, so there's no need for that. So the other thing that we want to do is to create an application. Remember, it has created this file called manage.py. So this is like our virtual command line interface for Django. So I'll be using this virtual command to write some useful commands to run server and stuff like that. So I'm going to type there Python, and we are not using the Django admin now. We are using this virtual command line interface called manage.py. For example, to create an application, it is startup, and the app name, let me just call it core. And remember, we are going to implement the front end with the React. So this one, let me just give it core, and then I just hit enter, and then it's going to create an application here called core, and then with some useful files therein. So we want to link this external app to our project. Remember, this project is just independent. We have to link it. So how do we link it? So you go to the project, and then to the settings, and then you scroll down until you see the list of installed application, and it's here installed apps, and then you make sure that you add it here called core. You add it there, and then also in this project you can see we have the urls.py. We don't want to write our URLs patterns on the same file on the project. For instance, you might be having a lot of apps, so you don't want all of them to use the same the main URLs. So in this case, I'm going to create inside the core, I'm going to create another file called urls.py inside the core. So how do you include it in the project? You go to the project, to the urls.py, and then you can add in here. You can also import the include module. Once you have the include module, then you can add it here, path, then this one is going to be for how can I call it? So this one is going to be an empty a path to be at the root, the landing, and then I'm going to use the include. And then in this include, I'm going to pass in my application and URLs. So it is core dot, and then at the URL file it is URL. You don't have to specify .py because it is Python, so you don't have to do that. And then you be sure to add in the comma there at the end because you might have several like patterns. So you separate parameters in Python with the comma. So this way actually we've linked this project, and I want us to begin by creating the models. What are models? Models, these are like tables in your database, in your database. So the same way you can have tables in your database. So models, these are like tables in your database, database system. So I want us to begin with the models. And then because everything should be recorded, for it to like work much better. So we are beginning with the models, and to use the models we are going to first import another file here called from Django DB. Remember, by default we don't have to like set up the the database management system, because by default Django will come with the SQLite, which is fully configured, which usually come within the Windows, but you can as well use other database management system like a PostgreSQL. You can use MySQL or any other relational database management system. In fact, you can even use the non-relational like a Mongo, but this project is an e-commerce. We are using the relational database management system. So we are going to import from Django, from Django.db import models. So models is a package that we are going to use, and then so let's create now the models here. The first one that I'm going to create here is a user. So class. Now the reason we imported this model here, because we had to like define the function for individual model or a method. For example, if you are defining a user, you have to like write all the codes to define the function of a user. But once you use this model from Django, you are going to inherit the properties or methods from this model. So you are not going to like implement everything from scratch. So Django is very powerful, and working with frameworks make your work easier. So the first one I'm going to use user, and then is going to inherit properties and method from models package dot model class model, like that. And then so it's going to inherit the properties there. And then so this user, the user should have like the field for name. So for name, I'm going to assign here to models the package name. Remember, when you're working with packages, you have to first of all define the package, and then so this one is going to be like for the character field model. The name is just a character field, but for whenever you're using the character field, you have to add in this argument called max underscore length. I guess this is the spelling. I don't know why all the time length usually. I don't know how to write the length name all the time. So this one I'm going to give it pass a maximum of 100. Though I'm not sure if there's a name that surpasses 100 characters. Though I'm not sure. But let's just have it there. And then also the other field for a user can be the email. So email. So for the email, I'm going to use what? I'm going to use models. Again, the package, you have to begin with the package name or a module name, and then this one is going to be the email field. It's going to be the email field, and the email should be unique. So in case you have an email that is similar to another one, then it's going to throw an error. So I'm going to use the unique property, unique. Unique, what's the spelling for unique? Unique. I'm going to give it a true so that it can only be unique. I guess this is a spelling for unique, otherwise it won't work. And then the other thing that I can include is the password. Password again, this is a spelling again, models dot this one I'm going to use the character field. Let me just use the character field because you can type the character field, and then a max length, max underscore length max length. Let me give it, in case guys there's something that is not right, you can always comment it in the you can always share it in the comment section, then I'll know what I'll be doing in my next videos. So guys, I encourage you very much to comment anything, just write anything. Can be a positive feedback or a negative, all of them are very much welcome. I'll appreciate very much. So for the password, maximum length, let me give it 100, and then because when they log in, I want to have a dashboard for the vendor and another dashboard for the admin. So let me just say is underscore vendor is going to use this models dot boolean field. I want to use the boolean field here. Here it is, boolean field. So by default it's going to be like default is going to be false. Default is going to be false, and let me just duplicate this other one, and then is admin because you can have vendors, but you can also have the admin. So the admin will be the super user to manage all the vendors and the staff and everyone. So I'll use his admin. And then again it's going to inherit, it's going to use the same the same properties here. So I think for user is fine. Then we can also create another one for for the vendor. So it's going to be a class. So let me just create class vendor. Remember, this is a multi-vendor website that we are developing. So models dot model, I guess this is it. It's going to inherit the properties from the model class in the models package in Django. So and then for vendor again, it's going to to inherit from the user. So let me just call it user now with a small let me just call it user. So for this user is going to be models dot one. I'm going to use one-to-one field user, one-to-one field users. But there, guys, if you are not good with relational database management system, I have a course on that on the same channel. You will understand. Still, I'll provide another comprehensive course on this relational database management system. So you can subscribe, and I keep it here. I'll be providing such useful resources in the future. So this one is going to check on user. Remember, user, it is user, the one that we used earlier, user, and then on delete, on underscore delete. For example, that user is deleted, and then models dot cascade. models dot cascade, and then it's going to related. So let me say related underscore name is what is vendor, right? A vendor, yeah, vendor. And then yeah, I think the spellings are correct. Then the vendor can have also the bio or a short description about the vendor. So let me use bio. Then for bio, I'm going to use models dot text field and then this one you can't add. There's no need to even to add in any other keyword arguments therein. So and then also it can have the contact details, contact underscore details, this one is going to not inherit actually, it's going to use just so models dot text field. So whenever you use the text field, there's no need to like add in there another argument there. So and then for bank details, let me just duplicate the bank details. Let me just call it. Remember, we shall implement the the e-payment, right? Yeah, we shall implement like electronic payments. So I'm going to use, let me just call it bank details of that bank details. Bank details again is going to like use just the text field. Yeah, let me just use the text field, and then and then a shipping policy, perhaps shipping underscore policy, again this one, again I'm going to use just this one. There's no need for me to type again. Shipping policy again is going to like include just be the text field, and then the return policy. In fact, let me just also duplicate, because we shall also implement the like the shipping policy, the shipping, and also the refund policy. So let me add here return, like for example the item is not what the user expected, so you should have like these policies. It helps a lot to avoid issues in the future, perhaps once the user has destroyed a package or stuff like that. Now another thing that I can have, let me just close this one at the moment, and then perhaps let me minimize so that we can see what we are writing here. So the other thing that I'm going to include here is the category. Category is going to be class category. Category is going to like inherit again the models dot model. Remember, whenever we have to these properties here, it means that you are inheriting the models class from the models package. You remember Django already has these things automatically built in, so that you don't have like to write everything from scratch. So we are just inheriting. So here for models, we are going to now for category. So category, it can have the name again. I'm going to use models dot, this one is going to be character field, and then for this one I'm going to like limit it to max underscore length. Again, the spellings of the length usually disturb me, so this one I'm going to give it 100. 100, and then the category can also have what? The category can have slang. Let me have slang Slack. This again is going to be models dot slug field. Yeah, this one should be slug field, and then at the max length, max length max length, I'm going to give it 100, and we can also use the unique, because we don't want like a situation where the the category they are they are the same. Like for example, if it's used, that category is used, we can't have another instance of the same. So I'm going to make it unique. I'm going to give it a boolean of true, which means that it will only accept unique unique categories for the slug. And then parent, so let me just have parent, so that you can have the main category and then a subcategory. So parent, I'm going to use models dot foreign key. I'll use the foreign key. Now whenever you're using the foreign key, it means that you have a primary key, like you can relate to something. For instance, let's say my name is Nehemiah, and I've ordered a package, like for example I've ordered a TV. So for example, they want to access the one who purchased the TV, they're going to look on the orders table, and then it will have the foreign key which specify the one who purchased the key. So whenever you use my name inside that table for orders, it means that it is now the foreign key, but I myself, for example, the person table is going to be the primary key. So the foreign key, it means that it's going to inherit, so it will be self, going to be self, is going to inherit there, and then on delete, on underscore delete. When that category is deleted, it means that also this one should be deleted. So on delete models dot cascade. Then again I'm going to give it null. You can not actually, yeah, let me just specify null to be true. You can choose to leave failing to add the parent, null true, and then a blank also, blank again I'm going to give it true, and then related name, related underscore name, I'm going to give it subcategories, categories, and then so now for this one I'm going to write the string representation of this object. So I'm going to say div str. I also think that also other models I should be doing that. So, but first of all, let me try to str self. So the for example, in your table, instead of writing object 1, object 2, object 3, and so forth, it will be using the name of the object instead of the category. So I think let me this one use what? Let me use the string representation. So it's going to return only self dot name. So it's going to return the name of the object instead. I also think that I should have added these other ones too, like the rest of. But let me add in also all, and then we shall see if we shall also include the string representation of these objects or not. So like now, the other thing after the category, we can have now the product itself. So class product, class product, product single product. So let me say model dot again model. Just model. Models. No, it should be models dot model. Model dot model. So again, this one is going to, for vendor. Let's begin now. The vendor is going to like so for vendor, this one is going to inherit. So for vendor is going to again be models dot, it's going to be foreign key, right? Because I want it to like inherit, to relate to now the original vendor. I want to link the product with the vendor, so we are using the foreign key. And then now I said that we are linking it. Now the one that we are linking is the vendor, and then on delete, on underscore delete. I wanted to have things for auto completion, but it's just fine. On delete, again I'm going to give it models dot cascade. In a situation where you delete that vendor, then automatically it will also delete this one. So now again related name, related underscore name should be products. Products, and then any other thing that we can have for product, let it have the category. I want to use because we already have that category class. So let me use small category in small, and then here I'm going to, it's going to again to have the foreign key. So going to be foreign key because I want it to inherit. No, it should be foreign key. Foreign key. Foreign key, and what? So which one is it going to inherit? So it's going to inherit the table. The table that is going to inherit is category table. Category table. Again, when you delete that like category, what will it happen? So on delete, on underscore delete, let's implement it. So on delete, going to be model a model should be models, yeah, models dot cascade. I don't know why I am cascade. A models dot cascade, then a related name, related underscore name should be products, and then the other thing that we can have is the name of the product name. The name is going to be models. So this one is going to just be a normal character field. Is going to be a character field, and then at the max length underscore length. Again, I have issues with the length. Length. I think this is the spelling for length. Length. I think this is the spelling for length. Let me just assume so. Length, I'm going to assign here to 100. 100, yeah. I believe that's the spelling for the length. If you have a correct name, you can let me know in the comment section, so that in future I may not struggle to type. So also the product can have also the slug. Slug is going to be models. Models, like the slug, this like that thing that is added at the URL. For example, let's say my domain is name tech. Now the slug, for example, if it is a TV, so the slug will be there /TV. That thing there that at the URL, that part is what we call the slug. So models, so slug is going to be slug field. A slug field, and then a max length we can specify. Again, max underscore length. I'm assuming that's the correct spelling. I'm going to give it 100. Max length. I'm giving it 100. And then on the slug field also we can make it unique. I'm going to assign here to a true value, which means that it should be only unique. And then also the other thing that we can include in the product is the product description. So description. I think this is spelling for description. Again, I'm going to assign here to the models text field. This one can be just a normal text field. And then for price, product price, let me say price. Price can be models. Now, because price can, for example, if you are using the US dollar, you can see you can note that even those decimal usually have significance. So in that case, I think let me just use the decimal field so that it can allow decimal field here. Let it have the decimal field so that you can allow also the the decimal. So max it should be max digit. By the way, guys, you can always find the documentation here. Just go to Django. For me, I already have some backgrounds. That's why I'm just typing Django Models. Django Models field here, this one. And then you'll get the documentation here. You can see this is the official Django documentation, and then the model field reference. And then you're going to have like access to everything, in details. For example, for year and stuff like that, there are many things that you can check on the same. So it is there in case you have issues. For instance, you are stuck about something, you can always find the documentation here. But now because for me I already have some skills on this one, you can see also for character field there's also an example on how you can use it and stuff like that. So I'm going to, you can see even they use max length. Oh, this is the spelling max length. So guys, it's here, but because for me I already know it, so I'm going to just so max digit, let me give it something like 10. I don't think there's a number that can have more than 10 digits. So, and then also so the decimal, let me also include the decimal. Alright, can I have can we have product that can have more than 10 digits? Alright, let me just include, let me just even make 100. Perhaps someone will be selling something that is worth the millions of or at millions of dollars. So let me just say decimal places, decimal underscore places. I can give 2 so that it can only allow 2 decimal places, and then also the stock of the product. How many are remaining for a particular vendor? For example, you are a vendor, you have several products, same products, so I want it to like a list how many of them are they remaining. So I'll use stock once you purchase, so that you can see availability of that product. So stock is going to be models dot we shall implement in the Viewsets, don't worry. This one is going to be like a positive integer field. It should be positive integer field here. Here it is, positive integer field. And then also, what else can we include in the product? The image, yeah, but the image of the product. Image is sometimes good to show the image so that people can also see the kind of product they are purchasing. So models dot what? So this one is going to be the image field. Yeah, here it is. It's going to be the image field, and then the upload it to like the path it will be like a product. You can always see that you have what? Let me see. Like when you write something, an argument here, it will list like for you something that you are going to, like let's say upload underscore to. When you just, I don't know how, there's how you can like it will display you the kind of method that should be like the argument that should be there, the keyword or a keyword argument that should be used there. So let me just say product, a product. So it's going to be like uploaded in the products, products. And then also we should have like at the time that it was posted. So let's say created underscore at, so that you can capture the time that the product was uploaded or created. So models dot we are using what? Date time field, right? Date time field. So it's going to use auto underscore now auto underscore now add, it will be true, so that it can capture the current time. Now for updated art, for the updated art, I'll use this one. So let me say updated. For example, you updated that product, you should also capture updated art. So now on this one, it's going to like use just auto now. So this one is going to use the auto now. Again, I'm going to assign here to a true value, and then we can have the string representation of this object. So let me say div. Again, let me just copy here. Yeah, so again, it's going to return the name. So the other thing that we can include is also the orders. So the order. So for order, so class order. For example, you've made an order on a particular product. So let me say models.model is going to inherit the class there, model. model dot. So for order is going to like have the customer who made the order, customer. So for the customer, the first field will be the it's going to like show the relationship. It's going to like identify who the customer is. So it's going to inherit like the users property. There's going to be like a relationship there. So it's going to be models dot, again I'm using the foreign key, and then this one will be user. It's going to like inherit. It's going to like show a relationship. It's going to use the relationship from the user, and then on delete, on underscore. I don't know why there's no shortcut for that. On delete, I'm going to say models dot models dot cascade like that. Again, related name here, a related underscore name. Related underscore name you have to specify again. This one is going to be orders. Yeah, orders, I think it's fine. Also, another thing that that an order can have is the product. The product that now it can have several products. So let me just call it products. You can make several products. So let me say products. Now for products is going to, the relationship there is not going to be like at the foreign, it's going to be many to many because you can have several. So products I'm going to assign here to models dot. So this one is going to be many to many field, which means that it will allow like many of the same many of the same product. So many to many field, but it's going to product, so the one that's getting the relationship is the product. Yeah, product, and then so it's product is going to be product, but through what? So I'm going to use this through, this shortcut for this one, through order item. So here I'm going to specify order item, and then total price, total underscore price is going to be models dot. This one is going to be to have the decimal field. Yeah, should have the decimal field, and then we should have let me just use this one. So the max digits can be something like 10, 100, and then the decimal can be 2, decimal, like to have decimal of 2, and then also it should have like the shipping address, right? So we can have shipping underscore address. For shipping address is going to be models dot text field. This one I'm going to just use the text field for the address, and then let it have these also. These are created at, the order was made at what time. So created at, and then it's going to have the same the same things. So now I need to create this one, order item. So class order item. So this This one, these are what? These are products. It's going to be many to many fields product through this one. So it's going to like pass through this the item. So it's going to be like model model here with model and then no, it should be models. I don't know why I have issues with the spelling. It's models. And then here is going to be order item is going to be order models dot foreign key. So it's going to track the user foreign what key. Where is the foreign key this time? Should be foreign key. Yeah, foreign key. Here it is. Foreign key, and then it's going to like track like it's going to like a check on order and then on delete on underscore delete is going to be models dot cascade model dot cascade, then a related name the related name I'm going to use what I'm going to use items is fine. And then what else can we have there? Product now, the single product now is going to be models dot so this one is going to be a foreign key, right? Should be foreign key because it should track the product. So it should be product, right? Product. Yeah, should product, and also on delete on underscore delete is going to on delete is going to so you can see many to many column. So the product on delete should be models dot cascade. Models dot cascade. Also, the order item can have the quantity. The quantity, I can say models dot positive integer field. So default is going to be like a 1. Default, this is a spelling. I'm going to give it 1 by default. And then another table that we can have, or another model that we can have, is the cat. Now let's now create the cat. So class cat. So for the cat can be models dot model. So for the model is going to like you can have like the user is going to like a reference to the user. So user, there's going to be some relationship, so I'm going to use the foreign key. So models dot foreign key, the foreign key, and then it's going to like use the relationship with the user and the user model or a user table, and then on delete on. Can I just have this thing? So on delete cascade, then a related name. A related name is going to be cat. It's going to be cat. Then null should be what for user? Yeah, null can be true. Yeah, null can be true. In case we implement like guests, let's use true. Yeah, let me just use true. Null can is accepted. Then blank also can be accepted. So blank, blank, true, because I want to like allow the guest checkout. I might allow the guest checkout. So let it be that way. Then the session ID also we can have that. Session underscore ID. Session ID is going to be models. Models dot this one is going to be like just character field. The character field, then max length, max underscore length. I usually have issues with the length. th max length, I'm going to give it 100. Then a null, I'm going to give it true. And then a blank also true. And then what else? Items in the cart, right? So we should have also the item. So item can be models dot this one should be many to many, because these are items you can have several, so it's going to be many to many, but it's going to like inherit this product table from the product table, through. Yeah, this is what you have to, I talked about this one earlier. You can always, when you begin to type it, like a list for you what you're supposed to add in there. So through, you're going to like go through what the I'll create another one for cart item, the cart item. So which means that now the single item, how many of that single item are there. So it's going to like go through the cart item. So that this is where we shall specify the properties for a single one. And then so also we should have these created at and updated at. And then so now let's create now the one for so let's create one for the cart item now, because I've just defined it here. Let me just duplicate this one. So this one is going to be cart item, and then so for cart, this one I'll call it cart. This one is going to again to be foreign key, and then so now here is going to be user, is going to be cart, right? Should be cart. And then on delete cascade it's fine. Then related name should be items. There's no need for the rest. And then what else should I? Okay, I think the rest I'll have to like type. Let me just delete this one so that it cannot. So product now. Product is going to be models dot foreign key. And then is going to like Let me copy this stuff so that I cannot type it again. So it's going to like use the table, the product table, and then on delete it should also affect this one, and then quantity. Do I have quantity somewhere? So let me just use this one instead of typing from scratch again. So quantity is going to be 1, and then now let's define now the table for the shipping, or a shipment table. So class shipping, and guys, you see that for class name I'm using the Pascal case naming convention. Be sure to use it this way, because when you go to the Python proposed Python exceptional proposal, they recommend this way. Like for class name, you define it in the Pascal case naming convention. For variables, you can use the snake case, or just name itself. And then there's also how you can define the the functions and stuff like that. So shipping, there's no harm when you use your way, but it's just a good practice. So models dot model. So on this one should have name. Let me see if I can get something like that. Let me just type name is going to be models dot character field. Character field. So name of the shipment. So character field should be max length. Again, the length. Well, max length 100 characters, and then a description. What's the spelling for this description? I'm going to assign here to models. Models dot text field. Then also we can have the ratings. So rate to write the shipment of that vendor. So it's going to be like models dot, I'll use the decimal field, decimal field, max underscore digit. Max underscore digit. Should I write it somewhere so that I can use it as a variable instead of me typing these things that usually? But because I'm near finish, let me just proceed. Max digit, let me just give it 10, and then decimal places, decimal underscore places, I'll use 2. I think this is enough for what? For shipping. Now let's now create one for the payment, the table for payments. So class will be payment. Now for the payment, again, is going to inherit models dot model, and then so it's going to like first of all have the order. So for order, for order, I think I can just use this one. Let me just copy this stuff, and then I'm going to modify instead of me typing again. I hate repeating things. So it's going to be foreign key, but now this one is going to be cut order. order table, then on delete cascade. So related items, related name can be payment, right? Payment, payments, right? So this is fine. Payments, and then method of payment. So let me use method models dot, this one is going to be character field, and then a max length can be max underscore length. Again, length can be max length. Let me use 100 because you can have Mpesa, you can have PayPal, you can have any other. We shall talk about that one. Then amount paid, amount is going to be like models dot, this one is going to be decimal field because it's amount, decimal field. Then max length, no, it should be max digit, it's this one. Max digit, it's fine. Then transaction ID. So transaction ID, we shall implement this one, transaction underscore ID. A transaction ID, I'm going to assign it to models dot character field. For this one, let me just give it a max length of 100. So max underscore length. I'm going to give it let me give it 100, and then created at. Now because payment can't be, this one will just use the created at, so that you can't update the payment once it's done. So how to add now, that's fine. And then also perhaps you can have some discounts for a particular product. So let's add in the coupon. So class coupon, and then this one is going to be models dot model dot model dot model, and then this is the coupon, right? So coupon is going to have code. So for the code, there is models dot character field, max length. Where is it? Max length. I thought there's somewhere where I could have just copied everything. Max length. Then also this one should be unique for the code, so I'll use unique. Unique, I'll give it a true value. Unique, I'll give it a true value and true boolean. And then a discount you can specify. Discount, what is the spelling for discount? Discount. I'm going to assign here to the decimal field. So where decimal field, here it is. Decimal field, I think. So for discount, let it be 10, there's no harm. And then but let's add in that one for valid valid when, valid from, let me say valid underscore from. I'll assign here to models dot date time field. So you can specify the date time by yourself, then a valid to. So this is the time where it's going to like a valid from, then a to, then I can specify, you can use the same properties here. So coupon is fine, and then what else can we have? Yeah, we can have also the review. We can have the review. So let's have the review. So class, I'm going to call it a review models dot model. So product, can I have that product? Let me just copy this one. So so for product, so product is going to be, so it's going to inherit like to relate with the product table. Product, yeah, product, and then on delete is going to be affected as well, and then related name can be reviews. Reviews, I think this is the spelling, reviews. And then customer, I can also have another one for the customer that you are doing the review. You can review the product, you can review the customer. So review should be, now this one should be customer. So for the customer, is going to use to be the user, and then related name again can be reviews as well, the way it is just like that. And then we can have also the rating. So rating, let me assign here to models. Rating is going to be models dot positive integer dot positive. Yeah, positive integer field. And then also we can have on the reviews, again we can have the comment. Now for the comment is going to be text field models. So models dot text field, and then created at, let me just copy those things. Yeah, these ones instead of typing again. Yeah, I think that can be fine for that one. Also, we can have another table for the wish list. So class, so that you can add it to your favorite. So let me say wish list, the one that I wish you could have bought, or maybe your favorite, but you don't have the money at the moment. So you can add in there models dot model. So this one is going to be, the user is going to track the user. User is going to be foreign key. I could have just even, let me copy everything here so that I can just, so it's going to be user now. User, then on delete is going to be affected as well, and then related name should be notifications. Not notification. I'm going to create also another table for notification, but this one should be wish list. And then also we can have the product. Should be many to many product. Like let me just type product. You can have as many items in your wish list, so products is going to be many to many. So models dot many to many, so it's going to relate with the product that you are interested in, and then a related name should be wish list, right? Should be wish lists. Wish list, I think that's fine, and that can be enough for a wish list. There's no need to add a lot. And then also we can have the notification model. So class notification. You might also want to notify people about the products. You don't want like whenever they are interested in something, you just leave them that they go. You can do a follow-up on them. So models dot model, so that you can notify users. So it's going to be user again. Let me just copy this one. User, but now this one is going to be models foreign key user. On delete is going to be affected, but now here is going to be notifications, right? Notifications, I guess, yeah. And then the message. So this is the user, and then a message. Message is going to be models dot text field. Models dot text field, and then we can also have the created art. What is that? Created art. Let me just type there created art. Created it's here. Let me just copy. So created art, I'm going to use that one, and then perhaps also you might also want to create another one for the blogs. Want to create everything at a go, so that when we go to something else we don't come back here. So let me create also another one for blog. So it's going to be models dot model. Now on this one, okay, so it should be class, class blog. Now for this one should have a title. Models dot so this one is going to be just a character field, and then a max length for the title can be max length. Let me give it 200 this time. This is not bad. And then you should also have the slug. Let me find the slug so that instead of typing again, I can just paste there. And there are many, but we are finishing, guys, on this one. So so this one I can give it 200, because sometimes, for example, you've written 100 characters, you might want also those to have the like a 200 characters, so it's fine to be like identical the number of characters. And then the other thing that we can have there is the content itself. So for content should be models dot a text field. This one should be text field so that you don't have the limitation, and also you can have the author of the article. So this one is going to be this one. Let me copy this because I'm using this one foreign key. So it's going to be user on delete cascade. Then here the related name can be blog underscore posts. It's not bad that way. And then created art, and then updated art, you can just copy here. Now we can also have the one for the contact page. So for the contact, let's say class contact is going to be models dot model and then is going to have the name, the field for name, models dot a character field. Now whenever you use this one, you have to specify the max underscore length. So that's the name, and then now we can have the email will be models dot email field. And also we can have the message itself. So the message field will be models dot text field. Dot text field. And then we can also have the created art. Now because this one you are just sending the form once, you can't update, so we should also just have this created art. So this will be fine. And then also we'll need to have the class for FAQ. We can also have the FAQ for question and answer, so that it can be dynamic. So class FAQ, frequently asked question, so that whenever you do it in the backend, it will update there are the FAQs. So models dot model. So question will be, I'll use just the text field. So models dot text field. I'll just duplicate and have one for answers. Answer, or let me just say answer. And then we can also have for analytics, another table to show analytics. So class analytics, I think that's spelling analytics. Yeah. So models dot model, and we are going to have a table for sales to show the sales, so that you can track the sales as well. So models dot decimal field, right? So decimal field, so it can allow the decimal, and then so this one max digit. I don't know if there's somewhere where I can just copy. So again, let me just max underscore digit. Max underscore digit. I'm going to give it 10, and then decimal places, decimal what? Decimal underscore places. I'll give it 2. Traffic, let's also have another one for traffic. Traffic is going to be like models dot positive integer. This one should be positive integer field, and then we can also have the popular product. We can also have another one for popular product, popular product, so that we can recommend it to people. Products, a popular product, and then it will be models dot many to many. This should be many to many, because you can have many of them. Many to many. A popular product should be many to many. Then I should be related to the product. A product, and then also should be affected on delete. So on delete, cascade, and then no, because there's no, I don't want to to specify it, because you'll have to specify through. So let me just, because this one is going to track things, so I'm going to use just related name, related underscore name should be analytics, and then and then created at, you can have that one. Yeah, so it's fine. Then we can have another one for the configuration fields. We can also have another one for the configuration. So let me say class for configuration, models dot model. Models dot model, then a site name, site underscore name will be models dot character field. Character field, then a max length, max underscore length, I'll give it 100. Then at the site description, site underscore description, site description, all these stuffs I want it to be handled in the backend, completely at the backend. Site description, I'm going to say models dot this should be text field, and then we can also have the site logo, and we can add as many configuration as we want, but let me just use this site logo, and then I shall go to something else because of time. Remember, this is just for demonstration. You can implement your fully fledged system, including things that I don't have here. But in case you wish me to create another video that incorporate other things that you'll discover, let me know in the comment section. But here, let me just say models dot image field. So this should be image field, and then it's going to be upload to. You can find description about this stuff on upload to. So here I'm going to use let me say logos. We can add as many other configuration as we want, but I think it's also wise for me to add in another one for tags. Yeah, tags is quite important. Class, let me call it tags. Models dot model, and then name should be models dot character field, max underscore length. Max underscore length, I'm going to give it let me give it 100. And then for tags also you can have the rate. Should I do I have rate in somewhere? Rate so that I can just copy there. There's no rate. I thought I had written somewhere rate. If there's no one, then I'll have to just type it manually. It's now a long process. I could have even finished, but I know I had written somewhere. Let me just type there's no harm. Rate. Let me give it models dot decimal field. So max digits. I'm gonna give it 5 decimal. Places, it will be 2 as well, and then it will also have a field for country. Models dot character field. This should be character field. Max length we can specify. In fact, I could have even copied this one. I don't know why I didn't have to do that earlier. And then a state. Let me duplicate this one, and then I'll change here to state, for instance. State, and then again it will be 100, but now this one you can choose to leave let's say null because there's no need. Now let me give it true so that you can allow empty, and then also blank also let it allow true. We are near finish, so let's work on the let me copy this one. I want to have one for the subscription. I want this system to become a complete one, so this one I'll say subscription, and also we have to create the the serializers for them. Hey, it's work, but it's just worth it. So let me so it should have the email. Let me remove this one. We can just check the it will only have the email, then email field, unique. Let's use unique. Unique true. And then for this one should be subscribed at. Subscribed at, and then should be that one. Then I think lastly we need also to implement on the refund policy. I think that should be the last one. I promise this is the last model that we are creating, the table that we are creating. So class refund should be models dot model dot model, and then now we can have what is the foreign key stuff. Yeah, let me just copy this line. Refund, because it's going to like attract the order that I want to do the refund. So order so this one should be relating to order, and then on delete should be affected as well, and then let me call it related name should be refunds. And then also you can have the reason. A reason for the refund should be models dot text field. And then another thing it can be amount that you want to be refunded. Amount should be decimal field. Can I have something there? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, decimal field, and then yeah, this is fine. And then also we can have the status. Where's character field? Where can I get the character field? Let me just copy this one. So for this one should be status. Status in like you can decide it to say the state. Let's just use the status here. And then for test status is going to be character field as well. And then if it's and then requested at you should also track time at, then it's going to be models dot date time field auto underscore now underscore add should be true. So this section, like you don't have to to specify the time, the current time. It's going to to be added automatically, the current time. So and then processed at let me say processed at, and then datetime field, and then this one should be this one you should specify by yourself. So it should be null. It should also allow null. I'm going to give it true, so that in case you haven't processed, it can be blank. Also blank can be also true. Yeah, so guys, we are done with the models. The next thing we need now to create now the serializers, because we are using the external application for the for front end. and these are tables in rows and columns. So we need to convert it to JSON like document so that we can retrieve information from it quite easily. So we are going to create the serializers. Serializer is like you are going to convert this table so that it can be in the JSON file format, and we'll be able to retrieve it quite easily. So I'm going to create another file. I'm going to create another file that can be called serializers. Serializers. Is it the spelling serializers.py? Now in the serializers, I'm going to first of all import the. Now I need to install the REST framework. So I told you that I'll be using the shortcut, but I'm forced to use the long way so that I can familiarize. So this way, let me just use. So here I'm going to say what? Let me say a pip install should be, and then pip install Django REST framework, and then once it's done, then we can copy this one to the list of installed applications. Let me wait for it. I don't know why it's taking time to load. Go to the project settings. So once it has completed installing, then you can add it here to the list of installed application. So let me wait for it to install, then I shall proceed. Yeah, and so guys, I see it has completed. So I think now I can clear this terminal here. Then I'll go to my serializers, and then I'll try to work on this one. So the first thing that we want to do is to import the REST framework, because these serializers are from REST framework. So let me say from REST framework, import serializers. And then again, the other thing that I want to do is to import the models that we just created from the current directory. We use the dot to define the current directory, or the folder that contains this package. Import from current directory, then models file. Import I want to use a list. Basically, I have just typed here the models that I've used in this project breakdown, so that I may not struggle a lot to type. So these are the models that I've just used. So instead of typing a lot, I had just typed earlier so that I can just copy and paste here. So I think these are the models. So let me it says vendor is not accessible. Let me let me try to find where the vendor is, because I thought I had wrote the models for the vendor. Let me just find where the vendor is. It should be here. Vendor is here. Because sorry, let me close this one. The serializer vendor should be there. Yeah, I think maybe the spelling was the issue. So I guess everything is included here. I've imported all the models. Then I can now begin to create the serializers. Serializers, as I told you earlier, this you're converting the table so that it can be in the JSON or XML format, but mostly XML format. So so the first one, let me use class again, user serializer. user serializer, and then it's going to like inherit model serializer from serializers, from the serializers in the REST framework dot model model serializer, and then so class should be meta, class should be meta, and then the model that is going to be used for this serializer is going to be the user. So model is going to be user, and then the fields is going to be all fields. I want it to inherit like all the fields, and so I think what I'll do, let me just be duplicating, and then so that it may be easier for me, so that I can just duplicate at least some space there. Then this one should be now for vendor. This should be vendor. Okay, so basically I think I'm the one who wrote the vendor spelling wrong. I think I'm the one who wrote vendor wrong. Should be vendor with O. Sorry, with O. I wrote it in a wrong way. So it should be now vendor. Yeah, so I think it's now clear. And then the other thing that I can let me find a way on how I can just do it. And there's a way I want like to just, so for the other one is category in the list. So let me just duplicate this one. So it should be Shift Alt then down key. So this should be for this should be for category. Category. Yeah, category. Yeah, it's fine. Then the other one should be product. Yeah, product. Let me hope. Yeah, it is product. Product serializer, and then the other now for product, I think I should have included some other things, because it shouldn't be like all. So let me just define category. I'm going to use a category serializer. From REST framework. Want to convert it to like so that this can only be like seen, can be read only. So read underscore only should be true. So basically the vendor should access everything or see everything, but now in the product for category can only be seen. And then also the other thing that also for a vendor, So vendor, you can see the vendor. So vendor is going to be vendor serializer. A vendor serializer also should be the read only, and then and then the other one for review. Let me just check on the models for category. A product. Yeah. So it should be vendor category, and then yeah. So here on this one, on the review, let me give review. Reviews. Let me say review so that the product can display also the review. So it should also display serializers dot a string related field, and then many I'm going to assign here to true. Also should be read only. I'm going to assign here to true. I'm going to assign here to true, and then so we also have the order serializer. I hope things are clear now. There. So the other one should be order serializer. Let me see. Order, yeah. Yeah, order serializer. And so this one should be customer. Customer. Customer, I think that's a spelling. Customer should be user. User serializer and read only. Then our product. Products, the number of products, so it should be products. Should be just product. Yeah, product serializer. I think the error has disappeared. And then so it's going to be order. And then what else? Order item, I guess. Yeah, order item is the next one. I forgot this one because the field should always be all. Yeah, so order serializer, and then the other thing that I can have here is the, what did I say? I said that should be order item serializer, right? I think should be order item. Order item. I think that was the, Yeah, order item, and then the next one is cut. So this one, I think I don't need these stuffs because that is just an order. Let it just be the way it is. Yeah, order item, and then so for cut serializer, cut. So for cut items, I'm going to include here items. Items should be product serializers. Product serializer product serializer. Many I'm going to give it true, and then read underscore only also should be true. Cut serializer is fine. Then cut item serializer. So it should be cut item. Cut item serializer. So on this one is going to I don't need this one by the way. Cut item serializer. Then shipping is the next one. So for shipping, let me duplicate this one. Then for the shipping, I'm going to just change here to shipping. I think it is this way. Yeah, shipping. The error has disappeared, which means that it's fine. Then another one is what? Payment. So for payment, I'm going to just change here to payment. Yeah, payment is fine. Then the other one is what? Coupon. Yeah, coupon. Yeah, coupon serialize, and then review. I think it should be a review. Review serializer. Yeah. Review. Review serializer. But now for review, let me include customer. Customer I'm going to give it customer. I'm going to like user serializer. User serializer. They are going just to read only. Read underscore only. I'm going to assign here to true so that they can only read. And then the wish list. A wish list should be our product and then here should be product serializer. So on product serializers, when you are on the wish list, you can just read only, but also it also allow many. Many should be true. Yeah, many true. That is for the wish list. And then what else? Notifications. So for notification serializer, it's just direct. This one should be notification. Notification serializer. Yeah, notification. And then let me check, the other one is blog. So for blog should be blog serializer. Blog serializer. Also the author should also display the order. Should be user. For a user serializer should be read only. User serializer will be read only. Read underscore only. Read underscore only should be true. Let me check another one. Conduct. For conduct serializer, this is just direct. Let me just change it to conduct. So for conduct is done. And then what else? FAQ. Then the other one is analytics. So let's begin with the FAQ. For FAQ, just direct. FAQ serializer. And then FAQ. And then the other one is towards analytics, right? I guess analytics. So, but on analytics, should display. So let me first of all change here to analytics. Yeah, analytics. And then here I'm going to use popular underscore products. Popular products. Product serializer is going to be many. True, and then read only. Read only also is going to be true. The other one is configuration. Configuration. Now on configuration, I don't need this one. What else? tags, they are near finish. Yeah, tags serializer. So for tags there's no much information, and then the other one I think it was subscription, so that I may be sure I've imported everything. Yeah, subscription. So for subscription also, this one is just direct, there's no subscription. Yeah, subscription is fine. Then lastly I think it's refund. Yeah, refund. So this one should be refund. So for the refund order, order for an order serializer, I'm going to make it read only, read underscore only to be true. Read only to be true. So I think on the serializers I'm done. The next thing I see, there's an error, something is underlined, or this part of the vendor. Let me select all the instances of the vendor. So here should be vendor with O. Vendor. Yeah, the error has disappeared. Also here should be vendor. Let me check now where there's that vendor. You know, once you do a mistake on the spellings, then things won't work very well. Vendor. Yeah, I think everything is good. So I'm done with the serializers, and also now the other thing that I can include is the views, the view set. I want to create now the view set. So again, I'm going to import. No, I don't need this one. I'm going to import from REST framework. From REST framework import. I'm going to import now view set because I'm using now the view set. So view sets, and then from the current directory and in the models files, I want to import. Now I had already also written those models earlier here. Let me just copy, and then I'm going to paste. Sorry. So these are the models. So these are the models, and then also I need to import those serializers. Also I had written somewhere serializers are here. So the views again from dot serializers import. I had already written so that I may not waste my time to retype it again. So I'm going to use now these models in these serializers so that I can I can just make it easier. So let's begin. The first one should be for class, of course. So class should be user. I use a view set. User view set, and this one is going to inherit classes from view set. View sets dot model view set. And then query set is going to be user model dot objects dot all. Dot all. Then a serializer class. Serializers class is going to be user serializer. User serializer. So I think the rest I'm going to just be duplicating so that I make my work easier. So the second one is for vendor. So yeah, vendor. Vendor, I think it's fine. The other one should be category. Category is fine. And then the other one should be product view sets. Should be product, right? Did I say product? Product. Product serializer. So product. Product. Then the other one should be order serializers, from order serializers. So on the order, I think I should just say order. And then the other one should be order item. Order item. And then let's see. The other one is cut, from cut. Cut. But then I'm clicking on Ctrl+D to select multiple items. So if I want to duplicate, it is Shift, Alt, and then down key on Windows. And then to select multiple, you just select, you highlight the item that you want to select. And then so this is cut item. I should have begun with the cut. Right, let me just check. Cut item, I forgot. I should have begun. Let me try. I want to be like a orderly. Alright, this is fine. Let me just, instead of so I just select one, then I'll click on Ctrl+D to select multiple, and then you can delete. So this way I think it's fine now. So the other one is shipping. Shipping, I guess. Shipping. Then I think the other one is payment serializer. payment serializer. There are quite a number. And then the other one is coupon. Coupon, and then a review. Then another one is wish list. There are many. Wish list, and then the next one, let me check. Notification. Notification, serializer, and then after that we have the blog serializer. Blog serializer, and then we have contact serializer, and then FAQ. So this should be contact. The other one I had drawn. That one I think it was FAQ. Want to be catching too so that I may not scroll up several times. So it is FAQ. And then analytics, then a configuration. And analytics serializer, and then the other one was configuration. I still remember. Configuration. Configuration I think is fine. Then the other one is tax and a subscription. Tax, and then the other one was subscription, I remember. Subscription. Yeah. And then lastly, I guess is refund. Yeah. Oh, there are many. Refund. So I think the next thing I need to work on the endpoint. So let me go to the URLs and then I create the endpoints. So the Viewsets is going to be tricky to type these things because I had not written earlier. So let me go to the URLs. So I'm going to import first of all from Django.url, Django.urls, import paths, and also include also we are importing the REST framework. So from REST framework, import routers, so that we may create the endpoint. Then here I'm going to import also the views. So from current directory views, import now. What I'm going to do, let me just copy these things. Let me copy this stuff. Whoa. So I'm going to paste this thing here, but now I'm going to change all the instances of the serializers to Viewset. I think this is easier. So it's going to be Viewset. Viewset. Yeah, I think it's fine. Then now I think we can now define the router for the endpoint. So router, I'm going to assign it to routers dot default router a method. Then so now router that variable dot register dot register. So first of all r, so the first one should be users the endpoint, then comma, then Viewset. Now user should be user Viewset. I think what I'll do, let me try to duplicate. Let me make them many so that I may be just changing. The names. So from users to, I think the second one is vendor. Also here vendor. And then the other one is category. Categories. Should be categories, category view set. Then the other one is products. Yeah. Product view set. The other one is what is order. So it will be orders. So these are URLs. Those are paths for the API endpoints. So this should be order. Should be order view set. and then the other one should be order items. So the URL they are in hyphen order items for it to work effectively. So order items is going to be order item view set. So it should be order item view set. Then our cards will be should be cards, and then cart view set. Yeah, cart view set. Then cart items dash items. Cart items view set, and then the other thing is shippings. Let me call it shippings. Shippings should be shipping view set, and then payment should be payments. Payment should be payments. Payment view set, and then what else? Coupon. Coupons should be coupons view set. Coupon view set, and then review. Reviews should be review view set. Review view set, like that, and then what else? Wish lists. A wish list. What's the spelling for wish list? Hey, how did I wrote there? Oh, wish list. Yeah, it's fine. Wish list view set, and then the other one should be notifications. Notifications should be notifications view set. Notification view set, and then another one is blogs. Is it blogs? Yeah, blogs. Blog view set. Then the other one is contacts. Contacts should be contact view set. Contact view set. Then FAQs. They are too much. FAQs should be FAQ. FAQ view set. Analytics. Analytics view set. Then configuration. configurations should be configuration view set. Configuration view set, and then tax and a subscription around 3 or so. Taxes. So for tax will be taxes. Task view set, tax. And then subscriptions. Subscriptions. So this should be subscription. Subscription view set, and then lastly, I think it's refund. Refunds. Refund view set. Let me check if all of them, all of them are included. So for the patterns, we can use the API. So URL patterns. URL patterns, I'm going to say path. So all these stuff is going to be in the path in the API. API, so that you may access those endpoints, these 8 points. So API, and then I'm going to use the include. Sorry, you separate parameters with the comma first of all, then include. Then here we are going to include from the router model, router .urls, and you can also add in the comma there at the end, so that everything can be good. So I think everything is fine, and then we can test the the APIs if they are fully configured. First of all, we haven't even migrated the module, these modules, so we need to migrate so that Django may be aware of these changes, because we've just created the tables, but Django is not aware about these tables. So I'm going to say Python manage. We're using the virtual environment, a virtual command line interface, manage.py, make migration. So this is to make Django listen to these changes. We are not migrating, but just to make it aware or be alert that there are new tables which you want to include it in the project. So this, you are not migrating, but you are making it listen to these changes before you migrate. So Python manage.py make migration. So let me hit enter. Yeah, there's an issue. Max digit. Max digits on the model's decimal field price in the product. So basically in the product, let me check the product. Should be max digit, should be digits, max digit. Max digits, I don't know if there's also another place. You know, it is sensitive to spellings. In case you miss any spellings, then also there's also another one, max digits on this one. This one is also on order. Let me find where order is, max digit. Yeah, what I do, let me just, I think, copy all the instances Oh, almost all of them. I didn't like include the max digits. Should be digits. Again, let's see if we'll get another error. What is this error about? Core or URLs, no module name, or should be URLs also. In the project's URL, it should be URLs, not URLs, because on the core, it is URLs. So again, let me try to. Now, this is the goodness of Django. It has like this powerful debugging systems. So let me try to run pip install pillow pillow, and then also let me include it here. Where is it, that document? So let me give it some seconds so that it can install these modules here. So guys, I saw the reason is why it wasn't installing. I think I should include also Django, because I've just checked here in the documentation. It is a pip install Django pillow. So let me just install it. And this is a team from Meta. Why? I don't know how it is. Let me get there at the top. Pip install Django pillow. Where is the settings? Settings.py. Let me add it here at the bottom. I need to have imported OS. Import OS. So here I think it's going to be what? It's going to be front end. Let me just call it front end / / and then a build, then media. I think that should be the part. And then let me I don't know what's the issue. Let me try to rerun again and see if it has resolved or not. Let me try to see. I know it should be now to make migration. Let me see if it will still throw the errors. So the issue is with the cut item. Should I change it to item? Let me try item and see if it will work out. Yeah, so this time it has accepted. So I think now Django is aware, so it is listening. So let's migrate. So it is the same command, but now we are using migrate. Then let me run. Yeah, so it has done the migration here. So the next thing, I think let me create first of all the super user. So it's the same command, but I'm going to change here to create super user so that I can see the admin. So the name, let me call it name tag. Email address I'll bypass. Password, let me add in my password. And then let me run the server. The run the server is python manage.py run server. So to access the admin dashboard, it is this path, but now you are targeting the admin. So you go to the admin because that's what is defined in the Django admin. So let me log in. I think my logins were saved here. So I need to register those models here. I need to register those models here. So what I'll do, let me go to the admin. First of all, let me minimize these other things. So it's at the core, then to the admin. So again, I need to import the model. So import at let me say from let me just say from dot models import. Let me just check those models, the one that I use at the serializers. So the models. So import this stuff, and then I'm going to register. I think the command is let me say admin dot site dot register. I think this is the way. Then let me try with the user. Let me try to with the user, and then let me refresh first of all and see if it will work or not before I proceed. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. So let me check the fields. Yeah, so it's fine. Now let me just duplicate, and I'll be just changing to other names. 1 2 3. Let me make them many because they are too much. Vendor, category, product, order, item, item, cart, also cart item, and then shipping, payment, and then coupon. And then now we have review. Let me catch wishlist notification. Your wishlist notification. Then now we have blog contact. And then I think the other one is FAQ. Blog contact and then FAQ. Analytics configuration. Analytics configuration. Then a tax subscription. Then lastly I think it's refund. Sorry. Refund. Yeah, I think everything is now registered. Let me try to refresh. Okay, so basically I need to have restarted the server. Yeah, so basically they are listed here. So for example, let me add in the product. Where the products. So this one, it will need to have, you need to like create the, I need to have created the folder to handle the images, but because of those issues, let me just use something like cut. Yeah, cut, I think it's easier. User, I'm going to assign here to, let me create a user name. Let me use Nehemiah Wekesa. Email address, let me just use admin@nemtech.com, and then a password, let me add in my password, or let me just call it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then this one is going to be admin, is admin. Then let me save. So I should have used the string representation of this object, so that instead of object 1 will reflect the name. So I think to the models, instead of object 1, let me go to the users. Now here it should be name. Name is fine. Yeah, let me try to refresh and see. So now we have Nehemiah Wekesa instead of object 1. So this is fine. Session ID can be whichever name. Let me say nametech _1 or whichever name. Let me try to do something. Let me try to create something else. I don't know if it will work. Name. This is what? Contact name. Let me say Nehemiah Wekesa. Message hello. Oh, this is email address. Okay, so let me use admin@nemtech.com. Yeah, so this is fine. Let me check something else. So for APIs, you can go to the Postman. I'm using the Postman, so go to the Postman. When you are at the home, you can go to the to where you should go to workspace, create new workspaces. Then you can create new. You can choose blank, next, then add the name. Let me call it Ecommerce. Ecommerce is only me. Then you can create. So once you've created, you can do click here, and then add in the URL. Add in the URL path. Where is it? Postman, and then API. APIs. I think it was API. Let me check. Settings. URLs. Yeah, it is API. API, and then API. Let me try with products. Yeah, the status here is 200, which means that it's okay. Remember, it's an empty object there. Let me try with the cards. Which one have I created? Let me try contacts. Yeah, contacts is there. You can see it is fetching very well. So it means that everything should be working. So guys, the next thing I want us to set up the front end and also work on it. So is I want to do that because we are using React. The first thing that you want to do is to check if you have Node. If you do not have, you can install the latest version. Going to node.js, node.js.org, then a /download, or I just do node.js.org, then I go there, and then once you're there, you can download it here for your operating system. Then what you do after that is to now install the React application. So to install React, I'm going to use npx create a React app. I'm going to call it front end. So let me wait for it to install that application. As it does that, I can configure the settings here, the project, and the settings here. So I think last time I had pointed the media to the React application, but I think I should just point here. I should create a file here, the root, and create a file called a media instead of making it like rely on the the front end. Let it be just at the root. So I'm going to call it media like that. And then so here I'm going to change here to point to the media. Yeah, so it's going to be media. And then the other thing that I can do is to the other thing that I can do here is to like configure the now because this is a media, I don't need to have these codes. And then the other thing that I can do is to configure now the templating system, because by default it is usually created such that it works on the application. Let me minimize this section. It is always configured such that the templates can only be applied in the application, and it is in the HTML format. But we are using React. So here I'm going in this list, in this empty list, I'm going to include here os.path os.path.join then I'm going to pass here base dir, comma base dir, and then it's going to be front end, comma build, and then yeah, that one is fine. I think we will have settled that thing. So I think the next thing now I need to like configure the statics, how the statics should work. So basically for let me check on something. For static files, now I think for static files, let me go to the urls.py of the project. Then I can include the settings. So here let me say from django.config.conf import settings. Also, we can also import the URLs. So from django.conf.urls.static import static. So once I have that, then here I can include here plus plus static into settings dot media, because I will change where it should be. So it should be media media let me check on something. Media URL. In fact, let me just copy. Media URL, comma, and then now for document root, document underscore root, I'm going to assign here to settings dot media root. I think it was media root. For me, I'll just copy pasting, so that I realize that I have issues with typos. So that's why I just want to copy paste, so that I may not have any issues there. So I think it has installed everything here. And then the second thing now I can do is to let me first of all begin by let me first of all check. Let me CD to the front end and see, because now I'm at the root, and the front end, it is in another folder called the front end, so it won't work because I'm at the moment at the root. So let me CD, change directory to front end, and then should be npm run build. Yeah, this way I think it will work. So it's going to create a build folder inside this front end, for production. You can see it here. This build, this is the one that is going to be used for production. Also, it is doing that, I can create also another folder here to handle the component. So I'll just call it components. Yeah, components, and then I'm going to place the components here. But before that, I need to, because we are going to use a state management library in React called Redux. So I'm going to install the Redux package, and also the React Redux. So it should be npm install Redux, and also React Redux. So these are the one that I'm going to use for state management. The Redux state management. So I'm going to create a folder here for Redux. And then in this one, the first one that I'm going to create here, I'll call it store. Store.js. Basically, you can use JSX or JS. For me, I like working with the this JS. So here, now here I can create. Let me create here these components. Let me import. But there is a good practice to always a separate components, so for easier maintainability, and also to handle to manage things quite easily. So the first thing that I'm going to create from that Redux is React create store. The other thing I'm going to use is apply middleware. And then the other thing that I can include is combine reducer. reducer. So reducer, these are like functions to handle the states. Reducers, combine reducers from Redux. And then be sure always to terminate with a semicolon. It's not a must, but it's a good practice. And then the other thing that we are importing is I'm going to import tang from React Redux tang. Did I install that one? Let me try again and see. npm install Redux. So as it installs, I'm going to use this Redux tang here. Redux tang. This one, and then so basically I'm going to create components here. In fact, let me just create here components for these reducers. So I'm going to create here a component for category for categories reducers. Reducers .js. Also, I'm going to create another one for product reducers .js. Let me call it products because it's going to contain like all products reducers .js. So I'll work on these stuff later, but at the moment let me finish this stuff. I'm going to like import those stuff, but I'll work on it perhaps later. So basically what I'm going to do is to I'm going to import again these components. I see the create store was depreciated. I'm not sure. Let me just check. Cresto depreciated. Let me check. Cresto will continue to work indefinitely, but I will discourage use of Cresto or the original Redux package. Oh, it is depreciated. Let me just use it because it is depreciated, but I see there's no harm, you can continue to use it. So they discourage us to use it, but so I'm going to import here products reducer, product reducer from reducer. Let me create another folder here for reducers. Let me just create here another folder for this one. I'm going to create this one for reducers. So and then I'm going to push this one here to the reducers. Also this one, I'm going to push it also to the reducers. Yeah, so let me see the structure here. Reducers, and then a forward slash these ones. Then let me duplicate, not duplicating actually. The other one I'm going to use import. So this will be category. So let me just change. So the other one is products. Products. So these should be categories. And then the other one should be products. Products reducers. Yeah, product reducers. Then let's create this one. So for this one, basically we will implement everything there in a few, but at the moment let me just create this one. Const let me just say root reducer. Root reducer, I'm going to assign here to combine reducers, combined reducers, then it's going to be categories, categories, it will be categories reducers. And then for product, is going to be product okay. Always ensure that you terminate with a semicolon here, and actually a comma there, and then here I can add in a semicolon, and then so the other thing I can say is so let me say const store. I'm going to create. This is the one that I'll export. Create store. I'll check on the beta version that we recommend. Oh, configure store. Configure. I think they have given me the option. Configure store instead of create store. Yeah, so I should have used configure store, and then here I'm going to like here is going to be root. I'm going to pass here root reducer, comma, apply middleware, and then I'll pass in thank. Then I'm going to export this store. So export default store. Export default store, and then the other thing now I can work on the categories, category reducers now, because I've just mentioned but I didn't import. So here I'm going to say const initialize. Is this the spelling for initial? Let me just say initial state. Initial state, I'm going to assign here first of all to the empty object, like just default the way it was, and then The other one I'm going to say const categories reducer, category reducer, categories reducer. Let me assign here to state. I'm going to say initial state, then another one is action state, passing to an arrow function. So here switch is going to be I'm going to pass in action dot type, so case I'm going to give it set underscore categories return action dot payload. Should be payload like that. Terminate. Also the other one, let me say default is going to be I'm going to return state like that. And then I can as well export this one. I export default category reducer. Let me see if that's what I used to the other side, the category. Then what is remaining is and then so let me now work on the product reducers. And then for this one, let me just copy this one for product reducers. And then so initial state again is going to be this one, but now this one I'm going to change here to products reducer, and then products reducer, and then here, so this one I'm going to like change here to set products. Initial set action. It's fine. Action payload, yeah. So I think it's fine. Let me check here. Yeah, so the error has disappeared, so it's fine. I can now create the actions folder. These are in the Redux. Let me call it actions. Actions, I think it's fine. Now in this one, I'm going to say, for example, category actions, a file for categories action. Categories actions. Categories action.js or a JSX. And then I'm going to import Axios. to handle the HTTP request. So from import Axios, from Axios export. I'm here to find a shortcut where I can write these arrow functions, without typing everything from scratch. There's a shortcut for that, but I'm not sure. You can let me know in the comment section. Const, and here is going to be fetch categories. Fetch categories. Again, I'm going to use an arrow function. I'm not going to add in any argument there. Then this one I'm going to use async. I'll pass in dispatch and dispatch here. Is this the spelling for dispatch? Dispatch. So on this one, I'm going to implement the error handling. So I'll say try const const response response to await Axios dot get method. I'm going to use the get method. Then this one is going to be API and then categories like that. So so now for dispatch function calling, I'm going to say for the dispatch type I'm going to set type is going to be set underscore categories, comma, then a payload, the one that we defined the other time, payload giving it response dot data, and then let's terminate here. And now in the event there's an error, then we should catch. So let's say catch, and then the argument there is error. So it should be console.error, and then the error message should be error fetching categories, and the error itself. So I'll pass here the error. Be sure to terminate with the semicolon. Remember, always arguments are separated, or parameters are always separated with the comma, like that. Otherwise, it will have an error. And then, yeah, so let me terminate here. So it's just a good practice to do so. Now for the products, I'm going to write that actions. So on these actions, I'm going to create another file for products actions. product, should it be called products actions? Products actions. So here I'm just going to change here to category to products. Then here is going to be so here is going to be products, right? Should be products. Products, and here should be set products. Products. Here just change it to products. Products, yeah. So let me try to minimize these things. So at the front end as well, then to the CRC, and now I want to go to the components here. I want now to create now the real components for the project. So the first component that I'm going to create here is the home page. Let me say home page, homepage.js. No, I should use a Pascal case. Home page.js. So here I'm going to import several more packages. So import React, and then I'm going to use here the use effect. Use effect. Use effect from React. Let me try to import React. Also I should import React router DOM. React router DOM, React. I won't use here router DOM. I'll use it later in another component, React router DOM. So basically it should be installed, sorry. npm use effect from React. And then also I need to use import. So I'm going to import use these use states here. Use dispatch. And these are hooks. This dispatch. I use dispatch. Also use selector. Selector from React Redux, sorry. So be React Redux. So I should import those components. So let me say import, and then fetch categories. From Redux. From Redux, then actions. Wait, Redux actions. So let me try. Should be from /redux. And then in this Redux, where are the actions? Here, let me just add it here. That's going to like destroy the other things, but I'll check on that later. Let me for easier. So actions, then I'm going to add in here categories actions. So the other one is going to be for fetch products. Fetch products from the same path, but now this one is going to be product actions. Product actions. Then I'm going to let me create some components here. Let me minimize. And this component I'm going to import. I'm going to create some components of which I'll use it to like import it later. So I'm going to import here to create a component called a category. What can I call it? Category list. Category list.js. So that in our front end, in our homepage, we write few line of code. We don't like congest it with the many things. So again, then the other one I can add in for flash sales sell products. .js flash sell products.js, and then also I can create another one for top selling. Top products. .js top selling products.js, and then lastly, let me add in. I'll create another one. Of course, other components we shall add them later, but for front end, for home page, let me use another one. Let me say just category products.js or a JSX. So these components, I'm going to work on them in a few. But now let me go to the home page. By the way, I forgot some things. Reducers. Let me check reducers. It's fine. But there's something. Okay, let me check on the actions. Fetch products. Yeah, it's fine. Actions. Yeah, it's fine. There's something that I wanted to check, but it's fine. So let me go to the home page, and then so once I have this stuff, and then I can definitely import them. So the first thing that I'm going to import, say import category list. A list from should be component, right? Components components, then / category list here. Then another one can be import FlashSale products from components / FlashSale products. Another one can be import top selling products, top selling products from components top selling / top selling products. Then lastly import category products from the same components / category products. Yeah, this is fine. Then I think now our homepage should have few lines of code, because these other components I'm going to implement them in another file so that I can just be importing here in this homepage for easier maintainability. So here I'm going to define now the function. I'll use the arrow function. So const homepage. Const homepage, I'm going to assign here to this arrow function. So dispatch dispatch I'm going to pass in fetch categories, calling it to the fetch categories, and then let me close, and then also dispatch and dispatch. The other one is going to be fetch products, calling to the fetch products. Also let me terminate, and then now also I should have dispatch. Yeah, dispatch this way. Let me just create it, because I forgot to create the functions themselves. I forgot to define the variables. So I should have begun with the variable definitions here. So const and dispatch. I'm going to assign here I'm going to give it this hook, use dispatch. Use dispatch. I use dispatch, then const categories. This one I'm going to use selector. Use selector. Use selector. Then I'll pass in state. I'll call it with the state. Arrow function state dot categories. set.categories. Let me wrap everything here inside this one. Yeah, this way. And then another one should be for products. Const products. I'll use selector. So here should be state, passing state. State dot products. Yeah, so now we can now create our use effect. So so use effect. I'll give it an empty. You won't pass in any argument there, any parameter, sorry. And then in this arrow function, I'm going to pass these statements. So dispatch. I'm going to call it with fetch categories first. Then dispatch. This one I'm going to call it with fetch products. Should be fetch products. Dispatch. So let's now create our HTML, like our page now. So let's say return. So in the return, let's wrap everything inside this empty tag, so that in React you have to wrap everything inside an element, so that you may not, it doesn't accept like two elements. And the same, you have to wrap everything, then you can add in the nested elements to define your page. So I want it like to have the first row where we have it displays the categories, and then also it will display the flash sales on the same categories. So I want to use Bootstrap. So let me go to get bootstrap.com. Get bootstrap.com. Get started. I'm going to use the CDN. So let me go to the HTML, public index.html. Then here at the top I can include it here also, or where? Yeah, let me include it somewhere here at the top. Link. Then also for JavaScript, JavaScript should always be rendered at the bottom here. So scripts with this CRC. And then so the first thing that I can use here is perhaps the form. The navbar. Let me get the navbar that has the form. Where's navbar? Navbar, here it is. Want to have the navbar because I will have like something like yeah, this is fine. Let me call it navbar. So to my home page. No, I think this one I should place here in the app, in the app.js. in the app.js. So let me just call it header. So let me call it navigation bar starts. Then let me just place it there. So something with the React, something like in React you have to use like classes. Classes are not defined in our usual way. Like you have to change here to class name. So I'm going to change here to class name. Class name, and also the HR for horizontal line, they are self-closing. So you have to add in the closing there at the end. Input also, it needs to close itself there at the end with this one. Then let me get the something else where, let me try npm start. First of all, start. Yeah, so Bootstrap it's working fine. And then we shall customize these things perhaps later. We shall customize everything here just in a few. But now let me complete on the home. So on this home, the first thing that I want to return is the first like a row after this one, because I want to display like the category somewhere here. Then at the FlashSale container, so it will have like those sliders or a carousel to slide on the flash sales. And then we can add in something also here on this other side, or anything. So in that case, let me first of all create here a comment, say first row for listing categories and a flash sale and flash sales. So here I'm going to use a division, but class name I'm going to, let me just call it the Bootstrap row, and then so for the column, the first column, I'll use first of all class name. I'll use call md3, and then here in this one I'm going to like pass in that component for categories. So this is the goodness of working with the external like components. They help you to like write few lines of code. So this one I'm going to use the category list. Passing it category list, but I'll use these categories. I'll assign here to sorry, I'll assign inside here to the categories variable. to the categories, and then the other one can be the flash sale, because I said I wanted to add in also the flash sale. Again, so this one I'll just change it to 9. And then this one I can use another component called it should be flash sale products. Then it should be products. Products. Yeah, this is fine. The first component. So and then the second one, let me say second row for this one. I want it to display the top selling products. Top selling products, and then for these are top selling products, I'm going to use that component for top selling products. So it's going to be let me use a div. And then at the class here, I'll use the class name row. Then the component name is top selling product. Top selling products, and then our products passing products. And then now the third one, because I can have after this I can display like those categories for some products or categories, images. So for third, let me create here a variable and say for third, fourth, and fifth rows for products, at least to make our homepage to be busy a bit, so that we may not have just few items, then the page terminates. So on this one, I'm going to use a variable here for categories. I'm going to map with here with category. So on this one, I'll use the arrow function. The arrow function. Then on this one, I'm going to pass here a div. So on this one, the key, because there's going to be some iteration there. So key, I'm going to say category ID, category dot ID. A class name, I'll give it row, and then I'm going to pass here that component for category product. Category products. So category is going to be, I'm going going to assign here to the categories, category, and then our products. I'm going to assign here to the product. So let me add in this one here, and then let me check. Oh yeah, it's here. Let me terminate and then export. So I'm going to export default homepage. Our homepage. Now let me try to work on those components that I had created. So like let me begin with, for example, category list. Where is it? Category list. So for these are category lists, I'm going to import React from React, and then also we are going to import the link. Import link. You know, this way, like in this one, we don't use like the anchor tags direct. We use the link from the React router DOM, the one that we've just installed. React router DOM. React router. Did I install? Let me try again. Let's see. npm install React router DOM. Let me see React router DOM. React router DOM. I think let me use this second link, npm node package manager. React router DOM, yeah, it's fine. So I can now use it from React router DOM. Yeah, it's here now. And then so once I have these packages, then I can do it. I can create now that function const category list. Category list. I'm going to like pass in the categories. Scenario function. Then I'm going to return let me first of all wrap everything in a div. Then let me just call it, for example, so this is let me just call it categories with H2 or H3. Let me use the H3. Categories. We shall modify it later. Categories, and then in these categories, I'll use the UL. And then the UL, I'm going to like pass in categories. I'll map it with category. So an item will be, let me first of all close. So li, because we are iterating, we have to create the key for individual parameter. So key is going to be category ID, category.id. Then when you click on that category, it's going to like point you or a link. First of all, let me use a link. So link is going to like point you to so because it's dynamic, we have to use the backtick like that, / category categories / and $, then category, then a .slug. Slug of that category. Slug, I think it's fine. Then the name, because it's dynamic, we want to like iterate it from the backend. We'll use here a variable called category name, category.name. Category name. Then we can do it. We can export it. Export default category list. Yeah, category list. The other thing is products. Let me go with the FlashSale products. For FlashSale products, what can I do with the FlashSale products? So again, let me just import. Sorry. Import React from React. Then const FlashSale products, assigning it to I'll pass here, sorry. Products. Const a variable now for the FlashSale product. FlashSale product. I'm going to assign here to products dot filter, because we want to like get the top like the one that is, that has most products, like people are purchasing it more. So I'm going to filter it with product product that is FlashSale. FlashSale, yeah, like that. And then let's return. So I think let me just do first of all. First of all, here I should have used this one. So return. Not return, actually should be div. So I'm going to implement later, perhaps H3. I'll come to it later to implement a flash sale. Let me just write here flash sales and stuff like that. But now let me export also. Top selling products. Let me just work on it. Again, let me just copy from the category list this stuff. And then consts for top selling. Top selling products. I'm passing it what? Products, yeah, products. And another function. Then here, what should I say here? I'm going to create also another variable const, and then a top selling. Now there's something here for this flash, so I'll use a flash because once variables have been declared, cannot be redeclared. So this should be export, sorry. I'll come to it later, perhaps. Top selling products. Top selling products. Here I'm going to assign here to products. I want to sort. Sorry, let me just use it in a new line. Let me sort. So this one I'm going to implement the sorting so that we can get the top selling, the one that has a lot of sales. So sales minus a dot sales. So if we want to get the top selling, if it will be like positive, then it's one of the top. It's going to sort on this one. So it's going to calculate the number of products and how many of them have been sold. Then it's going to sort it. It's going to sort it, and then I'll slice, perhaps because it can be a bit much. So dot slice. So slice, so I'm going to use the entity number is going to be 10. Then so let me do this. Now let me return and I'm going to return what? A div. Sorry. So let me just wrap it in an empty element here. Then a h3 or a h4, h3. Can call it top selling. Products. Top selling products. So div class name should always be raw because I want like so top selling. So the class name should be raw, and then the variable for our object is top selling products. I'm going to map with the product now, individual product, and then the arrow function. So so on this one I think I'll just use a normal div and then so div because we want to like it's going to like have many, so I'm going to use like to define individual with the key. So key, I'm going to use a product product.id product.id, and then class name sorry class name. So for class name I'll use a call 3. So the link on this one, okay, basically I'm using to HTML link. So link should be point to and the link should point to this one because it's dynamic. I'm going to use a product products / and $. It's going to be product name dot slug the image img is a self-closing, right? Is a self-closing, and then so for image I'm going to say src for source. I'm going to give it product dot image and then alternative name because it's dynamic. I'm going to use product dot name, and then we can have also something like a h4. So for h4 also is going to be dynamic as well. it will be product name, product dot name, price. I want to be in like in dollars, so let me say a dollar, or whichever currency you wish, a dollar, and then a product, and then I'll use price. Remember, all of this stuff should be a link. Should be a link, so that whenever you click anywhere, it will point you to that link. So this is this should be fine. Then I think we can now export. Default top selling products. Now for category products, again, let me just copy this. Link hasn't been used. Oh, basically it should be this link, the link that begins with the capital L. Like that. Work on the product categories. So let me first of all copy these lines. This is our product categories. Let me try to minimize or let it be the way it is. Then this one again I'm going to use let me copy some things. So basically on this one is going to be category products. Category products, and then so this one counts is going to be category products. Then it's going to be products filter, and then in this filter I'm going to like pass in, let me just use a new line. I'm going to pass in product is product, and then category should be category dot id, I think, yeah, dot id. Category dot id. Very awesome. Let me add in here. Oh, basically this filter should have a closing, right? Because we've opened here, so it should have like the closing. So let me first of all check category products, and then here I think I should have passed products. I should have passed category, comma products. Then let me check, because there's an error somewhere. Const category products dot filter product, the error function. Basically this one shouldn't be here. Yeah, so return let me wrap everything inside an empty element. h3. This one is going to be category dot name. A category name, and then a category name, then div. So let me give it a class. Why it's underlining the errors? Oh, basically I forgot to wrap everything inside the parent element. So basically the ID here ID is dynamic, sorry. So because ID is dynamic, I'm going to give it a category dash and category dot ID. So the class name from the Bootstrap, which is carousel. Oh, basically should be after this one here. Class name should be carousel. Carousel. Basically, you can follow along the documentation in the Bootstrap. Slide. That ride from Bootstrap. I'm going to assign here to carousel. Carousel, then I'll use again here a div to wrap everything inside now. So on this one, I'm going to give it a class name of so on this one, I'm going to give it a class. So div. Sorry, it shouldn't be div. Should be now the class name. Now the inner class name here, I should have given it a carousel inner. Carousel hyphen inner. And then now here I'm going to pass in my variables for the product. So categories, category product dot map. I'm going to map into a product, and then at the index of the product, index of the product with an arrow function. This is what I'm going to pass here inside. I'm going to create also another div. So in this div, okay, I have to like so key, basically the key. Okay, let me just key. I should give it a product. dot id, because it has to be like unique. Then a class name. Class name, I'm going to give it because it's dynamic, I'm going to give it a carousel, and because it's dynamic, I'm going to say carousel hyphen item from Bootstrap item and so like it's going to check on this one, then it's going to check if it's active. Or not active. So for not active, I'll give it like an empty one like this, and then and after this one, then I can now add in also another div. Sorry. So in this one, I'm going to be, the class name is going to be card. Now card for the items themselves. So it's going to be class name. Sorry. What am I writing? So class name, this one is going to be card from React, from Bootstrap card. Then so in this card, the first item that's going to be there is an image img, and the image is a self-closing tag. So I should do it this way. Let me minimize this section so that we can have a clear workspace. Then so for the image, I'm going to use src. src is going to be product image, product dot image. I forgot to like include the equal operator there. So then alternative text in case the image is deleted. So alternative text, I'm going to assign here to the product product.name, a product name. So that's for the image. And then now for image, I want it to be like a separate. So now the body for the image, like the details about the image, the product, I'm going to use another div. Now in this div, I'm going to give it a class name. Class name is going to be card hyphen body. Body. Body, then I can have here a h5, something like a h5 here. Now for this h5, I'm going to give it a class name of card hyphen title. Then it's going to be product a product name, product.name, and then let me try to duplicate this one, or rather let me just use a paragraph tag for this one. Now for the paragraph tag, I'm going to use a class name of what? Class name, let me use a card hyphen text. Card text. Then here I'm going to use, because it's dynamic, again I'm going to use here product description dot description. You remember from the backend how we define it. So, and then a product description, then we can add in as well another one for price. So let me try to duplicate at least to be 2. And then now on this one, so after the product description, I think you can have a price. Price is going to be $. I'll use the US $, then a product, then I'm going to be product, say product price, and then a stock. How many are there remaining? Stock. A stock, product, stock. A product stock. Then then after that we can also have the view detail link, so that you can go to the single page about the product single page. I'll use the link. Link to this should link you to what? Because it's dynamic, I'm going to say link to product. Link to products, and then products and products $. And then I'm going to pass here also product dot product.slug. Slug, because I think I implemented that one in the front end. So let me give it a class name so that it can be a link, a button actually. So class name should be btn from Bootstrap, then a btn should be primary, right? Though on coloring and everything, we should implement it later, perhaps once everything is, it's fine, it's working super fine. Then here I can say, for example, view. I can say something like view details. View details. Then because we can also have the we can have like the previous and next from the Bootstrap, pagination. So let me check where I can implement that one. So I think after this closing of this div, then I can do it. I can add in an anchor. And in this anchor, the class name should be carousel. Control. This should be for previous prev icon. Then area hyphen hidden. Area hidden, I'll give it to 2. This property shouldn't be here actually. Let it be at this point, then we can have the href instead. What is this? Something basically this is the okay, yeah, sure, I see. And then also we can have the href. For hyperreference, I'm going to use because it's still dynamic, I'm going to say it's going to begin with the hash, then a category hyphen and anything there, sorry. So this one is going to be category dot id role button, and then data slide hyphen slide. I'm going to give it previous. So the span here should be span, so span. So span, let me give it a class name of for class name, this one I'm going to give it so basically this other class name should be control, then I just priv without the icon, because that is the one that I should have added the icon. So class name should be the same thing. Priv icon from Bootstrap, then area hidden, I'm going to give it true, sorry, true. So and then the other one span now for this span is going to be a class name. Class name I'm going to give it the class name, this one I'm going to give it sr only, but these things I should have just even copied from Bootstrap instead of me wasting my time typing these things. I should have even copied from the Bootstrap, but there's no problem because I've just even finished. So this one should be previous. I think it is spelling for previous, and then we can have the same thing, and then for the next. So this should be now next. And then so for icon should be next, and then the text here should be next. Then let me export. category products. I think I can update the entry point where we have the index.js so that it can render everything in the front end. So let me open the should be, first of all, let me try to minimize so that you may understand where we are. So the front end, then to the SRC, and then now to the index should be index.js. So in this index.js, we need to like import the Redux store and the provider component from the React Redux, and also we need to wrap our root component, which is, I think it's already wrapped. Here it is. So basically what I'm going to do, React router, React DOM is imported, so I can also import here, import provider from this should be React provider from React Redux. React Redux, yeah, that way. Also, we need to have imported the store, so I'm going to say import store component from should be Redux, then a store, this one, terminate. And then so I think everything should be working. Also provider, because we're using them in the external application, that's why it's underlining this error. So basically let me try to check first of all npm start. Let me see if it's working or we need to debug. Let's see the issues, if it's going to like fetch everything properly, or it will have issues. Oh, by the way, we need to have given permission to the Django so that we can have the resource sharing. First of all, let me do this cross origin resource sharing headers. This one, let me download, because we need to enable this one to work. So first of all, let me import. So let me so once I've done that, then I can do what? I can copy this one, Django settings, project settings. And then the second thing, we need to have imported this one, cross origin resource sharing headers, the middleware, cross origin. I think the other middleware is already there. This middleware that common middleware, I think is there already. Then the other thing is allowed origins. Now for the allowed origins, let me paste it here. For allowed origins, I'm going to use localhost So basically, it's here. Let me just should be 300, 3,000. Yeah. What is also the methods? Regular expression. There's no need, I think, for that. Am I going to implement these methods? Not really. Yeah, this one I think I should use it. I installed it in the React application. Let me install it here. That's why it is throwing the error, because I forgot to have installed it in this directory. So let me just install it. Or alternative, I see this guy say that you can say legacy create a store as from let me try to use it this way and see if it will work. Yeah, I should have used it this way. So guys, basically I forgot to export the home page on this one. So let me do so. Let me get where there's app.js. Here it is. Perhaps let me try to minimize to close everything here. Then to the frontend src, then app.js. I'm going to import home page from which directory? From src. From the components, then home page, and then let me export it. How do I export? I'm going to, at the end of this one, I'm going to say home page, and it's telling me that I do not have the Axios. I forgot to install it. So what I'm going to do here is to npm node package manager install Axios. So I'm going to install that package called Axios, and then we see if we'll have other errors or it will work. So let me first of all wait for it. Then I can do npm start the application. We see that if it will fetch or not the articles from the backend. React Redux. Let me search React Redux. And get the documentation. Basically the app should be, or it should be wrapped here this way. Let me get where the index.js is. Let me try to refresh and see if it will work or not. Yeah, so basically it's failing to fetch the articles from the backend. Let me check on the Django if it's working or not. So instead of let me get to the app, to the Redux store. Where was it? I want to change all the instances to where I have the here. So let me just pass here. So let me try again to rerun. Yeah, so guys, I get this error. I see I forgot to wrap the link attributes instead. So I'll go to the application, and first of all, let me import the router from React Router DOM, and then the next thing I'm going to wrap everything inside the router. The router. Let me see. Oh yeah, so basically it's working. You can see it is even fetching the backend accessories. Yeah, so basically the backend is working. Let me try to list more and see if it will fetch or not. So let me try to list more of the accessories. Let me go to admin, Django admin. So it's 127 admin. Then let me try to add in some more categories. Let me say, for example, computers. Computers / computer. It doesn't have the parent. Let me save. Let me also add in the TVs. Let me also add in the what? Smartphones. Phones. Let me just say phones. Let me save. Then when I refresh here, you can see the categories are listed here. So basically, and then at the top, selling products, you can see they are also listed here, automatic, though we do not have like any, categories inside it, like products within these categories. Like let me try to add in those products and see if it will work or not. So let me go to find where I can get the products here. Vendor, let me create a username. Mpesa bio, some bio, contact details 1 2 3 4, and then bank details. Let me just give some random values here. Shipping policies, blah 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 blah, return policy, blah 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 blah, and then let me save. Or rather, let me try to do is to say user and then a dot name. User and then dot name. And then let me try first of all to see if it's possible to add. And then blah 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 blah, whatever it is here. whatever it is, let me try to save. Wow, it has worked finally. So basically it was the string representation, and then the image, let me try to choose whichever it is, like this one, and then let me save. Yeah, so basically it has worked finally. I think the issue was with the string representation of the object. Yeah, you can see now it's there. And then let me check on something else. So let me check also. Let me try to add in also another one from the accessories. So from accessories, I can add in something like let me add in a product. I think should be earphone, right? From again orchestra, and then category accessories. Then let me call it earphones. Slug, let me say earphone, earphone, earphones. Then a description. Let me just call it this description. Price, I can give it to whichever amount. Like let me just say, for example, this should be around $20. Stock, let me say 10 remaining. Image, image I can select any. So let me try to download the earphone, then I can download whichever it is here. And then here I'll download. Let me save. And then here I have the accessories. And then also let me go to what? To computers. Let me check on the computers. Vendor still the same. Vendor is orchestra, and then a category accessories. So this should be computer name. Let me say HP computer or a laptop, whichever name. Let me say laptop. Let me call it HP laptops. HP laptops. Description, I can add in the description here. Let me say this description. Price, I can give it let me give it something like or 3. Let me call it, give it 5k. Stock can be, let's say 60. Image, let me use download also a laptop. Yeah, this one, it sounds nice. And then so basically this one is here. And then the other thing is the TVs. Perhaps let me try to add in the TVs. So vendor again is workers, and then category is going to be TV. TV. Then let me say let me call it Samsung TV. Samsung TV. Description, let me just say description. Price, I can give it something like or 1,000. Let me give it $1,000. Stock can be, for example, 30. Image it is this one. I think everything is there now. So this is just a sample for the demonstrations, and I think it's fine. So it is listing products very well. So guys, basically I want to now implement these flash sales. We need to have something like a carousel or a slider, changing items like the products in the flash sales here. And then once it's done, then we can also add in something here so that it can balance well. So basically in this case, let me try to modify my models. My models, especially in the products, in these are products model, go to the core, to your project, actual to your application, then to the models. Then you can add in another field, perhaps we can call it something like let's call it is underscore flash underscore cell. I can assign here to models dot I can use boolean field, and then by default should be false, right? So that not all the products should be like for flash sale. So basically this is the field that I've just added, and then now the other thing that I can include is so once I have this one, I can first of all migrate. Let me migrate. Control plus C. Let me migrate. Basically I need to have to make migration first. Make migrations. Once it's done, then I can migrate. Migrate. Yeah, it's fine. And then the next thing, now let me run the server. So now basically I want now to implement the front end. So in the front end, let me first of all minimize this one. Let me close this, minimize this one, so that you may know where I am at the core or at your application. And then not actually it is front end. I had forgotten front end. Then SRC, then to the components. Now to the flash sale products. I think let me just, I had written earlier, but let me just clear so that we may be on the same page. So basically the first thing that we want to use is to import the React. Also we can import those hooks. We can import the use state, comma. Also we can import the use effect. Use effect from the React router DOM. So from now this should be from React, React. And then because we want something like a slider, something like that animates or maybe changes after 3 seconds, then here we can use the use effect. So import not use effect, should be use history. Use history. I use history from React router DOM. From React, from should be inside the string React router DOM. React router DOM, and then so once I have it this way, then basically we can work on it. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to define my flash sale component. So I'm going to say const flash sale. I'm going to assign here to the products and let me assign here to Like let me pass in these statements. I'm going to create for one for const first of all, the variable, and then I'm going to like call that use effect is history variable. Let me say history. I'm going to assign here to the use history. History. I'm going to call it here, and then also the other thing. Let me create a const for now the states. They use state. So basically, I'm going to assign here to I'll pass here current index, perhaps current index. Then I can add also another one for set current index. Set current index. I'm going to assign here to the use state. Let me just give it 0 at the moment. I'm going to give it 0 like that, and then yeah, this way. And then the other thing that I can do, let me work on the use effects. So use effect, I'm going to like call it with these statements. I'm going to call it and then here this use effect, let me add in what, let me pass here const, like I want to define like the intervals and stuff like that. So const then interval I'm going to assign here to set something like a set intervals. Let me just say set interval, function method, and then I'm going to like use an arrow function here, and then these are the statements that I'm going to pass in. So let me say set current index. It will be like prev. Let me call it prev index. And the prev index, I'm going to like, let me say prev index plus 1 percent products dot length like that, and then I can terminate this way, and then so I'm going to give it what? I'm going to give it 3 seconds like that, and then let's return let me assign to an arrow function, then let me say clear interval. For clear interval, I'm going to clear what interval like that. Let's terminate, and then now we are passing here like we are initiating with a product length, products dot length. Like that, and then now they want to like handle the click, so that when you click on that product, it directs you to another page, another product detail page now. So in that case, I'm going to create here also another function. These are variable const handle, or maybe let me just say handle click, or whichever name. I'm using the arrow function, and then here const product, product. I'm going to assign here to products, products, and then current index, and then for history, I'm going to use push, and then these are the, because it's dynamic, I'm going to use the backtick, and then product /$ $, then product.id. ID like that, and then what else? Let me just terminate here. So now let's implement now. I'm going to pass here, let me just pass here return statement. Then in this return, sorry, I should have used the parentheses instead. So on this one basically I'm going to use on this one I'm going to use what? I'm going to use let me wrap everything inside the div. And then in this div I'm going to add in the class name. I'm going to use perhaps something like a FlashSale slider, something like that, slider. And then on click event, let me say on click, on the on click event here is going to handle click, and then let's pass in now the products. So here I'm going to pass here product, products dot map, and yeah, dot map, and then I'm going to map what? I'm going to map here I'll pass here product and index. Index. Yeah, index, and then perhaps I can use what? I can use an arrow, maybe after this one I can use an arrow function here. And these are the statements that I'm going to pass in now to define like our image, should be wrapped inside. So I'm going to use img. Is a self-closing tag, so so the first parameter I'm going to give, because they are going to be several, so I'm going to define a key here. So key is I'm going to use the index, and then the source src. For src I'm going to use product dot image, and then for alternative name it's going to be it should be alt, and then here should be like name. In case the image is deleted, it will display this alternative name. This name is there, and then so for the class name in this image, so I'm going to say class name. I can say because it is dynamic, I'm going to say index, then I'll set current index. It's going to check the current index if it's active. If not, it's going to be like an empty like that. Then we can do it. We can yeah, so basically this is, let me export it. So to export, let me first of all say export default FlashSale, but I think there's an error somewhere. So basically here, this is where the problem here is. So here I should have used the parentheses instead of this stuff. Yeah, this way. So this way it should be fine. Then well, I've just noticed I didn't close here, so it should be here. And this handle click, I should have closed there. I should have closed like that. So let me just check. Basically here I should have used the parentheses, I guess. I've just gone to Stack Overflow, and I see here they are suggesting that they are saying that the use history was replaced with the use navigate. So let me try to use it instead. Not navigate, should be use navigate. They said use navigate. And then I'm going to, let me replace it. So first of all, let me just Control D, and then I navigate, use navigate. Yeah, so basically it has worked. Basically nowadays I think they're using the use navigate. So let me see. So basically it is displaying empty because here I don't have the images which are marked as they are not marked as is FlashSale. So let me go to Django Admin. So it should be Django 127, 120 something stock admin. Let me try to mark 1 or 2 items is FlashSale. Where is products? Here. Vendor, Wekesa, category. Let me use computers, then a name of this one. Let me say Dell laptop, slug, Dell, a laptop, a description laptop, and then a price. I can say, for example, this one I can give it something like $200. Stock, there are 20 remaining. The image, I can choose any image somewhere here. Laptop, laptop. Let me use something like this one. Then is FlashSale. It is, wow, I should have used false, sorry. So by default I don't want like that FlashSale to be checked. I forgot in the models, in the model core, then to the models, and to this one I think I should have given it false. False. I don't want it to be checked like by default. Okay, I don't want it to be checked by default. So what I'm going to do, because we might have several items. So in fact, let me make many. Is FlashSale. This one also to be a FlashSale. For all of them to be like is FlashSale. And then what I'm going to do next, let me try to. So what I'm going to do, let me try to modify like the homepage component. So in this homepage component, I think I need to import FlashSale products so that I may not interfere with those ones. So let me just call it FlashSale products. Basically I'm going to say what should I do? Products. I'm going to add in also a filter, so dot filter. Filter. I'm going to filter a product. I'm going to filter product for product, if product dot is underscore flash underscore sale, is flash underscore sale, and then I think I should also slice. I need also to like slice those, I need to slice so that we may have only the top 5, like at the top 5 items. So basically in that case, I think what I'll do, I think everything here should slice. So let me say dot slice into like the only 1 to 5, like so it's going to be index 0 and 5, so that it can only return these these stuffs. So here should be products, then let me say FlashSale FlashSale products. I need to implement this one. I think I haven't written this one well. I need to like check on this one very well. So I think after this dispatch I should also implement this one, so that const, let me say FlashSale product, FlashSale products. This one I'm going to assign here to products dot filter I'm going to filter product product. I'm going to filter product if product is, so let me say is underscore flash underscore sale, right? Underscore sale. Then I'm going to like a slice the top 5 or the latest 5, so it's going to be index as 1 to 0 to 5. Then let's terminate like that. Then now on the flash sale, So this should be FlashSale products. We are passing here our FlashSale products. I believe everything should be fine. Let me try to check it again. Yeah, it's working now. Yeah, I see it's working. So this is what I wanted, but now the slider is not working the way I wanted. So basically on this image of the laptop, let me try to resize, though I shall style it later perhaps. Let me just say, let me give it another image. Let me give it this one. It's working, though I wanted it to display only a particular image, and then I was going to scroll. Let me try to use the use effects. I don't know why it's not working. Let me try to use the use effect. So let me go to the components, then to the flash sale. Let me just try to use the use effect instead, because this one also is not working. Control D. Then I should be use history, not use effect actually. I should be use history. History. It says that use history is not exported from React router DOM. I don't know why it's failing. Let me try to do something here, and let me try to say npm install React router DOM at latest. And there is navigate. Then here, let me just say navigate. Because it's not like a displaying the first line, like it's not like a displaying the single image. So I need like to implement that one so that it can work. So basically in that case I need to like the use state. These are use state here initial. I think I should give it. Okay, so set current index. So current index. Set current index. So let me see. Current index, then set current index. I've initialized it with 0 use state. So basically what I'm going to do here, let me and this one. Basically on this one, let me clear so that we may understand we are on the same page. So basically I want to modify it a bit. So basically on this one I'm going to say so on this one let me just say products dot length. If it's getting like greater than 0 should be, and also and because I want it to like return only a single image at a time. So here I'm going to say img. It's a self-closing tag, and then so the first argument I'm going to pass here key. So for key is going to be products. Then I'm going to set current index dot id, so that it can only display that image alone. and then src, that is for source. For source, I'm going to assign here to, is it a src? Yeah, src. So on this one, I'm going to assign here to products dot, then here I'm going to use a current index, targeting only the current index, then a dot image. So it should be image, and then the other thing, or basically they should drop everything. Let me, I had not noticed that. Sorry. This one should be there. So it should be here. So here should be image. Products, and then the other thing, we can have the alternative name so that in case it is deleted, it can display this name. So products, and then should be current index dot name. Dot name. Let me see anything that I can work on. I can change. Let me check if everything is fine. Flash sale. Set current index, then intervals, set intervals. This is fine. Products length const product. Let me check. Oh, basically I need to start the server. npm start. It's not displaying the backend. Let me check and see where the problem is. So basically I need to modify the key because let me just modify these things. So this should be current index, I guess. Current index. The push, let me check because I think there's some changes with the use history and the use effects. Because I use history already handles like the use history already handles the part where you have to like navigate to another another component. So this push, I think I need to remove it so that it can be just navigate, then a push. Then now what else should I remove? I don't know if it will work or not. Then let me check. Yeah, it's working. You see, after 3 seconds, another item is being displayed. So this is what I wanted. So guys, basically the other thing before we proceed that we need to like work on, it is this part of the category. These are category, category products. So I wanted like for example, in each category you can have these titles, and then at the bottom it can display the products in the same category. Let me check on that category products component and see category product component. Here it is. Let me try to minimize first of all so that you understand where we are at the front end. Where is it? and then to the SRC, to the components, and then to a category product. Let me check everything to be sure that it's working correctly. Oh, so basically the issue is here. You can see this space here. It shouldn't be here. Yeah, this way for it to work well. Let me check any other thing. So let me check on it. Let me try to check on it if it will work or not. Oh, it's working, but now it is very big. The images are very big. Perhaps if I can try to reduce, let me try to just add in the CSS there, and then let me create a CSS. I can create here a CSS at the root. Let me just create it at the root, and I'll call it styles. To do the SRC, I'll call it styles. Or there's another file with the styles, no, styles.css. So I'm going to import the styles.css here. Import let me check on something first. Okay, so basically I'm going to import styles. No, it should be just styles. Which directory is it? No, it should be here. No, styles. It should be styles.css. Let me try to add in some background color and see if it's working or not. So should be for what? Let me add in for let me see the wrapper. Well, let me just add in the background color. Body. Background color, let me give it whichever color here just to test. Alright, so basically what I'll do, let me try to add in the one that wraps everything. Let me add in here a class name in this one. So it should be here a div, then class name. Class name, I'm going to call it category product. Category hyphen product. Here at the bottom I should also wrap it inside with a div. You say that it's not found in these SRC components. components, it's not available there. Oh, so basically I think let me check maybe the place in the, or maybe the, here it should just, because it's, let me just say this way and see. Let me see if it's resolved. Yeah, it is resolved. Yeah, it's working now. So basically I want now to resize the images. Let me find where the image is. This part where I have the image. So these are IMG. So for the IMG, the height I'm going to give it or a width rather. Let me use width. Width I'm going to give it 200 a pixel. Then object fit. First of all, let me see. Object fit, I'm going to say cover. Perhaps I increase the width a bit to something like a 300. And then at the background color for the images, that should be the card. Well, let me just add in and see. First of all, let me see something. This property shouldn't be here. And then perhaps let me try to add in several images. Also for fonts, I need to add in the image. And then here I want to test if these accessory will work. So let me go to 127 admin, and then to the products. Let me add in here laptop. Fonts, let me see which one didn't have like any fonts. Yeah, fonts. So for fonts, let me call it Samsung Galaxy. Slang is Samsung. Samsung smartphone. Description, let me just call it Samsung. Samsung, yeah. Price, I'm going to give it $300. Stock, there are 20 of them only. And then let me get to the photos, where the photos are. Then I can select any phone like this one. Then let me just make it a flash sale. And then let me see. Okay, so basically it's working, but now here the flash sale, I think also I need to like I need to work on these images as well. So let me just style everything to include like so for example, let me go to the products to products, and then so for the images, let me see the image. Or what I do, let me just let me copy these CSS. Then at the product list, I'm going to like just let me paste it everywhere. FlashSale products. Let me also put this as CSS, and then also here. Top selling products, I should also add it here. And then now instead of targeting particular class, let me minimize. Let me style all of them at the moment just for testing to SRC, then to the styles.css. So instead of targeting particular component, let me target everything so that it can affect everything. So let me just so now it's working fine. And then the other thing that I can include is the so like instead of this home link and whatever, I'm going to like put here instead of like displaying this home, like you can see now it's not working. Let me use just the link attribute there. So I'm going to the app.js. And then here I'll use the link attribute instead. So basically here, let me just change here to link. And then here should be link to. Link to let me check on something. A link to, so this is the home. Link to, so for this one I think I should just, let me just give it home because it's a landing. Let me just say home. Also for home. Link, and then okay, basically I see there's an error. Oh, I should have imported here at the top, sorry. Let me, instead of struggling a lot, let me just copy here from here. And then I'm going to add it here. Yeah, this way it's fine. So that instead of, like going over and over, you can just click here, then it's going to direct back home. So guys, basically now I want us to work on the product, like a product detail page, so that when you click on a particular product, it can direct you to that product detail page where you can have the product information, details about that product. So basically what I'm going to do, let me create a component for the product details page. Let me first of all clear this stuff so that you may understand where we are. So at the components, at the front end, where is front end? And then at the SRC, and then the components, I'm going to create here a new component. I'll call it something like product details, something like a product And remember, I'm using the camel case naming convention, not camel Pascal case. Product product details dot js. So basically, the first thing that I can include this juncture. First of all, we have to import the React. So let me say import React. I don't know. So it should be import React from React from React like that. And then so the other thing that I can include also is the link, because I'll use the link. So link. So let me say import link from React router DOM from React router DOM and then so let me work on the create like the variables so that for the entire thing. So basically I'm going to wrap everything inside these root functions. So let me give it a const variable, then I'm going to assign product details then and then I'm going to pass in a product and also product here like that. And then we can do it. We can write now the statements to use there. So basically, the first thing that I want to do here is to like I want to set like to get the current product category, to get the products category, because I want like to have the products details about that product, but at the bottom of it you can see the related items. Perhaps that one wasn't interesting to you, so you'll see the related item that you can also pick on from. So basically I'm going to like modify or work on it in this way. Let me what I'm going to do, guys, let me just create variables for them. So like to get the current product category, I'm going to like say const. I'm going to use a variable const, const, and then this one is going to be like for current category. Current category. This is to set the current category, and then I'm going to assign here to product dot category like that. And then also I need to create another one to filter out other products that belong to the same category. So I'm going to like create also another one const, then let me say related products, then I'm going to assign here to products dot filter. So basically it's going to filter. Let me use here. It's going to filter this category. Category, a current category. So it's going to filter out the current category. And p dot id, which is should be not equal. I'm going to use this one, not equal to the product dot id. So it's going to like a return the related items, but it won't return the current item which is on showcase. In it is like available there. So it's going to filter it this way. So let me check first of all. I think I've written correctly the filter. So the next thing, let me try to minimize here so that you can see everything, very well. So after this, I can now implement the return. I can add in my code. So let me say return. Then in this return statement. So guys, so basically, let me wrap everything inside this div. So this div. So basically, the return should use these parentheses instead of the curly. So in this div, I'm going to pass in these are class name. So class name, let me just call it a product details, product and a hyphen detail, product details, something like that. And then in this one, I'm going to let me begin with the image, because I'll want like to have first of all the image, and then before anything, image of that product. So it's going to be like a product. Let me use another div. So the class name. So class name here. Class name here is going to be a product image. Product hyphen image. And at the image itself, I'll just use the img tag. Img is a self-closing. So in this image, I'm going to use src. src is going to be for the source is going to be product dot image. Product image alternative name. In case it is deleted, alternative name I'm going to use here because it's dynamic. I'm going to say product dot name, so that in case the image is deleted, this name will be displayed there. And then after this, we can also have the product information, so something like the name of the product, description, also a button to add it to the cart, and also to remove to the cart and stuff like that. So basically, let me create also another one here. Let me just say, for example, should be a div. So in this div, basically the first thing that, or let me give it a class. So class name here should be product info, product hyphen info, product info. And then so I'll use here a h2. So in this h2, I'm going to pass here our dynamic product name. So it's going to be a product dot name. Also, we can have the paragraph or description, short description. So it's going to be p tag, and then this one is going to be again dynamic. It's going to be product dot description. Product description, and then we can have the button with on-click events. So let me say button. So on-click event. So on this on-click event, I'm going to pass in. I'm going to pass in this arrow function here. So it's going to like handle. Let me create a variable to handle, like just say handle handle add to cart, for example, to cart, handle add to cart, then passing what product, then let me just say add to cart. Let me duplicate. So this one should be remove from cart, right? Handle remove from cart here, then product, and then here should be remove from cart. Remove from cart. I think that one is fine. Then we can also have after it, we can have something like after this div. Perhaps let me add in some comments so that it can be much easier to understand. So let me add in a comment. Then let me say and this one I'm going to say product image, and this one is going to be comment product information. Then this one is going to be vendor information. Vendor vendor information. Vendor information. Let me cut this one so that it can be in the inside here. Product image, yeah, stuff like that. Sometimes these comments usually help so that you'll understand, because this one is an open source. In fact, I'll share it on GitHub, so once you see these comments you might understand quite easily. So on the vendor information, I'm going to say what? I'm going to say I'm going to use again the div. So class name, on this class name should be okay, so basically here should be vendor info. So on the vendor info, I'll use here a h3, and then this h3 I can add in let me say vendor information. So there's something that I didn't write information well, that's why it was saying information here information information. So vendor information, and then in the vendor information, let me add in now the should be paragraph, right? P. So in this paragraph, I'm going to say vendor a space, and then on this one is going to like display a link. So link to is going to be a link to what? This is going to be a link to, because it's dynamic, it's going to be a link to like a vendor /, vendor and products, because it's going to be like a related. So the vendor is going to be related to that product you are purchasing. Product dot vendor dot vendor dot id dot id, and then then now the name of that vendor should be, because it's dynamic, it's going to be like a product dot vendor dot name, and then for contact detail, let me duplicate this one. So this one is going to be like a contact again is going to be, this one is not a link actually. I don't know even why I used. So basically on this one, it's going to be like it's going to be product, then vendor, and then contact underscore details. I'll create that component later, details. So yeah, so basically this is what I'm going to like use. Vendor contact. Let me check on something on this one, on the models. At the core models. Yeah, contact details, it's here. So it's going to display that contact details. So let me just be sure that I've copied the correct name. Yeah, contact details. And then the other thing that we can have is so the shipping information. So let me create here a variable. Then I'm going to call it shipping. I don't want to like have many white spaces like here. So this one is going to be for shipping information. Shipping information. Now for shipping information, again, I'm going to use here a div, division, then here class name. Class name on this one, I'm going to say shipping hyphen info. Shipping info. And then so h3, and this one is going to be, I'm going to say shipping information, and then so now basically the address. So let me add in here. I'm going to use a paragraph, right? Okay. So let me say shipping address. Shipping address, because it's dynamic, I'm going to say this one is on product dot product, because this is a shipping information, so it's going to be product dot shipping shipping address. Let me check on something again. The models. Let me add it here. Where is it? Should be shipping address. Shipping address. And then now for the shipping policy and the return policy, it's better to include it here also. So it's going to be a paragraph. And then here I'm going to say shipping. should be shipping shipping policy. So shipping policy, I'm going to use just a normal. Let me use an anchor tag, and then so basically an anchor tag. This is href. Hyperreference, I'm going to say it's dynamic. I'm going to say product dot shipping address. I'm going to create that component. Shipping policy, actually shipping underscore policy. Shaking, and then so the link should be click here. I'll create that in a few. Click here. Now this should be click here for shipping. For shipping policy. So the other one should be now for return policy. In case you found the product defective, then you need to have like this return. A return policy. Then should be click here for now return policy. So basically this is fine. And then also it's important we include the review so that the user can decide if they'll buy or not. So let me say here reviews. Let me just say customer reviews. Customer reviews. Then in these reviews, I'm going to say what? I'm going to say yeah, on this one I'm going to say, and these are customer reviews. So basically here I'm going to use again the div. So class name I can say reviews from clients. Then h3 on this h3 I'm going to say customer reviews, and then in these reviews in these reviews I'm going to use product dot reviews. I guess it's reviews dot, and then I'm going to map the review into review an arrow function. Then I'm going to say div so here I'm going to say the key because it will iterate the reviews. So here is going to be review id dot id, and then here I'm going to pass my p tag. Then this one is going to be, let me say, rating, and then this one is going to be review dot rating. Hey, rating. Review.rating, and then for comment is going to be comment, and then so this should be review comment from a customer. Then of course we shall implement the review functionality later, but let it be the way it is at the moment. Then we can export this product. Let's terminate, and then here also terminate, and then export default, and then it's going to be product details like that. So guys, basically the next thing is to include it in the app.js. So what I'm going to do, let me go to the app.js, and then now for this home page, I'm going, because this one is returning everything, I want to include like after this navigation bar, I want to include like a to wrap everything so that we may have a path for home page, and then other other things. So basically what I'm going to do here is to like wrap everything. I used the routes. Let me check. A React router. Also I can import the route, and then also I can import the routes. Yeah, routes. So basically what I'm going to do, let me just wrap everything inside the route after this one. So I'm going to say routes. So in these routes, I'm going to like pass here the home page route. So for the home page route, I'm going to use a route like this, and then because it's self-closing, I'm going to do this. Then now, so here I'm going to say path. I'm going to say exact, should be exact path, and the path here for home is going to be like the landing, and then component. The component is going to be the home page. I think I had imported there. So for product detail, let me just duplicate this one. So this one I'm going to say so basically on this one is going to be product products because it's product, yeah, products like that. Then product ID, component is going to be like product details. I should have imported here at the top, so let me say import product details from this directory. And then now, so basically here I can now use it. So here I can say product details. Let me add in a comment here and say routes. Yeah, this way. This way it's fine now. So guys, now I want us to like work on this search, so that when you search on it, you can get the the items. So at the moment, let's get there and try to work on that. So basically, I'm going to the front end, and first of all, I want to or before anything, let me go to the SRC, then to the or maybe to the app.js. So basically, here he was using just some random names. For example, now I can call it, for example, my shop for the brand's name. You can, if you have a logo, you can even use a logo instead. Then so we can have the home, or alternatively, I wanted to have this form to be there at the start, just after the logo. Just after this logo, this drop down, and then I can definitely, not this one actually, it should be after what? After, yeah, this button. Let me see first of all at the display there. Let me check on something. Or let it be the way where it was initially. Let it be just the way where it was initially. But now what I'm going to do here, let me just change here to my logo. My shop. My shop. Let me call it my shop buddy. That's the brand, my shop buddy. And then I can add in an emoji there. Let me try to get the shop icon. So shop icon, and then shopping actually should be a basket, should be cart here. Let me use cart icon. Yeah, this one. For instance, let me use this one. Let me copy. And then let me try to see if it will be pasted. So there's no one. So what I'll do, let me just go to the font awesome. Font awesome CDN. I think I have an account with them. You need to have an account for you to be able to use their icons. So let me just search on them. Let me just log in. I don't know why my cursor is very slow this time. My battery thinks. So actually, basically, let me go to my kits. And then what you need to do is to first of all copy the kit. Let me see this one. So yeah, here is the scripts file that you need to add it to the HTML file, to the public, and then to the HTML there at the top. Let me scroll back. I don't know why my cursor is misbehaving, but let me add it somewhere there, here even. And then the other thing that I can now do is to search for an icon. So let me search for icon. So let me search for cat icon. So I'm going to use this one. Let me see if there's also another one here. Let me use this one. I've copied that one. So basically here at app.js, I'm going to include that icon there at the end. And let me see. My shop buddy, here it is. it is fine the way it is. And then perhaps if I can yeah, so let me change on these stuffs. So I can change on this stuff. For example, that disabled I can remove. These are disabled. Let me remove. And then link I can say, for example, let me just say search. Let me say type it there categories. Categories. I shall work on these stuffs perhaps later. So I can say, for example, accessories. 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 Smartphone. Or a computer. Clothing. Let me add in something like let me say clothing or whichever it is. Clothings, and then it can be also I can also include utensils, something like that. I can also include food stuff here. Let me just search for food, put their food stuffs. What should I I'm not sure about the categories here. Or let me just say, for example, TVs and something like that. So let me just here I'll say categories. So basically here I need to add in something else, like I can say, for example, or let me say about us or something. Though I'll look for something nicer later. Here I can include what is this? Something else here. Let me see where it is. Or let me just say my account. My account. My account. Then what I'm going to do now, I want to create the the product card, so that when you search on a product, it will like have this content, like the result page will contain these stuffs like in this hierarchy. So basically I'm going to the front end and to the SRC components. I'm going to include also another one here called I can say, for example, product card. Product card. I think this is the spelling, product card .js or JSX. Or if you're using TypeScript. And then now, so basically I want to include like these two important files to the product card. So let me work on it now. So let me create a variable const accounts, then I'll call it product card. This is what I'll export product card, and then to this arrow function I'm going to pass in product, right? I'll pass in product, product product, then it's an arrow function, as I said. So basically here I'm just going to pass direct the return statement, return, and this is the statement that I'm going to have. So it's going to be like in this div I'm going to give it a class name of card from Bootstrap. Class name, I'll call it card, so that it can have the styling from the Bootstrap. And then at the image, img, remember image is a self-closing tag from HTML. And then for source src, I'll give it because it's dynamic, it's going to be product dot image, product image, and then I can give it a class name. Class name is going to be card image, top. Then alternative name in case the image is deleted, so alt is going to be dynamic as well. It's going to be product dot name like that. And then the other thing that I can have now is the body. The body, like where we can have like under the photo, under the image, we can have let me create a div. So I'm going to call it div class name. Class name on this one, I'm going to say card body. And then here I'm going to pass in the the title with the h, let me say use h5, and in this h5 class name, so class name, I'm going to again use a card title. Card should it, yeah, card title from Bootstrap title, and then because it's dynamic, we are going to fetch it dynamic from the backend. So it's going to be product name, product.name, and then we can also have the description about the product, a short description. So it's going to be should I include the description? Yeah, let me just include in a P. So here it's going to be like for description is going to be dynamic as well. So it's going to be product dot description. Remember how we defined the models? We are using these stuffs dynamic from the model. So I need to give it also a class name so that it can inherit the styling from Bootstrap. So class name here is going to be card hyphen text, and then we can also have for the price, right? So again for price, I think I can just use again the P. So this one is going to be price. It's going to be price, and then it's going to be price, and because I'll use the dollar, so it's going to be take the dollar symbol, then I'll say product dot price product dot price, and then so class name I can give it as well. Class name I can say card hyphen text, and then let me include also the link so that you can go and add it to your cart. You can add it, or maybe to view more details about the same product. So you can say link. So link to, because I'll want it like to direct you now to the product detail page. So it's going to be, because it's dynamic, you use the backtick, then I'm going to say product /$ $, and I'm going to pass here a product slug like that. Yeah, like that. Then class name, I'll use the bootstraps. So it should be class name. I'll use a btn from Bootstrap, then a btn primary, and then so I can say, for example, view details, view details like that, and then so let's export. We are exporting, so export default should be product card. So now we need like also to work on the result page. We need to work like on the result page. So in this case, I'm going to create another component called search result page. Search search result page. Let me just call it page.js.javascript.js or a JSX or a TypeScript or whichever it is. So search result page, results page. And I think I should say results. Rename results page. So now again I'm going to use import, first of all, import React, React. I want to like so I want it to autocomplete for me, and then also I can use these use state hooks, this use state, and then use state and use state. I can as well use the use effect hook, from React, and then let's also, I want to import to use also the, so let me say import, then here we are importing this use location from a React router DOM, and then also we need to import that product card. So import product card from that site. So now let's like create, sorry. So const, and then search result page, search results page, the arrow function, and then so let me just now define now for the location. So const so the first one is going to be location. I'm going to use the use location. Then also we can also have one for query params. So const, this one is going to be for query. And remember guys, the way, just observe the way I'm writing my variable names. I'm using the small like the camel case naming convention, and then for defining the components I'm using and also these functions I'm using the Pascal case naming convention. It's not a must, but I guess it's a good practice to do this way. So query params, this one I'm going to assign it to a new URL will be search params, search params. Then I'm going to pass in location dot search, location dot search, like that. Then let's terminate a statement with what, a semicolon. And then what else we need to import to work on the to create a variable for the search query now. So const, I'm going to say search query. For this search query, I'm going to assign here to the to the query params params dot get, and then here I'll pass here q, and then also for the hooks, so const for the hook, the original state, the initial state, I'll use the search results. Search, I think this is search results, and then afterwards it will be set search results. Set search results, and then we can assign to this hook use state hook, and then the initial it will be like empty. It will allow like empty object in the initial in case you haven't done anything. Now let's work on the effect. So use effect. Here I'm going to give it first of all an empty without any argument therein, and then I'm going to use an arrow function here. An arrow function. And then what I'm going to say. Okay, so basically let me just const, because we need to have the endpoint where we are going to fetch the result. So I'm going to say fetch search results. Fetch search results. This one I'm going to assign here to async. To async. So basically now let's try to, because I want let me implement the the error handling. So I'm going to say try, and I'm going to check on this endpoint. So let me say const response. I'm going to assign to await, then a fetch. So here, because it's dynamic, let me copy the URL somewhere. I don't want to type everything. So let me just, I think my it is at the reducers. No, it is at the, so here is going to be, I'm going to pass here, because I want to search on anything. So let me just say API, or let me say products, because this one is going to focus on the products. Products, and then / search So if you're not good with regular expression, then you can just learn on this channel. I've taught this one. Also, I have a platform nametech.com and LMS where I do teach these stuffs. So let me just write here some search pattern where I'm going to search on the product. So this is search, then here I'm going to use a $, and then here I'm going to pass in the search query. Should I have specified the products? Yeah, it's products. Yeah, products. Let me just use products. I think this is wise. Let me terminate. and then so if into if response dot okay, and then it's going to if is going to like let me say throw new. If it's not the response, it's going to like a throw error. This is the error message. It's going to say like a failed, sorry, I failed to fetch to search, sorry, to search. I failed like let me say failed to fetch search results. Like that, I think that's fine. But if there's no such thing, then it's going to like a return. So const, I'm going to say like data. I'm going to assign here to await response dot dot JSON, right? Should be JSON method. So it's going to like fetch those stuff, and then it's going to like get there. I'm going to pass here now set search results, and I'll pass here data. So it will return the results. Otherwise, it's going to like catch this error. So let me say catch, and then we are passing in error. In the event it has checked all those stuffs and it finds that it doesn't match, then basically it's going to like to throw the global error, like the general error. So console dot error, and then it's going to say let me just say error fetching, sorry, error fetching search results. So basically this way, yeah, this is fine. Then I think let me terminate here, and then so let's also add in now the function on the fetch search results. So fetch, let's call it fetch. We are going to call it fetch search results. We are going to call it here, and then here I'll pass in so that the to initialize like state. So it's going to be like the fetch should not fetch, actually should be search search query, right? Yeah, search query. Let's terminate, and then now we can now return our stuff. So let me say return, and then here I'm going to wrap everything inside a div, and then so h1, I'll use here h1. This h1 I'll say search results for this, sorry, search results for what, for search query, for search query. And then so basically we can also now return like a display. I'll use just a div. Let me also wrap everything inside a div. Then in this one, I'm going to like use a class name because I want to use the styling from Bootstrap. So I'm going to say here class name to be raw from Bootstrap, and then here we are going to like use or import the search results. We want to use the search results, but we are mapping map for that specific product. So it's going to be product sorry, product. Yeah, product, and then let's utilize the arrow function here. So in this arrow function, I'm going to say so you should always close a div, and then so in this div, because it's going to like iterate the elements there, so it's good to like specify with the key so that you may not have issues. So here I'm going to pass product dot id, so like you to distinguish, and then so basically the class name, I'll use the Bootstrap styling. So class name is going to be call md3 3, and then I can pass in that component. So it's going to be a product card, and then product card, and then product I'm going to assign here to product. I'm going to assign here to the product. Product is going to be product, a product like that, and then we can do what we can export. So export default search result page. Search result page. Then now let's go to the app.js and try to like implement everything here. So basically in this application, I'm going to first of all pass in these parameters because the search by is here. So I'm going to say I'm going to say const, and then in this variable I'm going to like pass in the search. Oh, first of all, let me import that component. I'm going to import like the search result page and the product card. So I'm going to say product card, import product card, and then also I'm going to import the search results page. Then I can utilize here so here I'm going to pass here I'm going to pass here search query, and then also I'm going to pass here set search query. I think the spellings are okay. I'm going to assign to this hook Viewset. Did I import really that? Let me just, I think instead of doing many things, let me just let me copy these hooks, and then I don't know why I can't access that up here. This should be here at the top. Use state hook, and then I'm going to initialize it with an empty string here like that, and then like at the initial state, and then also we can work on that as a handle search. So this const is going to be handle search change, search change, search change, and then I'm going to assign here to the event. Let me call it event, Here I'm going to like pass here. Let me say set search query. I'm going to pass in event dot target dot value. In case it fails, then I shall think about it. Target value, and then let's terminate that way. Now let's also have another one for let's have another one for, sorry, where am I? Now basically let me also handle for the submit in the event you submit. So first of all, let me terminate this one. So in the event you submit, so const, let's handle that one. So let me say handle search submit. Then we shall work on that submit also later. Submit. This one again, I'm going to use the event in case I shall check on that event, and then let me assign here to this other function, and then these are the statements I'm going to pass in event dot prevent default I think the spelling is okay, and then if search query dot trim function is not equal to like empty, is not empty, then we need to like work on this stuff. It's going to like return navigate. It's going to return navigate to search queue, and then no, it should be inside the quotes. That's search query. A search query. First of all, here I think it should be dollar first. Search query like that, and then yeah, it's a component, so we need to like terminate it this way. Oh, basically I forgot here the trim, and this is a function, so I should have removed this one. Yeah, this way. Let me terminate here also. Let me check on the search result, actually on that form. Where is the form? Yeah, this input, let me try to just break it so that it can be readable. So class name, let me first of all try to, so class name is going to be that one, then I type search, then area label, it is that one, and then area label is going to be search, and then value, sorry, so value is going to be like a search query, and then on change is going to like handle handle search change, and this way, and then so the button type should be submit. Let me check, confirm. Type submit, then class name, everything, I think it's fine. And then on these roads, let me try to like modify it. So for homepage we have it, and then we can have for products detail, it's there. Let's have the route for the search. I'm going to say path. Here is going to be it's going to be search result page, search, and then the component. I'm going to use the search. So I think instead of this component, let me use element. Let me just use element. Element. I think element should be fine. Then when I use element, then basically here I need to like define the component itself inside there. These so here is going to be search. Search a result page. Should be results. Did I have such a results page? Yeah. And then you should always terminate. And then also these things also should have should be in this way. In case it fails, then I shall recheck. So basically with these changes, basically we can have the product card component to display the individual product detail, and the search results page component to display the search results. Passing React has already been declared. Oh, okay. Basically, I imported the React and it was already, imported. Yeah, basically, sure. It's here. Yeah, so now this one was used, so I shouldn't have used it here. So I think the warning should have disappeared. Let me see. So guys, basically, I think the issue is with this navigate, because I am attempting like to use that use navigate, but I had not define it. So basically I need to like I need to have defined it here at the top. I think I should have imported here at the top, like from this React router DOM. I should have used the here link navigate, and also I should have used the the use navigate. I think I should have defined it here as well. Const search query. And so here I'll say const for navigate. I think that's the spelling. I'm going to use use navigate. User navigate. To use that use navigate hook, and then what else should I? And then here I think I should have used. So now instead of this whole thing, let me say navigate, and then I'm going to navigate. Then so instead I'm using now this one. So this is going to like this use navigate. It's going to like redirect search results to the search results page with this statement. Oh, basically I forgot the on-click event in the form. Let me get a form. Form is there at the bottom. So the form, okay, the form itself. So form on submit, on submit, basically is going to like a handle submit, search submit, and then in fact I even don't need this one. Okay, so let it be the way it is, and then so guys, basically I can see there's nothing that is being displayed here. Let me try to inspect, and yeah, so basically I think there's an issue. Whenever you use the use navigate, it says use navigate may be only used in the context of a router component. Yeah, so or maybe what I do, let me try to like remove it in this directory. Let me wrap here inside a div. This one, let me wrap inside a div like that. And then what I'm going to do, let me remove the browse router here. I'm going to remove that browser router there, and then I'm going to import it in the index.js so that I may wrap it the other side, because it seems like it doesn't accept. So here I'm going to say import browser router from React Router DOM, and then I'm going to wrap everything inside this application. So I'm going to say browse router like that, and then I want to wrap everything inside this router. Okay, like like this. Oh, basically this should be in the inside. I had forgotten. They should be here. Then the error should have disappeared. Then let me check. Yeah, so basically it's working. So you need only to wrap it whenever you use the user navigation. Let me try to search something like let me say earphones. So guys, basically the output here is not like returning those products. I think there's an issue with the you know, the endpoint, you know, the API endpoint. So let me minimize and so that you understand where we are. So I'm going to the front end, to the SRC, and it should be the components, and then to the product what search results page. Yeah, basically at this API endpoint. So basically here I don't have like this endpoint there. So instead let me just use products. I think products is there, and then so this way I think it should work. Let me go there. Yeah, so guys, you can see now it is fetching the stuffs. So guys, basically I see there's a lot of warnings here on this hyperreference, because I'm just using the normal HTML anchor. So basically what I'm going to do, let me go to the front end and to the SRC and to the app.js, and I want to remove all these hash, and I'll replace it with the forward slash so that I may avoid those errors. So let me select all, and then I'm going to replace them with the forward slash like that, and then let me see if the errors have disappeared still. there's somewhere where it's missing, where I haven't added that hash. Let me find it and then I'll replace it with something. Also, this class should be class name. Is there a place where I haven't added the? I think the error should be here. So it's here, and also it's saying that the use effect is defined but not used in the app.js. So use effect, let me remove in case, because I don't want like my work to have the warnings. So this way I think it should be clear now. It has compiled successfully. But now I think there's an issue. I just want to use only the product slang. I think this one is much safer compared to the ID. So basically I'm going to modify my component so that I can just use only the product slang. So let me get to the components and to the product card. Should be product card, right? And then yeah, this is fine. The slug. Let me get to the here also. Here also it should be. Let me see something. Let me see something. Okay, so basically here, because there I use slug, let me also use the slug. This part should be slug. And then where else? Category products. Yeah, this is slug. And then let me find all the instances where I have the anchors, and I replace them with the slug because I want like something in for uniformity. Yeah, this is slug product card. Details, I think I had checked. Should be slug. And then slug. Yeah, this is fine. The results page. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. So let me say check on the top selling product. This is slug. Yeah, it's fine. So guys, basically the other thing that I've realized here it's not displaying all the products. I think let me just remove this carousel part so that it can display a responsive grid in Bootstrap. I want it like to display the titles the way it is, but now it will list all the categories under it in this section. And then yeah, I want to do it for all the categories. So basically let me get to the categories list component. Is it category products? Yeah, these are category products, and I think let me modify it such that it can work well with us. Product filter, product category ID, category ID. This is fine. This statement. But now here at the bottom, the return statement should be category product. That's fine. The class name, then category name. It's fine. Then because I want to like display something like a grade, I'm going to add in here a class name. I'm going to add in a class name here called row. Let me wrap this one. And then I'm going to give it a class name of class name is going to be that bootstrap row. it's going to be this row from the bootstrap, and by that this one should be here. This no, it's fine. So here should let me see something. So like instead of displaying this carousel, let me remove it. So instead of these carousels, it's going to display directly these category products. And I'm going to map it with product, and it should be just the product, right? Product. It should be product. Then under it, I'm going to like pass in the sorry. Key product class name. So for this one, let me delete this one. Now from here, kit that one, and then because I want to like make it like a responsive grid, bootstrap grid, I'm going to use a class name. So in this class name, I'm going to give it a card. Not card actually. It's going to be call dash MD. I'm going to give it 3, and then margin bottom, I'm going to give it 4. Margin bottom for each, I'm going to give it 4. Then a class here is going to be card. This is fine. Then here I'm going to give it product image. Product image class name. So for this class name, I'm going to say card dash ing top. A class name for that one, and then alternative name, I think it's fine. Then in the body, card body, it's fine. Then the product name, description, stock, it's fine. And then now here is going to be linked to products. It's a dynamic, so I'm using the backtick products. Product should be product, and then product, then product slang. Class name here I'm going to use let me see, btn primary, and then view details link. This is fine. So this is fine. Now these are the things I'm going to remove. These are carousel stuff. Yeah, this one I'm going to remove. So basically on this div, let me format the documents, the document, and one thing that I'm going to remove is this div, and also this div, because I want it like just to display the bootstrap, Let me refresh here. Yeah, so it is displaying what I wanted. But now I think I can remove now this background, because the other time I just wanted to add in to see if the CSS was working. So let me just go to the CSS. It was styles.css, and then let me remove the background. and it's fine. So basically on these images, because I want it to to be sort of uniform, I want to give it the same width for all the images. So let me do this. In this image, I'm going to give it a width of, let's say, something like 300. Then the width, the height I can give it something like 250 or so pixel. But now here object fit, because when I use cover, it won't display, like it will trim some parts of the image. So let me refresh. You can see the images are trimmed, like this one is not being displayed properly. I don't know why it has, you see images are not like being displayed properly. So let me use this property called contain, so that it can fit in well in those tabs. Yeah, contain. You can see now contain is very much better. So let me find the tag for that image. Should be FlashSale product. What is the image? The class name that wraps everything is is a FlashSale slider. Is dot FlashSale slider img. Now on this one specifically, for image, so image I'm going to give it a width of something like a 500 pixel, and then the height is going to be something like so height should be something like a 300 pixel. Again, I'll use the object fit. Object fit should be contain. So that at least you may have something a bit bigger. Also guys, you realize that on these are top selling products, on these are top selling products, when you click on it, it's not like directing you to the product details page. Like for example, when you inspect, then you can see it tells you that no routes matched the location product, and then these are earphones. So I think we need to modify this one so that it can point to the product's detail page when you click on a product on that top top selling product, so that when you click on a product, it directs you to the product details page. So all of these tabs should always direct you to the product details page. So basically in this case, I'm going to modify that component that carries the product detail, not product, top selling products. Let me find it. Top selling products, and let me modify this stuff here. So let me check first of all things if are okay. Top selling products, I'm assigning it to products, and then assort B sales, in sales. So for top selling, slice to 10, and then return top selling product, that's the title name, then a draw, and then top selling products, I'm mapping it inside the so basically in this one, let me just map it directly here to be product. Should be product, and then a product, and then here I'm going to pass in the product ID, class name, class name is going to be called MD3, but also let me add in the margin bottom. So margin bottom, I'm going to give it 4, and then here I'm going to wrap everything inside a class called card. So to be to be displayed like a card. So I'm going to say div so here class name, I'm going to use a Bootstrap card to wrap everything inside these tabs in a card. So basically at the end of this link I'm going to say this way, and then let me check on something else. So basically the link, because I'm wrapping everything inside this now this should be product, and then a product slang, and then for image it is for image is going to be product image, alternative name is product name, but also I can add in the class name so that it may have the same styling like the other one. So class name is going to be card img top, and then alternative name is product name. This is fine. Then now I can also create another one for the card body. I want an image to be separate from, so let me say card sorry, should be a div first, div. So I'm going to wrap the name and product description. Let me cut name, product name, and then our product title. I'll also add in the title, but all of this stuff should be wrapped inside what div. Let me paste it here. So basically I want this image to be independent. You see where I have the link for this product, link to product slang at the end of this image, and then I'm going to also add in the product name. Let me duplicate name, description. For description actually it's going to be name, and then the price. Should I add in also description? Description for uniformity, so let me say description product description, and then price, and then I can add in now the link. So this one I'm going to use a link tag, should be view details. So basically in this link I'm going to add in link to what? This one I'm going to link to, because it's dynamic, I'm using the backtick, then product, and then it should be preceded with the product slang. Sorry. product dot slug, product dot slug, then class name, sorry. No, basically this should be after this. So on the class name is going to be again the btn for button, and then the color is going to be btn primary, like that. And then so basically here I forgot it should be card body, the one that wraps everything should be class name, should be card body. Let me format the document to be is good, like your work to be neat. Yeah, this is fine. Let me check the latest display. So let me refresh. Yeah, now let me try to click on a product. Yeah, you can see now it's directing me to the product details page. So guys, basically the other thing that I think I need to sort it out in a few is these category parts. I want it like when I click on these categories, it's going to open the categories page, and then it's going to display all the products of that category, and each product, when you click on it, is going to direct you to the product details page. So I think that's something that I need to sort it out before we even proceed the other sections. So I'm going to create another component. Let me minimize this stuff so that you may understand where we are. Again at the front end, and then at the SRC, and then to the components. I'm going to create here a component for a category page. So let me just call it category page. Category page dot JS. So guys, basically on this page, let me just import first of all React. I import React, and also I'm going to import these hooks. They use state, and also the use effect. And the use effect from the React. From React. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is to import the use params. I'll use it. Import use params, and then also from React router DOM, and also I'm going to import the link. And here I'm going to use the Axios. So in these Axios, let me do what? Let me import Axios first of all. Import. Remember we installed, so remember Axios from Axios. So now here, let me define it as a category page. So const should be category page. Then in this arrow function, I'm going to set the variables for these hooks. So the first one, it will be for slang const, and then slang should pass here slug, and then assign it to these use params. The use params, and then also const And then here I'm going to like create this variable. The first one will be category, and then the other one should be set category, set category, then assigning it to the hook use state, and then initializing it with the null, and then the other one will be for let me say const, and by there I'm using the const because these one are not changeable. I remember in JavaScript we have several ways on how you can define the keywords like the late var, but with the const, this one defines a constant variable. When you define it, it can be changed. So product, like when you define something else on the same keyword, it will throw an error saying that it is already defined. So this is the goodness of working in the the const keyword, and then set a product. Set product. I'm assigning it to this hook use state, right? Use state, and then this one I'm going to initialize with an empty object. So now this is where our logic comes in. So I'm going to use here the use effect, and this one I'm going to initialize with an empty argument, and then so first of all, const, let's call it, for example, something like a fetch category, fetch category and what, and products. I'm assigning it to the async. Async, then these are a function. Then here I want to implement the error validation. So I'm going to say try, in case there's an error, it will throw an error, and in case it's not an error, there's not an error, then it's going to check on this stuff and return the response. So I'm going to implement a same, let me say try, then a const response. For a response, I'm going to assign to await, then axios get, and then I'm going to pass in I'm going to sorry, I'm going to pass in the endpoint here, and I'm going to use HTTP, then 127.0.0. By the way, it's good to be sure on which one it's running. Like you can see on my end, on this Python server, it is running at this port. This is what I'm typing there. By the way, in fact, let me just copy. Be sure to use the correct endpoint, otherwise it will throw an error. So this is the port number, and then so it's API, and then products. Products. Let me start this postman because it's a good practice to always test your APIs before you proceed. So products, but because I want it to be dynamic, it's going to check category. Sorry, category followed by the slug. So it's dynamic, so it's going to be slug. Sorry, slug, and let me state the API. If it will fetch, it will return all the products. Let me check product. Let me send a request, and I can see the status is here is 200, which is okay, and it has returned all the the products. So basically this one is fine. Now the other thing, the other thing that I want to do is to So basically this one is fine. Now so it's going to check on this one. If it is correct, then I'm going to also create another one, another variable like for the to return like the response. So let me terminate first of all, and then here for the response I'll create a variable for it, const data. I'm going to assign here to response dot data. In case there's a good response, like once it finds these products, and then also it's going to like check on the current category. So it's going to, let me say, const current category. Now for the current category, it's going to like say data, but you should find it in the, let me use find. Find I want to like it to find product. Under this product, let me use another function here to like implement what should be done there. Going to be product dot category, because we want these products to return products only that are in that category. So product dot slug, and then should be equal to equal so dot slug. So the product should be equal to equal the slug. So this is our first approach on how you can use it. And then, so in case in the event there's a correct match, then we need to call the function, which is, let me say, set category. And in this set category, I'll pass in the current category dot category category, and then also for set product, set products. Let me say products. Let me say products. Products. Set products. And then in this set products, I'm going to like pass in the data dot filter and then I'm going to filter what? I'm going to filter product based on what? I'm going to filter this product. Then this is how I'm going to implement it. I'm going to use another function here, and then this is the filtering criteria. It's going to be product dot category dot slug equal to equal slug. Like I want the categories to only be fetched if they are in that slug, like if they are in that category. So this is how I'll implement it. So but in the event there's an error. Set products, I should also have used here products. I should have used the product there, and then so in the event there's an error, then we need to use a catch error. So I'll say catch error, and then in this error I'm going to say console dot error, and then the error message can be, for example, let me say something like in case there's an error, I'm going to say error fetching category and products. So products, because there are many, I say products, and then so the error itself, after that it will be error. It will be, the error. So basically let me I thought I had wrapped everything inside a sink. So basically this is a sink, I think. Oh, basically I think I forgot. See, I should use here an empty object here like this so that it can remove that error. Yeah. So I think now it should be fine. All right, I'm going to check on this one later perhaps. So let me call let me call this one in the event it is in the event, sorry, in the event it's correct, then we need to implement to call it in case it returns. We need to call it to trigger or maybe um, to initialize to make it work. So we need to call once a function is created, you need to call it. So we are calling it with this one and uh, initializing with passing here the slug and then basically we can do it. We can always be sure that you wrap everything inside your function here. So basically what I'm going to do here now is to say if, in the event, let me say if, I want to check if it hasn't returned, if it hasn't returned either of these, if it hasn't returned either of these conditions, then I want to do something for example, let it say something like it's loading, or to tell the user so that they may be patient, they may know that there is some loading going on. So let me say if it hasn't returned the category, the category category, or we use to pipe, or product item, products dot length is not equal to 0, then this is what can happen. We are going to a return let me use a div here, and then I'm going to say div loading, something like loading. Now here the length should be or here we want a situation where the category, if it has not returned the category, and also the length is equals to 1, then basically on the product the length is equal to 0, then it will tell you that it is loading, it's loading. So once let me do this. After that, then we can now execute what should be displayed. So let me say return. Then this return statement, I'm going to pass here a h. Let me say a let me use h2, right? Let me use h2. And then in this h2, I'm just going to say, because it's dynamic, I'm going to say category. Category dot name. Category dot name. And then I'm going to wrap everything inside that div. And then guys, basically, in React, unlike in other languages like HTML, you have to wrap everything inside a main element. So here, let me just give it an empty one, and then I wrap everything inside it. I don't know how I had forgotten that very important thing. So here, a class name, because I want to use, because I'm using Bootstrap. Let me say raw, and then for the products now, I'm going to say product. Let me say product, a product, and I want to map it. I want to map product. I want to map that product to this function, like to have this a statement. So first of all, the first one we are going to have like a class name. I'll use a div. And then so here should be products dot map, and then here I'm going to say what I'm going to say, like in this one I'm going to use a key because I want to iterate, like to return several of them. There will be several products, so I want like to identify each with an ID. So key, I'm going to use a key, and then it's going to be product dot ID. So that's the like a unique identifier for each product. Then I'm going to like wrap everything inside a card. So I'll use again the div, and then in this div, now in this div, I'm going to say class name should be a bootstrap card, and then so for the image, I don't know if I have that product details, if I can copy somewhere. Product card. Let me just copy this part. Alright, let me just type there's no harm. So here I'm going to say let me say. So the first one that we want to use here is the image. So I'm going to say like image. I'm going to use like the image tag img. It's a self-closing tag. And the problem. Now, what I'm going to pass here, let me say for source CRC. For the CRC, because it's dynamic, it's going to like take the for product dot image, product dot image, and then a class name, because it's dynamic as well. I'm going to use no, not class name is not dynamic. Sorry guys, sorry. For class name, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. For this image, it's going to be like a card img top. Basically, this is the styling that I'm using on all. Then alternative text. So let me say alt. For the alternative text, I'm going to, because it's dynamic as well, I'm going to say product. I'm going to say to like product.name. Like in the event that the image is deleted, it should display this name of that product. And then after this, then I can definitely wrap everything inside the body. So let me say div So let me now wrap the body content here of that card. So let me just say class name should be card body. I want it to inherit styling from Bootstrap. Like I don't want to like a code from anything with the though we shall use it. We shall use also the custom CSS. But for this one, let me just use the Bootstrap styling. But I'm sure I'll show you how to use also the CSS. So here, the first thing I can use is product. Let me just copy from the product card. Or let me just say H5. H5, and then it's going to be it's going to be for this is 5, I'm going to use what? I'm going to use it should be the product name, right? Should be product. Sorry, should be product dot name. A product name, then the class name. Class name on this one is should be card. A title, card title, and then the other one should be like for example paragraph for description, so P. So on this one should be the class name. Class name here should be what? It should be card text from Bootstrap card hyphen text. And then for this one, I can say, for example, after the should be something like a description, right? Product description. Yeah, it should be like a product description. A product the description because I'm going to use the same styling. Let me duplicate, let me make it 2 of them, and then the second one will be like for price. So I'm going to say like price, but let me say price, and then it is in dollars perhaps, and then the other one should be now for stock, and then this one should be, let me say stock, then let me say remaining, and then now we want to like have a slang or maybe a link, like not a slang actually. I want like to have a link where you can navigate to the product details. So here I'm going to say view details. Now for uniformity, I'm going to use like the same styling. So first of all, link to, and then because it's dynamic, I'm using the backtick. And then I'm going to say a / product, and it will end with the product slug, product.slug, like that, and then we can do it, we can export. So export so export default, then this should be category page, right? Category page. Yeah, category page, that's what I used. Let me format the document. It's fine now, and then in case of anything, then we shall check on that. So basically you need to make sure that you've linked like you've linked the project here. So ensure that you have the categories. I've added this one. So ensure that you create this path for categories, and then it's going to preceded with the, like it's going to be followed by this flag. You ensure that we link it to that category page that we have just created. So you do this, and then let me check. So let me perhaps refresh, though I know for React it will do it automatically dynamic. Now let me click on it on the product. I don't know why it's not clickable. Let me just give it some moment. The links are not clickable. Let me see. Oh, okay. So basically, in the category page line 39. So let me go to the category page. Should be components. Then a category page. Where is it? Line 39. line number 39. Expected assignment or a functional call instead of the expression. Let me see. I forgot I should have used this let me find where it ends. Like I should have used this one, sorry, this instead of the other one. This one, no, sorry. Let me see which one is wrapping which. Let me do this. Let me undo and try to do this so that I can be sure where I am. So yeah, so basically this should have been this way, sorry, this way, and then again let me terminate so that I can know where it ends, and then here this place should be this way. I should be like that way, and then of course I need to remove this one. Yeah, and the error has disappeared. So let me try to reload. So okay, when I click on this one, but I think it's working though, but now the styling, I think I have failed a lot. Okay, so guys, I think the problem is this. Let me go to this one, because here I think I should have defined the width, like the class name for the width, like the column width. So let me just say class name, then here let me use a bootstrap style in there. So let me say a call, like I'll want like to have like a 3 items call. I'll give it 3, and then margin bottom should be margin bottom 4. So with this styling, I think it should resolve the issue. Let me just check. Yeah, it has worked. So basically it's fine. When I click on this one, it should take me to the products detail. So guys, basically I have the site here. I think it's somehow nice a bit, but I will need to add in the styling, and also these images, they are not that perfect, the sizing and stuff. You need to use the images of the same size so that when you style, it won't be affected so much. Like at this one, when you try to style it, it can be distorted, or maybe the display won't be that uniform from the rest. So basically I've just added some new images there. I want to like replace all the images here, and use something descriptive to describe my my stuff, my these products. So let me go to the Django admin. Django so should be this one, and the administrator, then to the products. Let me find the products. So for this smartphone, I'm going to change the image. So this was this one. I'm going to choose it to image 1. I'm going to the desktop, Ecommerce web app, and then this will be phone, media, products. Then let me find phone 1. So this is going to be phone 1. Let me call it let me call it Samsung Galaxy A14. Sorry, it should be A14. A14, then a slug is going to be the same. Let me just call it Samsung underscore Galaxy A14, and then the phone, Samsung Galaxy A14 latest, something like that. Samsung, yeah, this is the spelling. And then the category, I'm going to place it in the the fonts category is going to be the fonts, and then the pricing I think can be still be fine. And then this is not a flash sale, so let me try to replace. First of all, let me see if it's it will populate well. Let me see. Let me go to the fonts, and yeah, sure, it is working. You can see now there it is now being displayed very well. It is there. So also for this other one, for Samsung Galaxy, let me also change it. They are fine. So guys, I want us to begin the styling. And also on these images, I'm going to remove that Bootstrap styling. I just want to use the custom CSS so that beginners will understand, because I haven't taught Bootstrap. That's why I'm going to stick on the CSS, the normal I'm going to stick to just the custom CSS. So what I'm going to do next, let me get to the CSS. First of all, this I don't want it to be close to the edges, and also you can see here at the bottom we have the overflow. So let me first of all get here. At the bottom you can see we have this line, horizontal line. I don't want that one. So basically I'm going to do this. Let me get here and find where I have should be homepage, right? Homepage. Let me find the homepage CSS. Oh, the component first. Let me add in the component for homepage. Yeah, here it is. And then I'm going to wrap everything inside let me call user div, then a class name. Let me just call it home underscore page. Let me know which CSS I'm using here. In fact, I haven't even used any, so I'm going to say import. Should be import. Alright, let me just do this in the product card, or maybe in the category products. Let me just copy this one because I don't want to type again. Homepage. Now let me add it to the homepage, and let me copy the class name. Now here I'm going to give it a width. A width of no, not width, actually it should be margin of something like a 4% or so. Let me see, because this should affect everything. No, I should be at the React application. Yeah, it's fine. This is a margin. I think it's fine. And then the other thing on this one, I can now, okay, let me style these images. So on the top styling products, I want to remove that Bootstrap styling so that I can use my own custom CSS. So let me, because custom CSS will always override everything. So to the top selling products, for the image, for the image, let me remove this one and add let me say my underscore img, and then also let me find it somewhere where I used the image category list. I think I also have not this one, category page. Let me find wherever I have the image to change like and the class name to my underscore img. Sorry, category product. So for the image as well, going to be my underscore img. FlashSale products, the images are FlashSale products for the so for like the class name, I'm going to say my underscore img, and then let me find homepage. Our homepage is already product card. So for the image, I'm going to say my underscore img. Product detail, let me find wherever I have the image and remove that bootstrap styling. So for the image, the class name for the image class name should be my underscore img. Yeah, I think it's done. Let me first of all see if it's affected. Actually, this is the bad thing on using the high quality images. They will always like affect the the styling, like the rendering speed. So I want to resize these images so that you can see they are both affected. I want to resize them so that it can fit in to the screen very fine. So basically what I'm going to do, let me just try to adjust. Let me minimize and find a proper way on how I can style it. So the front end src styles, so my underscore img. So basically on this one I'm going to I'm using the high quality images, that's why it is taking forever to load. So for width, let me use 280. No, it should be 280. Did I use okay? Yeah, 280. And then I justify content. Let me say content or a cover. Let me use cover. Yeah. So basically, I think this one it is fitting well. You can see now the headers, everything it's fine, sort of fine. It's not that bad. Then let me add in like to have like something like should I add in something like at the edge, like the border radius there at the top. So border radius, I'm going to give it so for border radius, let me just give it something like 5 pixel. I don't know if it will be too big. Let me see. Actually my images are high quality, that's why it's taking forever to render. Yeah, but it's not bad. It's not that bad. Perhaps if I can, or a width, and then here I just want to give it top, like the first one on the top left, and also top right. Top right, I'm going to give it 5 pixel. This is top top right, and then 5 pixel. That is top right, and then bottom left, I'm going to give it 0. Then bottom right, I'm going to also to give it 0. So let me see. Should be dynamic, but because I think my images are quite high quality, that's why it's taking forever to do so. But you can see now the images are fitting well. So basically on this part, you realize that the images are like in the portrait format. So what I'm going to do, let me try to resize. So on this one, I'm going to give it a width of around 600 by something like 350, 3_50, and then so I'll add in the border radius because I want like to have, so let me say border radius. So it's going to be 0 on the top left, and then on the top right, I'm going to give it 20 pixel, and then bottom left, I'm going to give it 0, then a 20 pixel. That is bottom right, then a 20 pixel. Let me see if they'll work well. I want to do a global like styling. So for anchor tag, text decoration, I'm going to give it none, and then color, because I want to use blue and green. I just want to use the blue and also green. So, and then the list style type. So basically for the LI, let me see, category list, LI. So LI, wherever we have the LI, then I'm going to remove list style type. I'm going to give it none. Let me reload the page and see if it will work or not. And the list style type is none. So basically it's kind of good. It's fine. Flash sale. So for the image, oh sure. Basically, let me call it flash sale. Flash_sale. Flash_sale, and then I think that was the reason. Or what I do instead of adding this class name here, let me just, because this stuff, they are all like, they are only images, so let me just call it FlashSale slider. FlashSale slider, img the way it was. Let me be sure that I've removed the class name here. A flash sale. Let me just undo, redo. Or at the moment, let me just remove this property completely, because the images are both, I think they're all equal, so that it can just be the way it is. And then for the anchor tag, let me try to increase the size kidogo. So the font size. Let me give it something like 20 pixels or so. Yeah. Okay, basically I have to do that. I have to do this. FlashSale slider image. On this one, I'm going to say width. I'm going to give it 600. Then on the height, I can give it something like a 350. And then object fit. Object fit going to be cover. Yeah, cover is fine. No, also I should have added that class, that IMG, targeting out the IMG. Yeah, they are now good. But now when I try to add in the border radius, or let me try to add in the border. Let me see if it will affect all. Border, let me give it 3 pixel solid. Solid, and then the color I'm going to give it green. Now my brand color is going to be green this time. Let's see. Yeah, I can see it's affecting. And then now the other thing, let me try to now add in the border radius and see if it works. So border radius, I'm going to give it, let me try to give it something like a 20 pixel on all sides and see if it will be affected or not. If it will be affected on all, then I may be sure that it's working. So on this one here, it's affecting all. Let me use orange. I think it blends, like having orange, green and blue. It's sort of fine. Yeah, this one is not that bad. And then yeah, so basically that one is fine. Now one last thing, let me try to add in also another category here. Another category. So let me go to the categories. Where is the categories? In the category section, I'm going to like add in another category. I can call it so basically on this one, let me just call it, because when you go to this application, I've split the categories here. I want when someone clicks here, let me refresh. Like when someone clicks on the categories, they're able to view the accessories. So for example, let me just get what is here already. Let me just copy that part and the accessory, and then to my what, to the app.js. To app.js. So to the categories, so the first one I can give it accessories, and then the other thing can be okay. Basically the other category is computers. So let me just click on the computers. I want it to be like a clickable. When you click on the other sides on the computers, let me give it this link, such that when you click on it, it's going to fetch all the computers. And then the other one is clothings, but before clothings, let me use TVs instead, because that's what I have. Let me say TV. For TVs, I'm going to copy, but then instead of adding even another category, let me just use fonts. Let me use fonts. for no, here should be, I forgot fonts. And then for TVs, I'm going to copy the URL there. And then the other thing on the food stuff, let me just remove this one. Also on this one, let me also remove. And then on this one, the width, let me give it the width for the cards with let me give it just 100%, 100%. Yeah, 100% is fine the way it is. And then yeah, because I wanted like it to fit in very well at this side. And then I saw, yeah, so basically the images are now fitting the cards well. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. But now when you go to these categories, I need to add in the class. Like when you go to the categories, it is using this. I want it to be like for these buttons to have a class name for the card. So let me go to the categories. Component categories, category what should be category products, right? Category products. Then I should also add in the class name. No, is it? Category products. Let me find something. Let me find product card, and I'm going to use this one. Let me find something. The one that's going to fetch like category product should be category. Is it category page? So yeah, basically on this one I forgot to add in the class name. So let me add in that class name such that no, should be after at the end of this one, because I want it to like to have the buttons, like I want for uniformity purposes, so that you can have also the the class the buttons that way, for uniformity purposes. And then the backgrounds here, I think I should use green. The background here, let me just use green. So backgrounds for the headers. Let me go to the to app, and then for the backgrounds on the entire thing, I'm going to use BG. So it should be BG success. Is it so? BG success, but now the button is not working. So for the button, I think I'm going to give it, yeah, let me just use for a warning at the moment. But now this font type, font family here on the hover, by there on the hover, I want when I hover on them, hover, I want when hover color will still be the same. When I hover, yeah, colors, I just want it to be the same. But then the font family, Font family, I'm going to use I'm not sure which one is the best, but let me try to see Roboto. Or Roboto, I think Roboto should be somewhere. I'm thinking on something. Or instead, let me just use the default one, the Ario. So basically, the other page that I want us to style, it is the product details. Like you can see when I click here, and these are products, you can see the, you can see this part is not quite good. So basically on this page, it is in the product details. Let me find it. Product details page. Product detail. Where is product details? Product details here. So basically on this one, I'm going to give it. So on the product details, so let me go to the CSS product details. But it's a good practice to always like naming, like commenting, and also to be systematic when you are using the CSS or for easy accessibility. Like for me, you see that I'll have a lot of time to like access this stuff, but I'm just doing for the sake of tutorial. But for real world web application, be sure to use to be organized. Like you can say, for example, the first one is navbar, the first one is like the global styling, the navbar in that hierarchy, and then other components, and then you just give it component name. It will be super fine. So here I'm going to give it a background of light gray. Let me give it light gray or a light blue. Let me try light blue. And then the width or a margin, let me give it 10%. Margin is going to be 10 or let me give it something like a 7, and also padding. Sorry, padding I'm going to give it 3%. Padding I'm going to give it, but now this color is not good. So what I'm going to do, let me say, so for background color, let me use light gray or whichever. Let me just use any color here, not that white, but and also not that is something a bit dark. Yeah, this way it's fine. Then I can add in also the border, like at the border radius. Border radius, let me give it 20 pixels. I think 20 pixels will be big. And then now for the image here, IMG, for the image, the height. So for height, I'm going to give it, for height, I'm going to say, let me just give it 100% for the height. Not really 100%. Let me give it something like like 80. Let me use let me minimize these other tabs. I'm thinking that here I should use also I should use the same properties here. So for height, or maybe width, okay, height, let me give it something like 60. See, let me see. Is there any effect? I can't see any effect here. Let me resize and see. Or what I do, let me try to minimize the overall. Let me try to minimize the overall height margin. Like let me just give it 10, the way it was 10%. And then at this part of the description, I'm going to give it white. So let me find the product details. That part of the description, or maybe let me just add in white. Let me just say background color. So this is product information. So I think let me try to add in a class here that will wrap everything. So let me say product. So let me say class name. So on the class name, I'm going to say details icon card. So basically at the end of it here, okay, details card. This is details card. So at the end of it, I'm going to add in now that thing, and then it should be fine. No, not really fine. Basically, I want like to add in what? So the product details card. So for the details card, I'm going to say background color. A background color, I'm going to give it white, just white. I'm going to give it, let me see first of all. Okay, so basically I think I had not wrapped everything well. I should have wrapped everything with the product details. So let me remove it here, and then until the reviews part here at the bottom. Or related product, so it should be here at the end. Div, yeah, should be here. This way, and then I'm going to add in some padding. where is it? I'm going to add in some padding. So the border radius here is going to be, or let me even use 15, but top and bottom I want to give it 0. Let me give it just 0. Sorry, should be 0. Top, like a top left and also top right, I'm going to give it 0. And then 15 pixel, that should be left and right, like 15 pixel on the right, also 15 pixel on the left. Bottom, these are bottom. And then here is going to be vice versa, going to be 15. This for image is not, there's no problem, there's no harm. Okay, yes, just fine. So on this one, let me say 20 15 pixel, also top and bottom, top left and right, also 15 pixel, and then bottom left and right I'm going to give it 0. So that there, here we may have like something like I forgot to add in the padding. Padding, let me give it 3% or maybe 2%. So let me add in the footer, the app.js, and then just after these routes I'm going to add in here footer. So I'm going to say designed by this one. I can use an anchor tag here, anchor tag, then let me say name tag, hyper reference href. I'm going to say https nametech.com, designed by nametech, and then pipe, and same copyright. Let me say let me add in the copy here, should be the ant copy semicolon like this, designed by nametech, then so 2024, designed by nametech. Then I can say something like alright, alright reserved, and then let me go to here, and then I can say, for example, footer. Footer, I'm going to give it a background color of okay. So basically what I do, let me do this, let me just copy the same styling because I want the header and footer to have the same styling. So I'm going to use the Bootstrap color here. So it was what color did I use there for success, right? On the BG success. So this should be BG success. So class name should be BG success. Let me see. So that should be the background, and then let me add in the padding. Not padding. Let me give it 4%. I think 4 is big. Let me give it 3, and also align it at the sender. So text align should be centered, and then color should be white, and then for the anchor tag The anchor tag, let me say color to be color, let me use blue. Text decoration, I think I had removed at the top there. Let me see. So the color, okay, so basically the color of the footer here, no, so it is footer and then anchor tag, and then I can increase the font size. The 2024 designed by Nametech. All right, let me use instead of success, let me use warning. Let me say warning to be orange, not here. Class, oh no, not that part. So here should be orange. Then it's a bit short, perhaps I can increase the font size. Let me give it 20 pixel, and then not bad. So guys, basically the other thing that I want us to do is to implement the cut system here. I want us to have something where you can like in that cart you're able to to add items to the cart, and so also we shall also implement on how you can handle the remove from the cart function, and also update, and also how to calculate the pricing, for example when you've added an item or removed an item. And also we shall do it, and we shall render it inside a table, to be in table items in that cart sections when you go there, so that it can display very well the amount added, and then also you can go to the checkout if you so wish. So basically that's something that I want us to begin with. And I think I'm going to use the product details, because that's where all the individual products are being redirected here. So I'm going to add in the cart system here. All these other stuffs are configured later. Perhaps you can see it's not fetching the vendor, it's not fetching the address. So basically the way I was calling it, perhaps it's not good. I'll check on that later, but at the moment let me just implement the cart system, and then we will be good to go. So let me get to the VS Code. Let me minimize everything so that we understand where we are. So basically in this product details component, to the SRC, and then to components, and then to the product details. I want to use I want to implement the cart system here. This page, this is the page that I want us to work on, at this product detail page. So basically what I'm going to do is to ensure that I have the navigate, and the product details I have the use navigate here. Use params, and also I can use navigate. Use navigate. Navigate, and they use navigate. I'm going to use the use navigate, and then here I can add in also several. I can add in the other other states. So first of all, let me say consts. In these accounts, the first thing that I can do is to use let me use a quantity, beginning with quantity. Quantity in the states, the quantity in the set quantity. set quantity. I think this is spelling for the quantity. Then I'm going to assign it to this hook use state. By default, I'm going to initialize it with one item, so that when you just select a product, you're going to like make it one, like it's going to use one by default, like one quantity of that item. Then from there, that's when you can add in several or a remove. And then also now the cut itself, so const, and then I'm going to define the state for the cut, so it's going to be cut, and then also set cut and set cut. This one I'm going to use state. I'm going to initialize with an empty object, and then any other thing. Navigate, so const navigate. I'm going to like assign it to that use navigate component. Use navigate, and not component, actually the state there. So I think with this one, then I can begin to implement the system. So after this one, after it has fetched the products, then I can also add in like a system or maybe a function, and that's going to fetch cut from the local storage. So what I'll do, let me say const, or let me just add in a comment, perhaps it's a good practice. Let me say fetch a cut from local storage. From local storage, and then in this one I'm going to say const cut data. I'm going to assign here to the local storage dot get item a get item method, and this one we are getting what? The cut. Yeah, that's the cut. So like let's implement something here, so like a conditional statements here. So let me say if cut data is a JSON file, is a, let me say set cut is JSON dot pass, then it's going to do it. It's going to like a cut data. It will return like the cut data that way. Now let's like implement one for adding a cut to handle like the cut, to handle the cut now. So let me say const, let me call it handle add to cut. Oh, it's already here. Handle add to cut. Handle add to cut, then add a function here. So basically I'm going to like define some for cut item. So const the variable for the cut item. So let me say cut item, For this cart item, I'm going to pass the several parameters. So the first one will be the ID for the cart. So ID is going to be dynamic product dot ID, and then product dot ID, comma, and then for name is going to be product dot name, and then for price is going to be product dot price, and then image is going to be product. What else should we add here? Perhaps quantity. Quantity is very important. And the other thing is quantity. Quantity is going to be quantity. It's going to be quantity like that. And then we can terminate it in this way. I'm not redeclaring, don't know why it's throwing that error, but I'll check on that perhaps later. The other thing could be, for example, to update the cart in the local storage. So let me say, where was I? Or let me add in a comment. Let me say update the cart in local storage. Local storage, that module storage. And then so basically on this one I'm going to say should I copy what I had here? Let me just type, let me say so this one is to update the card. So let me say const updated card. I'm going to assign here to cart and also cart item. The cart item and the local storage dot set local storage. I'm going to like say set item here, set item, and then I'm going to pass in the cart JSON dot stringify. Then this one I'm going to say updated. I'm going to pass in updated cart, and this way let me terminate that way. Then let me for set cart. After this one, after it's updated, then we are going to pass in now what updated cart. Updated cart. Let's terminate it that way. And then so like to redirect you after you've purchased, then basically I'm going to use the navigate, calling it with the navigate. I'm going to pass here / cart. I'm going to implement the cart page in a few. Sorry. So this one is to navigate or redirect cart page to the cart page. Let me see. Redirect to redirect you to the cart page. Now basically the other thing, now let me also add in implement the remove. like a remove from the cart, to handle like the remove from the cart. So I'm going to say const const and then handle remove from cart, So basically on this one I'm going to assign here to item remove, I'll implement that function in item remove. Item remove. So on the item remove, it will be const updated cart. Updated cart, I'm going to assign here to the cart dot filter, and that is the criteria. You're going to filter the item based on item dot id. If it's not equal to item to remove, let me just update here and say item to remove, yeah, item to remove dot id. And then so for local storage, I'm going to pass in set item cart. Now this one is going to be JSON dot stringify again, and then on this one I'll pass in what, that updated cart, and we can do it. We can set the cart to, like, we can call that cart, set cart to with the updated cart. Yeah, this way. Yeah, this is fine the way it is. Use a product image, product details. Okay, so let me so there's a product description. Oh, basically at this part, let me uncomment this one. I had written earlier. So basically, what I'm going to do, or let me just click so that we may be on the same page, because I had wrote that earlier, or I do it because it's just the same. So basically this button is going to be like, for the first button is to handle the add to cart button, and then now the second button on click is going to handle the remove from cart product. We pass their product, and it is remove from cart from cart item. So basically basically I need to add in like that section where it can display the number. So basically I can do it after this description. After this description, I can use a div and say div. So basically in this div, I want to use something like a form or something. So I'm going to say label the HTML form. Should be label. So for the label, I'm going to say HTML for quantity. No, yeah, it should be quantity, right? It will be just Okay, yeah, quantity, and then let me say quantity. So quantity like that, and then input. Let me say input. So input is a self-closing. Is a self-closing element, but because I want to like pass there several, you know, I want to like pass here several like those, you know, those attributes here, several attributes. So I want to type here to use, first of all, the type is going to be number, and ID, it will be quantity, and then a minimum value, I'm going to give it 1, and then a value, I'm going to use quantity, and then on change, because I want it to be dynamic. So on change, for example, let me use here A, then I'm going to assign here to set quantity into A dot target dot value. Dot value like that, and then and then this is fine. Then let me see, div, then these buttons here, so this should work fine. Now basically let me check on something. Add it to cart. So basically after this, I'm going to say what, let me just let me say cart. After this, our first button, I'm going to say cart.sum. I use here .sum. Then the arrow function here, same, I'll pass here item. Then is going to be item dot ID equal to product dot ID product ID and then here I'm going to like pass in so this remove button should now be here. Remove product, yeah. So this, I think, should be this way. So basically we need like to implement the cart system also in the app.js. The app, like we need to add in that part of the cart. We need to add in what the cart. Let me first of all remove this one here. I had added it earlier, but I want to show you so that you can understand also how to do it. So the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to create a category page, like cart page. In fact, let me just create here now, though I won't use it. Let me say cut page. I'm going to work on it in a few JS. I want to import that. Import cut. Import cut page. Import cut page. I don't know why it's not like picking. Import cut page from components, then cut page, yeah, this way. And then so the other thing that I can do here is to like add in the, after this, use navigate. Let me say for search, handle search change, it's fine. That's for like the search bar. Handle submit is fine. The handle submit is fine. Then so after this, so basically after this li for my account. So remember the first li, sorry. Okay, so this is for my account, that drop down. But now after this li here, before I wrap like the entire thing, and then I can add in also another li here. Li, and then in this li, I'm going to use a class name. Class name should be nav item, just like the rest. Nav item, and then I'm going to like use a link because it's a cut. I'm going to say link. First of all, let me close it this way. Link, then links should be the class name. The class name also should be nav link. Nav link, then should be link to where? Link to the cut. Because it's not dynamic. Should like direct you to the cut. And then now the text, link text. Link text should be cut. Then also it will display, like I want it to display the counter like the counter there at the top, like to display the number of items in your cart. Because I see in most e-commerce they usually do it that way. So let me say cart dot length, yeah, cart dot length, and I'm going to come back to it in a few, but let me also, before I forget, let me be sure that I have added it to the path, like to the routes. So this one is going to be for the cart, the path for the cart. Then the element should be cart page. Cart page, and for cart For cut, I'm going to assign here to cut. To cut like this. Yeah, cut. Let me see something else that is needed. Homepage. There's a product details, a research result. Okay, so basically the other thing perhaps that I need to include here at the top is like the states. Where is it? So here at the top, I can as well do what I can as well before this one. I can as well add in for the cut. So const. Let me say cut, and then also set cut. Set cut. These ones I'm going to assign to this set use state, and this is how I'm going to like initialize it. So basically what I'll do is to like pass in JSON JSON.pass, then I'm passing what local storage dot get item and it is it's cut. Should be cut and cut or an empty or an empty object. Yeah, that should be fine. Let me see what I can include also here. In case of anything, then I'll revert to it perhaps later. Yeah, so guys, I think I'll revert to it later. Let me work on this cut page. Let me work on the cut page at the moment, and we shall see what to do with the other one next time. So basically on this cut page, on this cut page, sorry, on this cut page, I'm going to say import React from React, and then also I want to import the link. Import link from React router DOM, then directly go to like pass here const cut page, should be cut page. I'm going to initialize it with the cut, like passing the cut in the arguments here, cut, then assign it to the arrow function. So basically in this arrow function, I want like now to implement that remove from cut, add a update cut and stuff. So let me say const I'm going to say handle remove from cut first. Now remove from cut is going to be item. I'm going to pass here the item to remove, item to remove. I'll assign here to item dot id if it's not equal to item to remove dot id. Dot id. Wait a minute. So I think there's a mistake here. Should be item to remove, and then I'll use another function here. Then in this arrow function, this is where I'm going to like pass here const updated cut. Updated cut, and in this updated cut I'm going to say cut dot filter. This is a spelling for filter, and then this is the criteria. The element we filter is the item. Is the item, and that is the criterion. Item ID, sorry, item dot ID if it's not equal to item to remove dot ID and dot ID. Let me terminate. So local storage, it will be set item, this one will be cut, comma JSON dot string file, the string file, and then updated cut, calling the updated cut here. Updated cut like that. Okay, so basically this is updated cut. I think this one should be removed so that it can be, this one has stopped everything, then updated cut that way. Yeah, so that should be fine, I think. And then so basically now I'll call now the cut set cut. So let me terminate first of all here. So set cut, so sorry, set cut. On the set cut I'm going to pass in updated cut, updated cut here. So guys, basically after this one, then we can also work on the handle update quantity. So const this one I'm going to use the handle update quantity handle update quantity. So on this one, handle update quantity, yeah, it's fine, I think. I'm going to like pass in new, like it's going to take these arguments. I'm going to pass here I'm going to pass in here what item and also new quantity. I'm going to pass here new quantity, which I'll give it its value later, new quantity. And then to this arrow function I'm going to say now in this arrow function I'm going to say const update cut. Update cut, I'm going to assign here to cut and map it and map into, sorry, and I'm going to map it inside the cut with the cut item. Sorry, I'm going to map the cut item, cut item, and then in this arrow function I'm going to open the braces and write here the statements, like the condition statement. Let me say if a cat item dot id is equal to item dot id. So in the event the cat item id is equals to the id, then this is what is going to happen. I'm going to it's going to return. I'm going to return like let me say cat item and also quantity and quantity I'll assign here to new quantity. Quantity I'm assigning it to the new quantity, like that. And then otherwise it's going to return, sorry, so otherwise it's going to return what is going to return the cat item, the cat item. So let me terminate here, and then we need to do what, to update that the cat. So I'm going to use in the local storage because it's stored in the local storage. So local storage dot set item, I'm passing here the cat comma JSON dot stringify, and then here I'm going to pass in updated cat. Let me terminate. And then now the set cat, I'm going to call it with the updated cat here, this one. And then now, so for that one, the operation to calculate the functions, to calculate the amount, I'm going to say, for example, let's say let me use a variable const, let me say calculate. What's the spelling for calculate? Calculate total. Calculate total, to calculate the new updates. For example, you've added a new item, we need to we need it to compute, to do the calculation so that you get the new amount. So I'm going to use here another function, and I'm going to pass here an empty argument there, like that. And then here I'm going to do this, and this one is going to return cat. Let me use the reduce method. So let me say reduce, and then in this reduce, I'm going to pass in total and item, and then it's going to do it. It's going to do the total plus item dot price. Sorry, what's the spelling for price? So the price will be determined with the quantity. So let me say multiply. It will be multiply, right? Multiply by item dot quantity. Item dot quantity, that way. Then I can terminate this way. So I think the operation should be fine. So it will be a total plus item dot price times the quantity. Yeah, that way. So I think now I'm good now to work on and the return now. So on the main page, so let me say return. So in this return, I'm going to wrap everything inside an empty element like that. Then so the first, let me use a h2 or a h1. Let me use the h1, and then I'm going to say let me say cut. Should I just say the cut page? Let me say cut, the cut, or let me say your cut, or your cut something, or perhaps I'll revert to it later and find a proper way to use to give it a title, the proper title. So in this one I'm going to say cut dot length. What's the spelling for length? Should be equals to 0 if it's equals to 0, and then and then no, then we can do what we can pass here. If the cut length is 0, then we can, let me undo this, underlining the error somewhere. So it should be cut length equals to 0. Then okay, and then here I can say, what should I say if the cut is 0? So let me use a p tag, and I'm going to say no, I should use let me use a p tag for, yeah. Let me say your cut is empty. Your cut is empty. Your cut is empty. Otherwise, if it's not empty, then what will happen? So if it's empty, then I'm going to create a table for that. With the table, I'm going to use here a table. So basically the table usually have the headings and the rows and sure, so it is columns and rows, and but in the columns we have the header. So we need to define the head. So the table head, for table head, let me say t table head. Now in the table head, I'm going to add in these rows tr, and in this tr I'm going to use now the table head itself, th, and the first one should be product. Let me, I think, duplicate so that I may have many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So this can be something like a price, quantity, total, and above something like actions. Then for the table for the table body, inside this table still, where is it? After this table head, I'm going to also add in table body. So t, for the table body, I'm going to Because it's dynamic, so now the content is going to be like a dynamic from the backend, from the backend. So I'm going to use these braces, then I'll say cut, and then I'll map here with item and what can I pass here inside? So let me say the first one should be now the table row, so it is a tr. So for the tr, because it's going to iterate, it's going to fetch all of them, many of them. You can have many elements or items in your cart, so we need to have a unique identifier for each cart, cart item. So I'm going to use a key, and the unique identifier is going to be ID. So I'm going to say item item.id. Now inside this table row, I'm going to have to add in now the table data, so td. Now the table data is going to be a link. I'm going to use a link. So in this link, first of all, let me terminate. So in this link, it's going to direct me to. So it's going to be a link to, because it's dynamic, I'm going to say product, then should be followed with it should be followed with item dot slug that way, then the item name, so should be item dot name. Now remember once you've defined here with in the table head, you have a 5 columns, then we definitely need, so this is the first one for the product, and then now we need to add in also another one for the price. Now for price, I think that's just straightforward, so it's going to be td table data, and on this one is going to be dollar, because the price should be in dollars, but in case I add another currency, then I'll change. So here is going to be item dot price, item dot price. I say to fix to fixed. To fixed, I'll give it. So basically, this is, as you can see now, Visual Studio Code is very powerful. If you just write something, it can autocomplete for you. You can see, for example, this to fixed method. You can see it returns the number of digits after the decimal point must be in the range of 0 to 20. So here for me, I'll say 2. The decimal places to be 2. And so I think that should be fine for the price. Now for you should also add in what I should add in the one for what for what, for quantity, right? So basically, let me go here and now for that one, I think it's going to be the input. So td, let me create for it first of all, then I shall create down the title itself perhaps later. So in this one, I'm going to use the input and it's a self-closing. So in this input, the type is going to be number, and then the minimum is going to be 1. It's going to be 1, and then the value I'll give it item dot quantity. Then on change. Now on change, then I can do what I can say. I'll use this arrow function here. I'll say handle update quantity, right? Should be update quantity. Then I'll pass in these values. Item. Also I'll pass here should it pass int? Yeah, pass int, and should be e dot target. It's a string to convert it to a number, so it should be to convert it like into an integer. So basically I'm going to say target, and then I'll say dot value this way, and then yeah, that way I think is fine. And then so now so that was for the quantity, right? So now for for the price. Now the other one, let me use after this one, after this table the data, then I can add in also another table d. Now for price, I'm going to say what they are in dollars units. I'm going to say it's dynamic, so I'm going to say dot price, item dot price multiply item price, should be inside here, item price multiply by the item quantity. So that, for example, the price of a phone is let's say $200. So it's going to check on the quantity, how many of them are there. Like, for example, how many do you want to purchase? For example, if it's 2, then it's going to multiply by 2. So it's going to be item dot quantity, right? Item dot quantity, so that we get the real the final results. So let me say to fixed. Now in this to fixed, I'll give it 2 decimal, right? Let me give it 2 decimal. So that is for, this is for what? This is for the price. Now the other one is for wait. I mean the total. So the last one, it should be the actions, right? So basically on the actions, what should I do there? On the action, like in the event you want to, for example, increase or reduce the cart, basically in that case, let me use again, because now this will be now table data. So in this table data, now basically what I'm going to do is to use the button. I'm going to use the button. So a button. So button on click. Let me add in an event on click. On click on click of that button, it's going to do what? It's going to like trigger the handle remove from cart function targeting the item. Then I can say what? Remove. For example, let me say remove. I think remove should be fine. So td, then tr, then tr, tr, and then now for so now after that one, after you have that table, then for example you are satisfied about your cart, then we need to like create a sub as the main total, then we shall also create the checkout page so that it can direct you to the checkout. So basically after this after this table head, I'm going to use a div again. It seems like I did not wrap everything. I think I had wrapped everything inside this empty. Let me see. Let me try to do this and see. Yeah, everything is wrapped inside another element. So this should be fine. Then here I want to add in like the div. Yeah, this way. Then I'll say for the total price. So let me use H2. Then I'll say total. So for total is going to be in dollars or whichever currency you wish to use. I'm going to say we're going to be calculate total. I'm going to pass here the calculate total function. I'm going to call it this way, and then I will want to like to have the decimals. So I'm saying to fixed to decimals, and then now the button to direct you to the page, to the checkout. So because I don't have that page, let me just add in a default like just a button, then I shall check on it later. We shall revert to it later and say proceed to checkout. Yeah, proceed to checkout, and then export. Let's export default. Export default. I'm going to say cart page. A cart page. Yeah, cart page, and I imported in the applications. So basically this cart page, like in a summary, we have implemented like a remove, the handle remove from cart function. So this function basically is going to like remove an item from the cart and update the local storage. And then also we have implemented like added the handle update quantity function. Now on this one is going to like update the quantity of an item in the cart and update also the local storage. And then the third thing we've implemented the calculate total function here. This is to calculate the total amount of the items in the cart. And what else? Then we have rendered the cart items in a table. I just use a table so that we can allow also users to update the quantities and also remove items and stuff. And then we can display here at the bottom. We can display the total amount and also the proceed to checkout button. So basically, yeah, so this is fine. Now let's check on the product details. Now basically here there's an issue. I can see basically I forgot to add in the equal here. Why is that? This is a cart item. Yeah, so the error has disappeared. Yeah, I see also it says that set cart is not defined. It's not defined. It is being used on line number 8 and also number 20. But it's not. Basically, this should be the cart page number 20, but it's not done. It's not like defined. So basically, what I'm going to do is to to pass the set cart function as a prop from the app component, from this app component, and then and also to the cart page component, and then we will be able to use the set cart function in the cart page component. So basically, let's begin from this app. First of all, to confirm that in the application, to confirm if I have used it as a prop. Let me just see. I had done it earlier, so it should be cart, and then element. It's that cart page, and then cart, and also let me use add in another prop. So let me say set cart. Set cart. I'll use what? Set cart. So, and this is a set cart. I'm going to pass here set cart as a prop. Yeah, set cart, and now, so basically in the cart page component, we can update now the handle remove from cart, and also the handle update quantity. Our function to use the set cart function is as a prop. So basically, what is the handle update quantity? I'm going to okay. So basically here at this cart also I should also pass in another prop, set cart here. Let me use it as a prop. And okay, so guys, basically here is telling me that I used a single to equal operator instead of 3. We need to use the strict equality so that we may get accurate results. So basically this should be line 13. So basically in the handle update quantity it's fine. Then to the handle remove, okay, line number that one, right? Number that one. Let me see, number that one. Number that one. Let's also use the strict. Yeah, so that should resolve the issue. Okay, let's inspect to the console. Yeah. Oh, so basically there's an issue in the app.js and stuff. Let's just check first of all on the app.js. Let's just check it well. So let me just begin at the top where I added the cart. Oh, so basically here is going to I used a component instead of so basically this is the issue that I used. I was like I was using component instead of the actual cut data, so it should be cut instead, and then yeah, cut length, and then let me check on something. Oh yeah, so basically here there should be by there should be an undefined check for cut. So basically this this also should I should also implement such a way that it can also check to ensure that cut state is always an array, even if the local storage data is missing or maybe corrupted. So basically I should modify it. So use state, let me just modify everything. Let me just delete so that you can see better. So let me just pass everything inside that the local storage dot get item in what, in the cart and if it's not null, then json dot pass so into local storage dot get item id from what, from the cart and I'm going to like initialize like with an empty object so that it can also allow the empty. So there's an error, right? There's an error somewhere. Let me see where the problem is. Should be a colon. I forgot the colon. Yeah. What else could be the reason? Should be in the product details. Yeah. Now in this handle add to cart, basically we can do it. We can optimize such that when updating the cart, we're able to spread the operator. We're able to spread this operator here to create a new array. So we can it can become like this way. It is inefficient for like in case in the event you have like large data, like you have large cards. Instead, I think we can use the concat method instead for it. It is more powerful for like in the event you have big data. So basically I think we should use, yeah, I think let's just use that. So here I'm going to say let me just say cat dot concat so that it can handle also the big data, so big like a cat concat. Now in this concat, I'm going to pass in what I'm going to pass in the cat item, yeah, the cat item, then a local storage set item cat json string file updated cat. That is fine. Okay, so the error has disappeared. Let me refresh. Yeah, so basically you can see the cut thing should be working. Let me wait for it to refresh. So let me try to go to the details. Okay, let me try another product. Like the mistake I did, I used high quality images, so it's taking like forever to render. That's why you can see it is. For example, yeah, like let's say add it to cart, then your cart item is empty. Then now let me see. Let me say add to cart, and the function is not working well. Let me increase to, let's say 2. The add to cart is not implemented. I haven't implemented it very well. So let me try another product. Let me refresh. Reload everything. Okay, yeah, basically it's functioning. I think the loading, it was like taking me forever to load. So let me go to the cart and see. So guys, let me inspect and to the console. Let me see cart page. In the cart page component, boundary to okay, item price to fix is not a function. Okay. It's not defined. So basically, let me check on it. Let me check on the on this one. On this one, you can basically I need like for example to convert some things here so that it can because whenever you use the to fix, function, it should work on the strings alone. So basically, I need like to convert it to to have to like a number, so that on this price and then basically we need like to wrap everything inside what, inside the function called let me just say, let me pass float here, pass float function. Let me just see if it can resolve the issues. The pass float, where else should I do the same? Let me say pass float, and then at this one I'm also going to wrap it inside there. This one here also let me say pass float, pass float, so that the item will be like in the floating context, like floating. So let me see where else I can convert it to a floating number. No, basically this, I think this should be the issue. So this price is the one that I should have used, but everything should be wrapped inside the braces still. It should target this pass float should be for this item alone. So item price multiplied by the item quantity, so all of this stuff multiply, like then I convert it to the to fix method. I think that was the issue. Let me check also in the calculated total. Let me check where I didn't like convert it, where I have the prices. Oh sure, here also I should also use float. Let me say should I just copy? Let me just say pass float, because now this one we need like to convert it into a number, into like, so let me see. Yeah, it's working now. It's working. So I can remove elements. I can, yeah, so basically it's fine, it's working now fine. Let me try to add in a new cart, a new element. So view details on this earphone, then I can add it to the cart. Let me refresh here, then it's now in the cart. And then you can remove, you can update the quantity. You can see when I update the quantity, it automatically updates the total price there. Let me try to refresh. So I have these items here, and the pricing is here. So basically I want to like work on this checkout, so that when you click on the check this button, it's going to direct you to the checkout page. And in the checkout page, you'll be able to like have the form. You'll have the form where you can enter the shipping information or a payment and a payment details. So the form will include something like the names, full name, email address, phone number. But now for phone number, I'll use the country code selector library, so that you can select your country code. Sometimes it's very, very important to include this one, because some countries, like for example in Kenya, to communicate you can just begin with the 07 stuff, but when you have the international number, you can easily detect which country it is and be able to process information very well. So it will have that field for the country code selector, and then we shall also have a field for country, and then a state, and perhaps also the code or something, the area code or something. Then at the end we will have like buttons to display the payment method that you want to prefer. And in this one we are going to use, I'm going to implement the PayPal and Mpesa payment. We shall be using Mpesa Daraja. So like when the user will be submitting their form, the order details, the order details are logged into the console, and then the cart will be cleared. And the user is redirected to the appropriate payment page, or that is Mpesa or a PayPal, based on their selected payment method. So basically I think I should begin by installing the module for country code, so that when I begin to code, it's just coding. So let me just break the server. So basically there's a package called React Phone Input. Let me just say search for you. React Phone Input 2. Yeah, I'll use this input 2. React Phone Input 2. So this is the one that I'm going to use, so that you can select in the country's code. Yeah, this one where you can select, where you can select here, this one. This is fine, all countries, selected countries and stuff. So that's the one that I want to use. So this is how you can install npm. I'm using React, so I'm going to use this one, npm install React input 2. Remember, install and I, they are all the same, just your preference. So let me install it, and then once I install, and then I can do it. Let me first of all update this cart page, the button to the checkout. So basically I want on click, I want on when you click this button. So let me say on click event, on the on click event is going to trigger handle let me say handle checkout. I'm going to implement the checkout in a few. Handle should be checkout, right? Handle checkout. I'm going to work on it. In fact, let me just do it now, so that it can work well. So basically after what let me find where I should implement it. So basically on the handle checkout, perhaps after this one, calculate totals. After this one, then I can do what? Now after this one, let me just say before the return, ensure that you are writing before the return statement. So let me say const, then let me say handle checkout. You know, the variable should be the same. So this one I'm going to use this function. I'm going to initialize it with an empty argument. I'm not going to pass anything because this is just to redirect you to another page. So here I'm going to say navigate. Basically, I hope I have the navigate here at the top. Let me see. Oh, I don't have. I'm going to add it in a few. So let me say navigate. Sorry, navigate to this page. Checkout. Like when you click on that button, it's going to like direct you to this checkout. I'm going to also add it to the app component. So it's going to like do that. And so let me just say here in the same library, I'm going to also import the use navigate. You know, in the previous version of this module, it was use navigation, but the latest from React version 6 onwards, we use the use navigate. The previous one, it was depreciated, so it's use navigate. And so let me just say navigate. Let me create a variable const, and then navigate. I'm going to assign it to the use navigate. And they use navigate, and then so this should be fine. So this one I'm going to add here. In fact, I should just do it now before I forget. So basically, let me just create a checkout page. Let me just say call it checkout page. I think this is spelling for checkout page.js. I remember nowadays I'm just using the states in the same component, but in our subsequent I'll be using the state management like a Redux, so that we may have like a centralized position, and then we are able to like reuse those states in each component instead of writing each component like in each state in the same components. It's just a good practice. So here I'm going to say import now. Once I have it, let me say import React from React, and then let me just let me I think I should export it. Let me say there's a shortcut on how you can create the component even without typing everything, but at the moment let me just first of all focus on this one, on the app.js. Like I want to duplicate. First of all, I need to have imported the module, the component. So let me say import what? But let me just say a function, and then this one is going to be a checkout page. Checkout page. I'll revert to it later. I just want to like export. Sorry. Let me say export export default checkout page, so that I may be able to use it. In fact, I'll use the arrow function. I like working with the arrow function, but at the moment, let me just say checkout page. Yeah, this way. Then let's just have it in the list of the list of the paths that we have here. So this one is going to be for checkout, right? checkout component, and the component is a checkout page. Checkout page, and the props we are going to pass here is the cart. I'm going to assign here to the cart and set cart. Set cart, I'm going to assign to, like, I'm going to give it this prop set cart. That is on the checkout. So yeah, that should be fine. Now basically, I think now this should redirect you to that page. So now basically, let's now try to work on the checkout page. We need like to implement the checkout page. I think it has finished to install the package. It has finished. Then basically we need like now to work on the that page, right? We need to work on the checkout page. So checkout page. So basically in this checkout, in fact, I'll just use the let me use the arrow function. So let me say const checkout page, and I'm going to assign it to this, and I'm going to pass these props. First one, I'm going to be cart, the same way we define it here, cart and set cart, and so it should be cart, and then the second one is set cart. And set cart should be fine. And then now here, so because it's an arrow function, then we need to like do it this way. Then let's now pass in our variables for the hooks. Now first of all, I forgot, here I should also import the use state. No, not even effect, use state. Yeah. We need also to have the use state from the React. Then also, because I will be doing the navigation, so I'm going to import also the use navigate. Import use navigate. Import use navigate. Use navigate from React router DOM. From React router DOM, and then also we need to import the phone input. So let me say import, because I'll use let me say phone input. It should be phone input. Phone input from. Now this one is from React phone input 2. That's React for phone input too. And then also I want like to import the phone input to styling. So I need to like to say import. I'm going to say import React phone input to should be library, then styles.css, so should be style.css because I want to use its styling. And then always be sure to terminate statements with the semicolon, just a good practice. Yeah, I hope things are good. Then let's just use our variables here. Let's now define the states here. So const, the first one is going to be for navigate. I'm going to assign navigate. I'm going to assign here to the use navigate. And then for full name, so const because these are just variables, I'm going to say full name. Also set full name. This should be common case naming convention name. Set full name. I'm going to assign here to the use state. The use state, the initial values is just an empty string, and then now I think let me just duplicate for name, then email, then for number, then country, for example something like state, and also the payment method. So basically here I'll be changing from full name to towards to let me say from full name to email. So let me say email. Now on this one is going to be capital, the camel case naming convention. And then for phone, so for phone is going to be phone. Then here I'll begin with the capital phone. And then for country, and then one for state. So set state, and then payment method, I'm going to say it's okay. For this one should be payment method. And then set payment method. Yeah, all of them I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. And then so basically let's begin with the calculate total. So let me say for a function for calculate total, let's say const, then calculate. So for this calculate total, I'm going to assign here to with this arrow function, in this arrow function, initialize with an empty argument there. And then this is what's going to happen there in the calculate total. So it's going to return, I should have copied the other side, cat dot reduce. Should I just copy the other side? Calculate total. Seems I'm so lazy. Calculate total, but let me just type so that people will understand everything I'm doing. So reduce, then I'll pass here total and item, total and item, then total plus, I'll use like last time we saw that while we were trying to pass it directly to it threw an error because it was like in a string format. So we need like to pass it to a value like a floating number. So I'm going to say pass float, and then in this pass float I'm going to pass in item. I'm going to convert the price to be in the float. So it's going to be item dot price, so that it can be a number, multiply, I'm going to multiply by item dot quantity, yeah. So that's the operation for the total. And yeah, so this is for the total. And then now the other thing, let's also work on the let's also work on the handle submit, the event you submit. So const, let me say handle submit, submit, yeah. So this one I'm going to pass this parameter here, this argument, and then in this arrow function I'm going to because I want to process the order, or let me just add in a comment here. Let me just say process the order and payment. So this one, because so this one I'm going to use console.log. So it's going to let me say order details, comma, and the details themselves they are this. So first of all, it's going to be full name, comma, and then email. Oh, sorry. So first of all, here should be full name. Yes, fine, email, and then phone, and then country, and then payment method. Payment method. Payment should be payment method. Yeah, payment method. Okay, basically I see the error. So here I should have used pay set payment. So there was a typo there. So payment method is fine now. And then now total also shall have the total. Now for total, I'm going to use that function. I'm going to call that function calculate total function, so that it can trigger, can return the pricing. And then so to clear the cut, basically we have to say after this operation, then we can do what we can say set cut to null, an empty, so that the cut may be empty. And then also update the local storage. So local storage dot remove remove item, and that the item is cut. Yeah, that's fine. And then now after it has done that, then we need like to implement a way such that it's going to redirect you to these payment methods. For example, because I want to like implement on how you can use the PayPal and also Daraja for Kenyans, Mpesa, that's for Mpesas if you want to like use Mpesa. So we need like to work on that. Or let me just add in a comment, like let's say redirect redirect to the appropriate payment method, pay or a page. Yeah. So let me say if they select, so let me say if a payment method, if payment method is equal to Mpesa, and then it's going to navigate. Remember, we used to navigate there. We define there at the top. It's going to navigate you or take you to the. It's going to take you to the, Mpesa. It's going to take you to the Mpesa payment page. So payment. I'll add it later. Mpesa payment page. Mpesa payment page. Otherwise it will direct you. Let me say else if. Let me use the else if. And then if in the else if payment method is equal to what? PayPal. To PayPal, and then it's going to like direct you to it's going to direct you to navigate. Let me just copy here. It's going to take you to the PayPal page. I'll create those pages perhaps later. Let me finish. Sorry, should be PayPal. Let me just finish the checkout, then I'll go to the other one. So basically, in the return page, so first of all, let me, it's a good practice to always close. So let me say return and I want to wrap everything inside a div. So basically, let me add in a h1, for example. Let me say checkout. Let me just say checkout here. Checkout, and then I'm going to use a form here. So form I want on submit here. I want on submit is going to handle the submit, and we had already implemented here at the top. On submit is going to handle the submit, and then let's now create now the div now for our elements. So div. So basically on this one, I'm going to begin with the label. So let me just say the first one to be label. So this should be label for what? Label. So I'll use, now we don't use the HTML structure the way we used to define, like for example label for, and so basically in React we say HTML for instead of for, just for direct. Then it's going to be for full name, full name, and then it's going to be full full name. Yeah, full name like that. And then input. So input is going to be, now for input is a self-closing. There's no need to add in the other element. So for the input type, so type I'm going to give it, a type is going to be text. ID should be full name. Remember the full name. Remember the label should like format this should be like a unique. Is a good practice to do so that you may not encounter the issue. But now the value, because it's dynamic, we want to use that full name, and then on change, let me say on change, then on change, I'm going to say set full name. Set a full name to target not to value like that. And yeah, I think and also let's make it required by adding this decorator here called required, and and then also let's create another one for email, and say, so for the email is going to be like at the label. I'm going to use again the label. So this should be the label for email. So HTML for email, for email, and then at the input, sorry. So because it's a self-closing, there's no need for me to do this stuff. Now in the input, so the type is going to be email, and then the ID should be also resemble this one, so ID should be email, and because I want to use also value is going to be email, then on change, then basically we are going to pass here set email. Let me say set email, and then this is what's going to happen. Target dot value value, yeah, like that. And then also we can make it required with the required decorator required. And then I think what I'll do, the easiest way is just to duplicate. Let me just duplicate, but now on this one is going to be like for phone. Yeah, phone. I think this is the easiest way, phone. Now here it will begin with the capital phone. Phone, and then because now here we are not going to use the input. We are going to use the phone input from that library. Phone input is a self-closing, but what? So instead of so it should be ID, because now here we don't have the type. We can use what the ID is there. We can use we can use what we can use the country, default country. So country, the default country is going to be US. I think most cases they usually use the US. And then the value is going to be phone. And then on change, we are going to like so basically on change here we are going to just pass here value. We're going to just pass their value, and then our set should be phone now. Set phone, then here we shall just pass value. We are going to pass what that value, and it's also required. And then now for this one, for country, now for country, like to select, and that's just a normal form, HTML form. So basically on the country, I'll just change here to country. Country, and so basically this one is going to be set country, and then this should begin with the capital country, and the type is going to be, so type here is going to be text. It's going to be text, and I think everything is sorted there. And then also let me also duplicate for the what, the state, right? Should be the state. Is there a need for that really, or because I had defined it there, let me just use it. So for country, this should be now for state. I said so here should begin with the capital state, and type is text, and also here we are passing the state, and here should begin with the capital state, and so that way it's fine. Then now last one, we want like that one for form, like payment method to select. So basically again I'm going to use div, and the label. So the label here is going just to be payment method, method, so that you can select the payment method. Now when you select a payment method, then we shall handle like a way, like we shall trigger the page that it will direct you automatically when you just selected the payment method. So so basically here I'll use the input. Input is a self-closing. So basically in this input type, it will be a radio type. I'm going to use radio, so that you can select either of, now with the radio you can only select one of two options, one of the many option. So ID is going to be Mpesa. ID is going to be Mpesa, and then the name is going to be payment method, a payment method. Then a value is going to be Mpesa, the first one, Mpesa, and then checked. I'm going to like Now for checked, let me assign here to the payment method. Payment method, if it's equal to Mpesa. Like it can be checked if they have like selected Mpesa. And then now let me just copy this one at the top on change, and then in fact, so on change, then this one is going to set payment set payment method, and that should be fine. And then so this should be the label for what, for now. Now let's like have one for the PayPal, right? So like now, by the way, we need like to have what, we need to have also a label there at the top bottom for Mpesa, like to show Mpesa. So let me just what should I do after this? So after, like we want to add in the label there at the end, like to display, like it will be a button here, and then after it we'll have the text. So I'm going to add in also a label here at the end. So label, so the label should be for what? The label is going to be for Mpesa, or let me say pay with the Mpesa. Let me just say pay with Mpesa, and then here is going to be label, so it will be HTML form for Mpesa, and then I think on this one we can just duplicate, and then this one is going to be for PayPal. So I'm going to like change everything to okay. So basically this one I'm going to, it's still a radio, and this one I'm going to change it to PayPal. So let me say PayPal, and then this pay with PayPal. Pay with PayPal, and then so set payment is going to like share the same state. So set payment method, and let me check on this PayPal. Well, payment method still, but now here we don't need this one. We don't need, because it's already defined there at the top. So we can just use the input, because we had already defined the payment method there at the top, so we don't need it here at the bottom as well. So what I'll do, so input radio PayPal payment method value PayPal, and then checked payment method if it's PayPal. Let's see, PayPal, and on change is going to like trigger the set payment state, and then this is HTML for PayPal, and then I pay with PayPal. So this is fine, and this is fine, and then there should be a div that wraps everything here. Payment method. Oh, basically let me just, oh yeah, sure, let me just add it here. Div. So this should wrap like everything that way, and then yeah, that should be fine. And then so we can now have what, like that part of the summary. So let me just say, as for summary, let me just use H something. Let me use a H3 for, let me just say order summary. What's the spelling for summary? Summary, and then I'll use just a normal paragraph tag, and then at this one I'm going to say total. I'm going to say the units will be, for example, in dollars, assuming that it is in dollars. I'm going to like call the calculate total, but I want it to use it calculate total. I want like return with 2 decimals. So I'm going to say to fixed I'll give it 2 decimal, or you can give it whichever decimal you want, and then so let me just put this stuff in a div, so that div inside a div like that, and then so then we can have also a button for submit, right? So let's just have button. This should be the button for place your order. Place order. Let me just say place order. Place order, and then so type should be submit. Type should be submit. Here type should be submit, and then we need to export the checkout page that way, and then and then it should be fine. Let me check if I've exported it well. Now in the cart page, it should redirect you to the handle checkout, and in the handle checkout, it is checkout, and so that's what is here in the. So that's what is here in the yeah, in the path. Yeah, checkout is here, so that should be fine, and so I think this should work. Yeah, so basically the cart has 2 items. Let me try to add in another. So here, let me try to click. Now you can see when I click on that checkout, it's going to like take me to this checkout page. Of course, we shall style it later, but you can see the styling is fine. You can select the countries very professionally. Like you can easily tell which country it's that, and then you can select payment, either of these, pay with PayPal and stuff like that. should be the categories page. Categories page. So I think I can give it a class name. Let me use a div. So instead of that fragment, let me use a div here. And a class name. Class name, I'm going to say category. Category product. Category product. Category product, and let me style it. Not actually much that I'm going to do here, but just to create some margin there. So margin, I'm going to give it of 4%. Let me see first of all. Yeah, margin of 4% it's not bad. Margin of 4% is not bad, and perhaps I can give the width here. Some padding, I think it's fine the way it is. And the other thing that I can work on is the search result page. For example, let's say phone. The search result page, and on this one, I'm going to give it also the margin. So let me check on it. Search result page. Search result page. Search results page, and then I'm going to give it a class. Class name, I'm going to give it search results. Yeah, so this is fine. Search results. And what I'm going to do, instead of me adding another style, let me just include it here, comma, and it's going to have like the same styling. Let me, yeah, so I can see it has the same styling. And perhaps the other thing could be now the title. The H1. Is it the H1? The search results page. Yeah, H1. I think I should give it also some. And this is H2. And then also another thing on this search result page, it is this. It doesn't have like this the margin bottom space here. Margin bottom. Let me give it. Margin bottom, I'm going to give it like the margin bottom so that I can have the space there at the bottom. So yeah, this is fine. So we've worked on the search results. I've worked on these categories, and then I think the other thing that I can work on, is this page, the product details. So basically, I need to work on this. And this part on the. I need to work on the product details now. Also, this vendor stuff is not working at all. So basically, I need to details card. Yeah, details card. Details card. Let me find. Button. A button. I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it a margin. I'm going to give it some margin. Let me give it something like a 2% on the buttons. So basically on these margins, so let me give it left 0, and then 2% that is top and bottom, and then margin right. Or what I'll do, let me just do this. Let me give classes. Classes. Class, this one is going to be btn. btn, and then background. Background is going to be bg primary. Let me see. bg background primary, and then the other one is going to be for danger. Or this one I should have used something like bg success, so that it may be green. Success. And then on this one, let me just paste it here. This one I'm going to give it danger, so that it may be red. It will be danger. And then the colors. By the way, guys, if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, you can go here, get bootstrap.com, and then you're going to find all the classes here. Go to the documentation. Now, perhaps let me first of all remove the let me remove the this styling buttons, or maybe let me just give it color. I'll give it white. So that the text color shall be white, and then I can add in the So basically I think I should also add in the the color on this one, or maybe the margin bottom on this part. Margin bottom on what? On this one. And these are label quantity. Basically on this one, so it should be a class name. Class name, I'm going to give it a margin bottom of let's say 4. Yeah, like that. And then a margin end, you can do that, and then it's going to add in the margins. Now this is a cut page. I need to style it. So basically on the cut section, on the cut page, let me find the cut page. Now in the cut page, I think I can give it a class. Instead of fragment, let me use a div, and then a class name, I'll give it a cut. A cut page. So now on the cut page, I think let me just include it here, so that it may inherit all the style in there. Yeah, this is fine. And then now on this like this part of the table, I need to make it a real table. So basically what I'm going to do is to, let me find the cut page. So guys, basically on this one, let me just go to the CSS, and then it's cut page, and then I think at the bottom here, let me say that cut page, and then targeting now the the table and the table. I think let me do this. Let me just copy. And then the second one should be now the table data, and also I need to also to have for the table heading heading, because I want to add in the border for all of them. So basically I'm going to say border is going to be just 1 pixel solid. By default, if you don't specify the color, okay, so sorry, first of all, I should have specified the property. It will be border, it will be 1 pixel, and if you don't specify by default, it will be black, then a solid. So on the quantity part, should I remove the border? So on the quantity here, let me just remove the. So so on the cart page, and then let me see. First of all, let me get to the cart page, and then to what? On the product is fine. Now should be on the this one. Now on this one, I think I can add in also a class name on this input. Class name. Let me say. Let me say number of. Let me just call it number of item. Number of items. Let me say border none on that input. Yeah, that should be fine. And then on this action, I think it should be a button as well and a danger. So I'm going to say that part on the action, let me just use a Bootstrap instead of custom CSS with the cut page. Now on this part, on the on click, let me add in a class name. It's going to be a btn, of course, a btn, and then the color is going to bg, background color is going to be bg danger. bg danger, and let me just use custom CSS so that it may not. Let me just call it btn remove or something, remove here, so that I can just use the custom CSS. So on the btn remove or something here, I'm going to remove the border. I'm going to give it none. Then a color I think is already what? Color is fine. So background color, I'm going to give it red, a real red, that dark red, bright red, and then I can add in the radius, border radius. I'm going to give it 5 pixel, and then I can add pattern them, give it a 5 pixel. So basically, I think let me remove this border radius, and instead let me say border radius. Let me use color. Color should be red, and then a padding top. Color, what did I use on color? Color should be, oh, color should be now white for contrast. Color is white, and so on width, now on margin, let me give it none. Okay, so I think, so basically I think that this part is fine. Then I think at the bottom I need to style now this part. So on this total, I think I should have used something like at the H. Basically on this H2, I think I should have used H, something like a H3 or H3 or even H4. Let me say H4. Let me use H4. H4 and now the other thing that I can do on this one, let me add in the margin bottom on this table itself. On the table, I'm going to add in a class name. I'll use just Bootstrap styling. It's going to be a button, btn, and then bg, and bg. So it's going to not a button actually. I'm going to say margin bottom. I'm going to give it 4. Yeah, 4 is not bad. And then on the checkout part, I'm going to make it. Should I use a normal class here or so class name, yeah, here is going to be, so on the class name I'm going to use a btn warning, so that it can be light blue. Btn, so it's going to be a btn first, and then a background bg warning. Not warning, should be success. Should be what? Let me go to the Bootstrap and the colors. I think it should be info. Proceed to check out. This is not bad. I think it's fine. This part is fine. And then I think it's near complete. Everything is near complete. It's fine. Also, the other part is this checkout part. So on the checkout, let me go to the checkout page and also add in the same styling. Checkout page, checkout. Checkout. So I'll include the stylings, the same stylings here. And then on this form, dot checkout form, then input. On the input, I'm going to give it a width. Width, I'm going to give it 100%. Is it really appropriate? I think this entire checkout I think at this entire checkout I should have, let me just, instead of I including it here, I'm going to give it a general width, like a margin. I'm going to give it even 20%, so that it can just be small like that. This side, no, it shouldn't be like so margin top and bottom should be something like let's say even 4%. All right, then this one also is too much. Let me give it even 10, or maybe 15. And then also on this one, background color. So on the checkout part, from background color, I'm going to give it background color. I'm going to give it which color? Okay, let's just work with that. And then padding I can give it even 4%. And then a border radius, let's give it a 10 pixel. Mm, 10 pixel. And then okay, so yeah, this is fine. And then perhaps the on this part of the state, I think I can add in some margin bottom so that it's not close to this other one. Also on the payment method there, and this button. So I think what I'll do is to like add in on the checkout. Should I include the margin top or okay, let me say so class name I should have used a margin bottom. Let me give it the same like that. And also on the initiate payment button, I should say margin let me see something. Yeah, also on this stuff, margin bottom, I'm going to give it the same still. And then this input, I think for these inputs, all of them, I should remove the border. Now let me just target the form, and then okay, so on the background, the form, and then at the input. So I'm going to give it border none, border none, and the background, like at the padding, I'm going to give it 5 pixel. And then a border radius, yeah, border radius. Let me give it 5 pixel. Yeah, 5 pixels is not bad. And then I think on the option, or maybe first of all, let me work on this one. On this button here. Initiate, so class name. So the class name here is going to be btn, and then it's going to be bg info, will it blend with the, will it really blend with the background? Not really. So I think I should have used something like BG light. Let me try light. BG success to be green. Let me make it info. Make it info. Make it info, and then on the main cell in the color, I think I can change here to light gray. To light gray color, and then let me say warning. I think warning is yellow. Yeah, I think let me just leave it at that, and then this part I can give it to each one. Okay, let it be the way it is at the moment, and this part of the option, I think I should also include it here. Let me try select. Yeah, on the select a payment method, and then so I think I should give it border none. Select, and then on the select it should be yeah, it's fine. So let me say and I don't know why that wrapper is not working here. Okay, yeah. Format document, and there's something I think that is so on the CSS, I think on the navbar, justify content space between. Yeah, this way I think it's fine, and then I can say margin margin I'm going to give it top and bottom 0, and then 4%. 4%, that should be left and right. Not actually, it should be it should be on the forms themselves. Like let's see. Okay, basically on the app. So margin end, I'm going to give it on the larger screen. So basically on this form, on the form I'm going to say margin end, I'm going to give it 4. So basically this is the form, my shop body. So margin end, I'm going to give it 4. And then now this one, margin left. Margin left. Is it really margin left or a margin? Let me just check margin. So I'm going to say margin start. Class name on this one is going to be so class name. or rather I should have used here margin start. So I'm going to give it also 4 or even 5. Let me see. It's not bad. Also on this other side I should also use the same margin start, margin on the margin end on this one. Margin end, let me give it 5. And then on the drop down color, okay, let me just tell the drop down itself. The drop down, now this should affect only the drop down itself. I remember the custom CSS overrides everything. I think that's the mistake I did, because now the custom CSS overrides everything. So I think okay, on this one I think I should remove. Okay, yeah, let me just remove this property here. Yeah, it is fine the way it is. And then this color here, I think, okay, let it be the way it is. I think at the moment it's not that bad. And these placeholders are really that good, no? I think let me remove the placeholder. They are not sitting well with me. On the checkout page, and then that part of the placeholder. Let me comment it. Yeah, I think should be fine now. This part is really fine. And then I think now I can try to increase like the darkness here to be somehow so styling, and then on the that part of the form, let me give it something dark, a bit too dark. Yeah, this is fine. This is very fine. And then let me, okay, yeah, it's fine the way it is. So I think guys, it's not bad. We shall continue styling it as we go on. But now on this project, I've just decided to split up to this point so that the video cannot be that long. So in my next upload, I'll include the checkout, like the payment. I'll include like the payment part, where like Mpesa integration in the PayPal and other payment system, and also add in the I'll include also the authentication. I'll create the portal for the vendors and also the users, and many other, including also the statistics, like to see the stats on the products, how they are performing, and many other things. I'll create those pages perhaps later in my next upload. But at this juncture, let me just end it here so that YouTube, the video may not be that long. So guys, I really appreciate you very much for your time, and please subscribe so that you may be notified whenever I have a new upload, the next upload. So guys, I thank you so much for now, and let's see you in the next one.